Hey everyone. Happy Tuesday. Hope everybody's having a great day. We have some wonderful weather here, and your girl's got a lot of running around to do. So we won't be live long. How's everybody doing? It's good to see all of you. Thank you, Cheryl, for hitting the thumbs up on the way in. 7:45. 7:47. It's actually 8:47 for me. Are you calling me out for being late, Butter? Is that what you're doing here? Calling me out for being late. Listen, I went down YouTube short rabbit hole. Leave me alone. I was reaching for the surface, but I was trapped within. How's everybody doing? Kraken, thank you so much. This is so wonderful to start a live off with a super chat. Thank you, my friend. I hope you have a great day as well. Billy Sunday with the 35 months, day one MFer. Good morning. It's 5:47 for you? Listen, we got to figure something out, my friends. We need a new time. I did not know it is so dang early for some of you. What are we going to do here? What are we going to do to fix this issue? We can't keep getting up early like this. Pointer lover at the 8 months. Excuse me for just one quick moment. I hear something. Belly. Gosh darn it. Hold on. You droopy. Come on. Hey, come on. What you doing, girl? Why do always gotta be up this? You always gotta do something. Okay. All right. I'm back. Thank you. Zero Fox Giving coming in with the good morning and the 3 months member. Oh, wow. Thank you guys so much. That brat with the 39 months, nearly 11 p.m. here. So I'm keeping you awake and I'm waking other people up. We got to do something, Tinkerbug. What are we going to do? We need new hours, but good morning. We are having scary storms right now and I freak out. Okay, I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm in California. Love this time. I can't believe 39 months. This is insane. Wow. 5:50 a.m. Oh, I'm so sorry, Lori. This is horrible. What are you guys doing awake? That's the real question. Proud Mimi with the 5 months. Stay strong, Granny. Thank you. Proud Mimi. Not going to be in chat because I am effing sick. Oh, well, there's that. I hope you feel better ASAP. Our prayers did work out for Angel Chip Delcos yesterday. So thank you, everybody who took a minute to keep her in your thoughts. It's 7:50 a.m. 7:50 here, but I have to get up early at the dogs. You know, that's the one thing I never thought of when getting a cat. Obviously, I honestly I didn't want a cat. My daughter kind of brought home this kitten that was taken far too soon from his mother. But my God, they don't let you sleep in. They don't let you sleep in. My fault, I suppose, because I started feeding her at the time I fed her for breakfast, but my God, she doesn't let you sleep. Oh, so Saturday mornings, Sunday mornings, she's leave me alone. Hot here today, barbecue time, tea time. I'm with you, Winnie. I'm with you. It is in the 80s. It is perfect. I love it. So, oh, thank you, Cinda. Right, Mystic. But this little brat missed 3 meals. She missed 3 meals while she was out here running the streets. And then has the nerve to wake me up the next morning when I finally get some sleep because she wants to eat. All of a sudden, you can't miss a meal? I don't think so. And the Pines, thank you so much. Hope you received my message. Where was it? Was it email? I haven't checked emails. 4 a.m. You have pigs, Dark Side of Gypsy? That is amazing. I want to see your mini pigs. That's right, TK. You let them know. Good morning, girl next door. I'm in my swing in the garden enjoying the sun. Yes, Miss L. That's where we should all be. And that's where I'll be in a little bit. My dogs are trained. They get up when I get up. Yeah, dogs are easier. I got to train this cat because I'm not having it. 5:50 a.m. here, still awake. You never went to sleep? Thank you, new kid in town. 8 months with us. Holy. All right. Danny with the 165. Thank you so much for the thumbs up. About to mow with you in my headset. I love that, sis. I love that. Feisty Nano at the 170. There we go. Mrs. In my opinion. Good morning. Is Seth in a position where he could drop these people if he wanted to? Surely his signed contracts mean nothing, or do they? They don't mean any. If any of them were to present their NDAs to an actual attorney, they would be able to get out of it. The thing is, I don't think they want to get out of it, right? And I don't think that they okay, Shelly, I'll definitely look for that today. I love early mornings, but also a night owl. Yeah, I used to be like a major night owl. Now I am in bed early. Hey, Wolf Rider. I'm glad to see you catching us live. Yeah, I don't think, I mean, you all tell me what you think. Pick me with the 184. I don't think that these people would be held to whatever contract they signed, right? And my biggest reason for that would be at night is not a private intelligence group. You take that to the right person, you could get out of that in a hip hop skip. Like but I don't think they want to get out of it, right? Like I think these people have developed their own delusion. I think they live in it. I think they love it, and I think they're right where they want to be. Michelle with the 192, thank you. One Red Rose with the 33 months. Holy shit. You guys are just showing out this morning. Thank you, One Red Rose. Another day one MFer. Hey, Ella Bella. I hope you do as well. Love hanging with y'all while working. Makes the morning go faster. Yay, Miss Jess. I'm glad. Thank you for being a member here with us. I agree. People have a rap sheet. Yeah. Tell me what you think. Do you think they want to get out of this, or do you think that they thoroughly enjoy this? Did I just miss a super sticker? I'm so sorry. Curvy Barbie, thank you so much. Don't feel bad. Gracie has been in the catnip. Godzilla was stoned the cat at 3 a.m. Bob H. Keep the Alyssas away from the cats, okay? Don't do that. They developed a codependency with this case and people involved. Yeah, it's a parasocial sick relationship, right? They're all still hoping for that Netflix or Peacock show. Yeah. What should it be called? How to fraud a true crime community? Let's show you how stupid a quote unquote true crime community is on YouTube. How we infiltrated it with fake press pass and claiming we are intelligence agency for the elite. That would be friggin' hysterical, wouldn't it? That would be a good one. How we got this idiot to do our dirty work, and we got this idiot to make fake blobs, and we got this idiot to hold on to illegal to have CPS documents. Yeah, they should make that. I think they should. I think that would be brilliant. They should have been mentioned. They also only verified that there's a $50,000 reward. The NDA is just a piece of trash. Yes, it is. It is as wasteful as them, if you ask me, as far as it comes to this case. Hey, Miss J, it's been a while. I think they all thought Dog was involved. Their channel was going to get recognition. Well, I'll tell you, the ease, they like, oh my goodness, the ease. I don't want to be graphic in the morning, so you can just imagine what I was going to say. But the way, when they speak about like celebrities and stuff, oh, they're like, yeah. I'm convinced the threes still have posters of like celebrities on their ceiling that they she cover you as making herself so mad. You're obsessed with me, Brittany. You're obsessed with me. There'll come a day when you realize that you have to move on. You have to move on. You're not getting my skin. You said it, though, Jennifer, not me. I think they're the dirtiest crooks, too. You know why? Because they sell that clean-cut look. You know what they remind me of? A Jeffrey Dahmer type, right? Like the type that's so polite, they dress well, you know, they're the neighbor that while you're mowing the lawn, they're watering the flowers. but down in the basement there's some weird shit going on. That's how I envision the E's. I think they are conniving. I think they use their clean-cut image to persuade people that they're good people. And I think in all actuality, they're probably the sickest of the group. You know why? Because they're not dumb. Like, we can argue that Brittany is just plain old dumb. She's dumb. She's as dumb as her loudmouth boyfriend that's telling everybody about the rats, the inheritance, the alcohol. Dumb. Betty is Eileen Warno's psychotic, right? So she's also dumb. She's gullible. She just wants to fit in. She's dumb. But the E's are not dumb. And that's what makes them more dangerous. They're fake, but they're not dumb. They're creepy. They're creepy. Come and knock on my door. Like a serial killer. We've been waiting for you. And they're standing there smiling with knives behind their back. With ropes and... Oh, let me stop. I don't want to make them cry. Weirdos. It's freaking hilarious, kind of what you're talking about. That's how I envision these people, for sure. I think they all thought they were going to get a big recognized by big names out here, and instead they humiliate themselves because nobody wants anything to do with these people, which is a shame for Sebastian. That's the first word my attorney ever used to describe these people, were charlatans. Hi, Grady. I'm just stopping by to say hi. Hope you're doing well. It's getting late in Australia. I'm having trouble watching America. Oh, America's Most Wanted. Can't see it here. Here, I'll help you out, guys. Give me 1 second. You want me to play you a quick little breakdown of it? Stay awake for just a moment, Kaz. I got you. Hold on. We know that Justin was slimy enough to restream it on his paid platform, which I'm sorry, I don't know, I disagree with that, but you know, people gonna people, greed gonna greed. All right, let me pull this up for you. You just staying right by.
We never stop searching because we know the families won't stop.
Let me fix my thing. I'm sorry. All right.
Stop either.
I fast forward all the introductory, oh, America's Most Wanted, you know, all of that. So we get to the meat and the potatoes so you can get to bed.
The search begins now. Good evening. I'm Harris Faulkner, and this is America's Most Wanted Missing Persons, a new show following the lead of the iconic true crime series. We have one mission: to bring missing loved ones home. Every person you'll see on the screen tonight has someone waiting for them. A parent, a child, a friend, a community that refuses to give up, and neither will we. We've assembled a team of experts who've dedicated their lives to solving cases and helping others. Derek Levasseur, you may know him from Big Brother, but he also has worked undercover with the FBI, DEA, and Secret Service. Elizabeth Smart, a survivor and advocate whose abduction recovery was made possible through America's Most Wanted. Payne Lindsay, whose investigative true crime podcast, Up and Vanish, has brought cold cases back into the national spotlight. And tonight's special guest, Callahan Walsh, a familiar face to America's Most Wanted. Callahan does incredible work with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Thank you so very much, everyone, for joining us. Let's get to our first case now. A missing child, Sebastian Rogers. On February 25th, 2024, Sebastian's mother said goodnight to her 15-year-old son. The next morning, Sebastian was gone.
Here we go, y'all.
Be a white man, 3 black. I'm going to find out. I'm going to be wearing a black t-shirt. But yeah, you know, there's a hundred cars.
Give it warmer, right?
Sebastian is tall and skinny, has a contagious smile, loves video games, loves cats.
Boundless American edger. Sebastian reminds me of a deer prancing through the woods, you know, enjoying the smell, the breeze, new things, That's my son.
Anybody? Anybody? I can't be the only one. Did anybody else find that statement to be so bizarre? My son was like a deer. What the fuck's that even mean? What does that even mean?
Get edger.
Loves video games, loves cats.
Boundless. Get edger. Sebastian reminds me of a deer prancing through the woods. You know, enjoying the smell, the breeze, new things.
That's a statement maybe that would be made towards like a toddler, right? Like toddlers explore the world. Toddlers are brand new. Toddlers are curious. They're running, they're looking, it's exciting, everything's new. Sebastian was 15 years old. Okay? You told us that Sebastian liked to get dirty, all these things, and now we're being told that he's like a deer prancing. Now, I will give Seth the benefit of the doubt because I do believe that Seth wasn't really involved with Sebastian. I'm just going to say it. I think the last time Seth was like an active part of Sebastian's life was back when they were in California living together as a family. So he still envisions his son as this little Todd instead of a teenager. That's how he sees him. He can't get past the age of 8 when it comes to Sebastian, likely because he missed years in between. So this weird statement that, and not only that, but does anybody else remember his quote unquote psychic friend that was making statements that Sebastian was where the deer are? Hey, April. I mean, that's just so bizarre. He's like a deer. No, he's a 15-year-old fucking kid. He's not a toddler. Who describes their 15? I mean, you're honestly, you're describing them as like, never mind, but whatever. I would never describe the thoughts of my child being like a deer prancing around would never even cross my mind. It's such a bizarre way to describe your child. This guy tries so hard to be hallmarky. He tries so hard to be something he's not, and it just radiates off as creepy because you're creepy. He's creepy. I'm sorry, he's bizarre. He's a bizarre guy. I don't like him. I think you're a creep to me. But whatever. Go on and tell us how your son's like a deer, you freak. And I'll get to everything else in a little bit. Don't you worry, Britt.
Boundless. Get edger. Sebastian reminds me of a deer prancing through the woods. You know, enjoying the smell, the breeze, new things.
Is that what you did with Sebastian when you called him out of the house that night? Is that how you saw them prancing through the woods looking for you? I mean, this is weird.
My son.
February 25th, the day before Sebastian went missing, Chris was in Memphis at work. So Sebastian and I went to Texas Roadhouse. After dinner, right around 9 o'clock, he laid down. I heard a noise in his room. I said, I don't care what you're doing, but you got to knock it off and you got to go to bed. And he answered, yes, ma'am. And I said, okay. And
so I saw people question, is that new? Did he say before, did she say before that he answered? And I always said yes, he answered, because that's why she never looked for him. You know what I mean? She never went up and checked because he always answered, but we'll get to that. I do too. Honest to God, I'm at the point, and I'm sorry, this may offend some of you, but I kind of feel like all 3 of them, or at least 2 of them, know what happened. Just something is so off about all of this. I can't put my finger on it. I'm not being tricked by these people anymore. Something is off. Something is weird. I'm sorry.
That was the last time that I spoke with Sebastian. The next morning, when I went in his room, he wasn't in his bed. After a minute or 2, and I couldn't find him, I called Chris. And
if my kids make a loud noise and I call out to them, they respond, I'm not checking. I think we say that she should have checked because he's gone now. But I don't think Seth's that dumb. I think Seth is very calculated. A piece of shit like him doesn't make it to where he's at without being calculated.
I said, I can't find Sebastian. He's not in the house.
I got off of work and I had a text message from Sebastian's stepfather.
I said, hey, I don't know how to tell you this, but Sebastian's missing.
I headed.
Now, how come Seth always told us that the statement was, don't be mad? So what is the statement? Has anybody ever asked Chris what the actual statement was? What is the statement? Was the statement like, I don't know how to tell you this, or was it don't be mad? And honestly, if you think about it, if the statement was, as Seth claims, don't be mad, that's very telling too, because was he quick to anger the way we see him? Is that the way it was? You know what I mean? Like every time Seth didn't get his way or he disliked something, was he quick to anger? After all, Miss Robin stated that Sebastian told her that he was being harmed or in some type of way, and she didn't say anything because she wanted to protect Seth. So Seth couldn't control himself enough for the benefit of his child? It's weird. No, I think it was being stated she sent Sebastian to bed at 9. I can go back a little if you like.
Sebastian went missing. Chris was in Memphis at work. So Sebastian and I went to Texas Roadhouse. After dinner, right around 9 o'clock, he laid down. I heard a noise in his room. I said, I don't care what you're doing. He laid down.
Yeah, 9 o'clock he laid down. She sent him to bed at 9 o'clock.
I heard a noise in his room. I said, I don't care what you're doing, but you got to knock it off and you got to go to bed. And he answered, yes, ma'am. And I said, okay. And that was the last time that I spoke with Sebastian. The next morning, when I went in his room, he wasn't in his bed. After a minute or two, when I couldn't find him, I called Chris and I said, I can't find Sebastian.
Well, why would we be the freaks if you're on YouTube too? Do you know what I mean? Like, what would make us freaks? Because we're on YouTube, but here you are as well. First off, it's morning time. I just set my kids on. I do my thing. Don't worry about what I'm doing, Susan, not Susie. Okay, Susie? Don't worry about it. Secondly, Susie, nobody here thinks they're going to solve a missing child's case. That's your little green team over there. We all live in reality. This has nothing to do with thinking we're going to solve something, Susie. Why don't you go have breakfast and take a walk, Susie, instead of worrying about what we're doing on YouTube?
Not in the house.
Weirdo. By the way, I get paid. You don't.
And I had a text message from Sebastian's stepfather.
I said, hey, I don't know how to tell you this, but Sebastian's missing.
I headed straight over to their house.
I started driving through the neighborhood. I was panicking. I was looking everywhere. Like, where is he? What happened? Did he go with someone? Did someone take him? By the time I pulled into the school, Christopher was already telling me to turn around because the authorities were on their way.
Shut up.
They used helicopters. They used drones. They used...
This is supposed to be serious, Clue. Stop that. Clue said my whole body's on YouTube. It's obvious I don't walk. It's obvious Susie doesn't either. She's a weirdo. Susie's a weirdo. People like Susie that come in and tell other people what to do with their lives and their channels, they're weird. You're weird, Susie.
Used ATVs, horseback.
How would he know?
Search didn't yield.
Jesus Christ, what are you talking about? How would he know, Justin? Do you guys hear that freakazoid just speak up? How would he know? How would he know what they used to search for his child? My God, it fucking scared me. I'm like, who the hell's in my ear? Is this weirdo? How would he know? Listen to that freak again.
Authorities were on their way.
They used helicopters.
We got Chris saying they use helicopters, they use drones, they use horseback, and Justin goes, how would you know? Maybe because it's his stepchild and he lives there? You dumbass. How do you not know how to put on makeup after all these years of utilizing it, sir? Ooh. Good morning,
They used drones. They used ATVs, horseback.
How would he know?
Right there. How would he know? You're so stupid. It's embarrassing. Susie, do you go hang out with him You guys belong together.
Search didn't yield one significant lead or even a glimpse of the boy on any doorbell cam video. Days later, investigators combed through a landfill, still saying they had found nothing.
We have nothing. We just have speculations. We get criticized. The father gets criticized. Law enforcement's been criticized.
Online.
You know what I've noticed? I don't know if you guys have noticed it, because Justin was quick to pull up a super chat, because Justin airs it while it's being aired, because Justin is a tragedy pimp. But the fact that the super chat he highlights says already their stories are inconsistent. Did you know that if you look for inconsistencies, you will find them? It is very common for people who are not lying to add or take away details. It's a common thing. Now, I'm not saying they're not lying, because I don't know. Do I find things different? Yeah. Do I find comparing your 15-year-old child to a deer the most bizarre comparison I've ever heard? Absolutely. But you people are just so quick to be like, oh, you're looking to criticize, and you're only looking at, you're all going to go right over the weird comment of Seth Rogers once again making a bizarre fucking statement trying to sound poetic, and go right into the fact that, well, Katie looked to the left and Chris looked to the right. It's so bizarre. It's like, we get it, Justin. You're far up the green team's ass. We know you are the puppet master behind the scenes. And all your horrible makeup glory. We see it. We know it now. We're on to you. But do you really have to push this hateful rhetoric every day towards parents you don't know? What if people started dissecting Justin here that way? We already know his little buddy old pal over there, little Brittany J, little ER Jr., can't handle people even recognizing what they hear in the background. God forbid you hear her boyfriend say something about rats clawing out of a basket. You're all harassing her. You're all terrible. But these people sit here day in and day out, and they look for a reason to pick apart these parents. Like, they're looking. It's not even common amongst them. They're looking for it.
Sleuths are really analyzing videos and creating their own theories.
Sebastian is putting something in his pocket. Surveillance footage.
Oh, you hear that? They're talking about you all.
From a neighbor shows two people outside of Sebastian's house that night. Something happened.
Oh, why didn't they air the green team?
Tonight marks 1 year since
Wonderful
Sebastian
TV
Rogers
creators.
disappeared near Beach High School in Sumner County.
Crap rats. Ugh.
My life is not the same without my son.
Here he comes.
He's not here, and he's somewhere. Someone has him.
This year has been.
Someone. He's not here, and he's somewhere.
Seth's acting is horrible. Okay. The Proudfoot's at least radiates some type of like genuine emotions, but Seth tries to do this dramaticy, right? Like, he's not here, but he's somewhere. Like, you practice for this. This is how you got by your whole life. You faked emotions, right? You faked your resume so you could be a jailer. You faked being friendly with the inmates. You faked being daddy of the year. You're a fake. You're a fraud. And most people can see right through it. The dramatics. He's not here, but he's somewhere. Now, meanwhile, while you're doing this on America's Most Wanted, you're over on channels like this little freakazoid over here, where you're turning around and saying things like Katie and Chris unalived him. So which one is it, Seth Rogers? Is your son going to be miraculously dropped off at a gas station one day because he's somewhere, just not here? Or is he deceased? So fake.
Someone has him.
This year has been the worst nightmare I could have imagined to come alive.
Just want whoever has him. Coming back.
What did you do? Like, why do your whoever has them, give them back? Did you fuck somebody over at the jail? Did you have a prisoner get angry with you? Were you involved in some dirty deeds? Whoever has them, give them back. It just something, I don't know. It is beyond, look at him, the way he dramatically looks at the camera. He knows what he's doing. He, just like his buddies, he's an actor. He's a wannabe famous person. He wants to be famous. Right. Why would you think somebody had him at this stage? Just like he said before, I know where he's at, but I don't have the resources. There's something, right? It's my son. It's going to be my production. Yay, Darkside. Thank you. Look how he looks right at the camera. This is acting 101. Dramatics. Dun, dun, dun.
Give him back.
Give him back.
It's my son.
It's my son. There he goes. My son. Say his name. And then acting like he can't talk afterwards. It's my son. It's fake. I'm sorry. And listen, maybe I'm as horrible as I just said they are towards the Proudfoots. I'm displaying a little hypocrisy here. I can acknowledge that. I can recognize that. The same way they look for things with Chris and Katie, maybe they just pop out to me when it comes to Seth. Maybe because I know that this man's busy getting in frivolous lawsuits and getting in bed with women instead of searching. It makes it hard to believe that this guy actually feels anything of what he's saying when I know the truth of what he's doing on his spare time. He goes up on a panel to defend Tony Mathis, doesn't even defend the fact that there's a rumor that his son had to wear diapers to keep his hands and his private area to himself. Doesn't even acknowledge it. Instead, he goes, well, diapers are itchy. But did you hear what they were saying? Did you hear what they were saying when it came to Tony? You want to know what I would be doing? I don't know. I don't know what I would be doing, but I can promise you I wouldn't be sending out cease and desist to actual qualified searchers. I can promise you that. I wouldn't be sitting on panels in the late night pretending to masturbate. I wouldn't be over there with the crumb of the crumbs acting like I'm part of their crew and going along with their despicable, outrageous conduct. Okay? I can promise you I wouldn't file frivolous litigation against 2 single parents in Pennsylvania because I got my butt hurt that they don't fucking bow down to me. I wouldn't be lying to the public that I'm out there searching and actually not be searching because I'm worried disability is going to look at me and find me. And I might lose a couple extra dollars in my pocket. I wouldn't start a GoFundMe and put it under somebody else's name. I would never hire or dot the line with a fake intelligence group that has enough history to prove to you that they're nothing more than frauds. I would never sign into a contract with a man who called me and said to me, read me my Miranda rights, knowing he doesn't have the right to read me my Miranda rights. I wouldn't be sending out packets to push rhetoric that makes me look like I'm a great guy while I hide in the background behind Tony Mathis' big ass head. And I certainly wouldn't be okay with these people that night in and night out are pushing this agenda against the father of my kids, whether I liked him or not, because if I believed in my heart that my child was alive, I'd be embarrassed to sit with people that talk about their other parent that way. So I don't know what I would do, but I know I would never follow the steps of this guy.
Wow.
I most certainly would never compare my child as a teenager to a deer. Like, first off, you make him sound like he was goofy, like he was just exploring the world, and like it's weird. He was 15, not 5. He's not 3, he's not 2, he's 15. It's weird. Sorry, but that's what I wouldn't do.
You can feel it. So we want to talk about theories now, Payne, and what might have happened with Sebastian. What are your thoughts?
I mean, here's his house. They searched miles outside of that neighborhood for days. Helicopters on the ground. They even drained a lake. He's nowhere.
Now, why didn't Justin pipe up and say, how does he know?
I don't think Sebastian would have gone outside on his own. There's someone else involved here.
Would you not beg anyone, everything, and talk to everyone because it's silent? Oh, well, I don't know. Because I'll tell you this. I don't like cameras. I'm actually very shy. I'm not as social as I may come across on social media. I don't know how nerve-wracking it would be to be in the public eye, to have people just analyze and overanalyze everything about me. Matter of fact, I've experienced it on such a small level in comparison to what these 3 parents have. And I barely could handle that. So I don't know. I don't know what I would do or what I want to do. I don't think Katie going into public, doing interviews, I don't think that's changing anything, right? If Katie goes on Good Morning America, that doesn't mean Sebastian's going to appear that night. So I don't know. I just know I would never act like Seth Rogers, ever.
Somebody who was familiar to him, but a stranger to everyone else. We also have to consider he could have left on his own volition. We know children on the autism spectrum tend to wander. According to the American Academy of Pediatrics, nearly half of all children on the autism spectrum will go missing at some point from their environment.
Wow.
But I think something caused him to flee his home. Was that into the open arms of a predator, or?
That's where I've always been. Something caused him to flee his home. Likely the abuse he was facing at, the hands of Seth and Chris. My opinion. I've said since I heard TikTok Tony mention a 2-hour nap at work. Right. Off camera, happens to be asleep. Right, Austin, she can't win, can she? They bitch when she does interviews. They bitch when she doesn't. She can't win.
Or was there a roaming predator that just happened to see Sebastian walking down through the neighborhood? And to me, one thing that stands out is his shoes. He always wore his shoes according to his mom.
Yeah.
Right. So why would Katie mention that he's not missing shoes if Katie was the one that made him disappear? I don't know. It doesn't jive. Lil Wayne on at the end on Fox, but I didn't see Sebastian's case at all. Did I miss the right one? I didn't watch it last night either. This is the first that I've watched the entirety, so I don't know. Sorry, Eastern. I wish I could help.
She shared a story that as a younger boy, he walked through a pile of dirt, turned out to be a bed of fire ants, and he had a thing about always wearing his socks and shoes. I can't think that a 15-year-old child would get up in the middle of the night and leave without his shoes in February.
I mean, yeah, it's hard to believe, right? It's hard to believe he would get up and leave without his shoes. I get that. It's very hard to believe. But hell, I've snuck out the house plenty of times and either would throw my shoes out the window, sneak through the house and then go grab them, or, with flip-flops. I mean, I was doing a whole lot of sneaking out at 15, 16, 17. Thank you, Karmic. It's on Hulu. Thank you. So who knows?
February. It's cool. So for me, that says that someone has come and taken him, or someone else is involved. Someone knows something. And as easy as it is to be like, oh, that could never happen, like your bedroom is the safest place in the world. Well, no, bedrooms are not the safest place in the world. I was taken from my bedroom. It can happen to anyone.
Yeah.
So when you consider what you just said, Elizabeth, and according to Katie, that night, she goes to bed, he goes to bed, then around 10 p.m., there's a bump or a thud. She calls out to him. He says, I'm fine. Yes, ma'am. I'll stop moving. And then that's the end of it. And according to her, when she went to bed, the doors were locked. And when she woke up, the doors were locked.
But what he's not adding is that the one door locks behind you, right? So that's one thing people always tend to miss. Apparently, the way the one front door was, sorry, hold on. The one front door, right? The way the front door was is when you open, there's like a key code. So when you open it and it shuts, it automatically locks behind you. Everybody seems to forget that. They could have been taken. The focus goes to other places that the thud really happened. But I don't know, because SF said that he was in Sebastian's room and he saw that there was a reason for the thud, if you will. So I don't know. Hey, Sasha, good morning.
The windows locked. That's a big question. Were they secure? Because if they weren't, could mean one of two things. That thud, him responding, was someone else in there with him?
Or someone was with him and going.
Exactly.
So I do want to bring up this home security camera footage. This looks like foot traffic right in here.
Yeah, if you look at the footage here, you can see subject number 1 allegedly, right? It looks like something that's illuminated, which, by the way, we haven't mentioned it yet. According to Katie, there was a flashlight that Sebastian liked using that was missing. So you consider that, it does look like two people holding flashlights.
Yes, that paints a picture that is foul play.
Yes.
So I want to help the public now. We want to find Sebastian. What do you say to people over?
What I don't understand. Oh, I really appreciate that misinformation. Thank you so much. Thank you. No, I don't ever deactivate at all. You are welcome to be anywhere. I just sincerely appreciate you removing the retweets. Thank you. When it comes to the whole Sebastian didn't like dirt, he didn't like bugs, he didn't like those things, I find that difficult to believe because as somebody who goes crabbing and I go fishing and I take, my son, we used to walk through the creek and, we'd catch just all the things. When my son got to the stage where he no longer liked being dirty, he didn't want to do those things with me. Kids that don't like getting dirty, they don't want to fish. Fishing is dirty. They don't want to be by the water where there's all these bugs. They don't want to touch the worm or the bait. They don't want to capture the fish. They don't like doing those things because it's dirty. Should be 40, but YouTube stole 2 months. They sure did, but they can't steal it from my heart, AT. Love you, girlfriend. Thank you. You know what I mean? So I just find it bizarre, this idea that Sebastian hate getting dirty and he hate bugs, but yet he loved fishing. And it just doesn't, that will never add up for me.
First of all, to the 16-year-olds of the country, the high school age, really, if you know someone who looks like Sebastian, if you know something about Sebastian, tell your parents, call into the show, call the police, report it. This might be the break that we need. To the parents, if you have seen a 16-year-old boy that looks like Sebastian, do not be afraid to pick up the phone and call.
There is a $50,000 reward to help find him.
$50,000 reward. That's what they're acknowledging. Okay, then he wanted to go barefoot. That's my point. Do we really know he was barefoot? How do we know that whoever met up with him didn't bring him a pair of shoes? How do we know he didn't leave in slippers? How do we know that he didn't sneak an old pair of his shoes out of the trash? We don't know. Divine, welcome back. Welcome to the MFers. And Sasha with the 5 gifted. Wow, thank you guys. Thank you so much, Sasha. Good morning, J. Kels. The sad fact is that Sebastian's still missing, right? All the little details we know, all the little details, and I'm sure Ellie knows more than I know. Ellie knows more than we know. There's no doubt in my mind. Okay. So when I hear idiots saying things like Granny defamed Sebastian, well, why wasn't that in your frivolous filing then? It makes no sense. If that was the big reason for throwing me into a frivolous lawsuit, then that should have been a highlighted part, but it wasn't, okay? For a reason. But in order to say that, you have to go over to Lore Lodge to his series number 1, and I believe even number 2, where he made allegations against Sebastian that had to do with poker night and that Chris's child and whatever, but you won't acknowledge that. It won't be acknowledged. How did I defame him? Right. How did I defame him? That's a great question, Agent 99. I think some people don't know the true definition of defamation. And they just run their mouth. Also, to say that the Honorable Judge Eckel, who sought over this litigation to try to put her down and berate her and call her a bad judge, a woman who went to Harvard, a woman who sat down and read through the behemoth of a filing in several different directions just to try to see if she could see anything that you all were trying to pitch to her, and claim that she didn't look at any of the proof that you all didn't get in on time. She saw all those stupid exhibits. And she even quoted some of them. So how are you claiming she didn't see them? She acknowledges throughout her opinion. But I can't wait until I'm before the judge so I can show them that these idiots still push this narrative and believe that they can still file more frivolous litigation, because that is exactly why punitive damages need to take place. Punitive damages aren't to compensate me. They're to punish you. You deserve to be punished for thinking that the courts is your playground and that you could waste their time with malicious allegations. It blows my mind that this person really thinks they know what they're saying. For Brittany to go back to saying she put me in this frivolous litigation because I showed her property, then why did you cry when and highlight that that was your house? If I already doxed it. Because I never doxed it. You show no proof that I doxed it. Stupid. I hope they spend all the time in the world writing an impact statement. Absolutely. Go ahead. It's as useful as your little lawsuit chat you got going on. Apparently, one of Brittany's chatters last night, Ivy League flight nurse, made a statement that they had 6 attorneys. And it caught the eye of mine. And it will now, be useful to figure out how many people are involved in this frivolous filing. Are there really 6 attorneys involved, or are you just that stupid, that gullible? So after watching this segment, what do you all think? You think new answers are going to come in? Yeah, she can kiss my ass. I don't even want to talk about her. From the moment they filed this all the way to date, everything we said over here would happen has happened. Yes, she still lives in this delusional land where she's correct. That's what I'm saying. That's so stupid. You can't do that. You don't get to harass the judge now because you disagree with their ruling. She's implying that her lawyer has a plan. Yeah, he had a plan the first time too. How'd that work out? How'd that work out? You think you can just ring up a judge or email them? Do these people really think that way? Honest to God, is that what they think? Put a 1 in the chat if you know how stupid that is. That you can't just ring up or email the judge. They are Mystic. They're giving her great advice. I love it. So good for her. Keep going. You guys are geniuses. This is fantastic. Oh, look at all the 1s. I'm so glad some of you are smart. Oh, and Brittany, to state that you accused my attorney. You allowed your moderator or your dumb little flight Ivy nurse lady to say that my attorney and Barbecue's attorney are going to file frivolous bills? How dare you? When you said they're got an attorney for free, how dare you? You don't think the fact that you all filed the heaviest behemoth of a complaint made a heavy bill? I think we should just let them keep thinking this way, right? Like, is anybody else with me? Who cares? Think what you want to think, you idiot. Reality will come and smack you hard in the face. Nobody cares anymore. Right, saying the judge never saw our exhibits. We need to have our day in court. You're stupid. You're stupid. You all plotted and planned this from October. You didn't try to submit any exhibits into the hearing until we had the hearing in February. Then you slide your exhibits in via the most dumb, and I do mean dumb, attempt at a protective order. The judge acknowledged their exhibits. She quotes them throughout her ruling, but yet you're still going to claim that. I like the fact that you were such a insecure, fragile, quite frankly, uneducated moron that you're now going to insult the judge instead of acknowledging the fact that your attorney misguided you and you're an idiot. But whatever. I'm over giving her any type of advice when it comes to this legal shit, Chloe. I can't be asked. That obviously she really thinks she knows what she's doing, and bless her heart for that. But there's no way this woman's that uneducated, that stupid, and that her chat is dumb enough. My attorney knows. You know how I know my attorney knows? Because that's how I know. How do you think I even know? I don't watch Brittany. Right here.
Woo.
Here's my attorney writing to Bruce Castor and yeah. I don't know any of this shit. I don't watch her. You know who's watching her? Because she's gonna get fucking sued into oblivion. I'm not watching. I don't give two fucks. Let that be known. This is from my attorney where he acknowledges you, Brittany, and acknowledges what a fucking moron you are. And if you keep defaming people, especially judges and attorneys, you will find yourself with a lot more than rats in a basket, bitch. Sorry, Clue. No, I'm trying not to go off on this dumb bitch, but it's like every day. Oh, shut the fuck up. Shut up. You fucking lost. You're stupid. Shut up. I'd be embarrassed to be that uneducated. Like, you're a 37-year-old mother of 5. You don't know how to call an actual fucking attorney? You don't know how to look up the law? You're this dumb? Jesus Christ. Sorry. Woo, deep breaths. Oh my God.
Girl, you could tell you work out. I don't think I could even talk that much without getting out of breath.
I go to the gym every day faithfully. Hey, Craig.
Oh my God.
Fuck me, man. Hey, Petty. Petty's up here with us, my friends.
Hiya.
What's going
I've
on,
just been
girl?
listening to BJ from yesterday, and
Oh,
I
fucking bless her heart.
cannot fathom how someone is so delusional.
I know.
And she has the ability to believe all the shit that comes out of not only her own mouth, but a panel's mouth.
I know. Like they're emailing and calling the judge. Yeah, that's a great idea. Go ahead, Betty Jr. See how far that works for you.
Exactly. She thinks that she's going to get a day in court. Well, Brittany, sorry, love, but you've already had your fucking day in court.
Right. Yeah. You don't get to email the judge. Unless
No.
you know him outside of his chambers, you don't get to.
Which would be ex parte, which is what Betty always cries about. So this is what my attorney said. You should advise your client that she had her day in court. She thinks she has not yet had her day in court. Keep feeding her nonsense to protect yourself from malpractice. It will not save you from a Dragon Eddie action. That's the first part of the email. She's calling the judge. Thank you, Chica. Thank you so much. Good morning to you.
Well, that's what Betty said I was doing. She said, we already know that, chlamydia has been ex parte talking to the judge. We know she knows him. I live here. Maybe I do. Maybe he's my family. I'll never tell you.
Maybe it's Uncle Bob and he passes you the fucking stuffing on Thanksgiving. Who the fuck is she?
Right.
I'd be impressed at her ability to believe the shit that she comes up with if it wasn't so pathetic.
Here's my thing with it, Petty. It is so pathetic, but it's also like, it's so amazing that it could be argued that she single-handedly ruined this litigation for them, right? Because she's never shut up. You don't get to seek a protective order while you keep talking. She's lying every single day about why she keeps changing her reason for going into it, which brings me to the next part of the email where my attorney says, again, your client stated she went forward with litigation because my client shared her property. Is that defamation? Was that a predicate act for RICO? Your client still thinks she was defamed, obviously, because you still have not informed her of the elements of defamation. Amazingly, your client stated this judge never seen the exhibits, never even saw it. Did she read the opinion of the court of April 17th, 2025? Probably not. The judge quoted me, calling you a lazy, wasteful piece of shit is not defamatory. It's opinion.
Yeah. And you never showed the property. You showed the grass.
Right. I showed the memorial of the young guy that lost his life.
I showed her house. I don't give a fuck.
That's right.
It's public record. And you put your address out there. Do you think the first thing I didn't do when I saw that filing was go, where does this butter lay her head down? And then I saw it. And I was like, now I know why your hair is greasy.
But no one would have known that that was her house. The first rule of doxing is never confirm a dox.
Right. You just don't. You don't confirm it. And again, the fact that so many people were saying, is that really her house? Well, I thought I showed it.
Exactly.
Silly. Yeah. I don't know, Petty.
It's more worrisome that all her panel seem to be her really close friends, but not one of them have got a backbone in between them.
Well, wasn't it amazing that we got that voice clip of Yvette.
Yeah.
And the lady that was telling Brittany, like, hey, I think this is dumb of you, like the one moderator, like, don't do it. I don't think you realize what you're signing up for, is the one that they got rid of.
Yeah.
It's so dumb too. Like, I don't know. I don't personally know how people, it has to be for like fame. Like they had to think they were going to get something from it, because I don't know how you cannot look at someone like Justin or Betty. I don't know. I just get the like sleazy feeling. Well, oddly enough, around the same feeling I got around Seth in person, right? Like,
Yes.
just not trustworthy, right?
Yeah. I was thinking about this earlier, and the ability that she's managed to surround herself with con men, in my opinion. They've all been to courts, they've all been through multiple litigations, including Betty.
And that other lady, what's her name? Lady Justice or something?
Lady Freedom.
Lady Freedom, yeah.
Oh, she's another sick bitch.
Oh, yeah.
This is it. They're all serial litigators.
Offenders. Yeah.
They just want as much money as they can get for nothing.
For free, yeah.
Yeah. And their track record is not good enough for her to look at and think, actually, this don't look like it's going to work out.
Banana Pug, welcome. Well, and Betty's always saying the team of felons. Yeah, I'm a felon over something stupid. I didn't expose myself to a child. I didn't, you know what I mean? Like, and then you hear these people's records and it's like, no, they are literally dangerous felons. They are harmful felons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and I'm just going to say, it doesn't surprise me that BJ surrounds herself with con men, because I look at her like she's one too.
She is.
Birds of a feather.
She said the other day that she'd managed to pre-order this Switch, but she'd done it after the cutoff date for the pre-orders.
Yeah, she said it.
And then she turned around yesterday and said she only paid half.
Well, how nice to be able to afford a Switch, but ask your audience to help you buy cameras to keep your family safe. Am I right? I mean, come on.
Hell, she was grifted for an air conditioner the other day.
Again?
I swear to God.
Wow.
My mother would be so disappointed in me if I went to strangers on the internet to pay my bills.
Oh, yeah, my mom would kick my ass. I mean that for real. She would literally and proverbially kick my ass. Like,
here's my thing, though. Instead of buying alcohol, instead of buying fast food, you know what I mean? Like, why aren't you buying these necessities, like an air conditioner, which I don't know how somebody breaks air conditioners as much as she does. Maybe try cleaning a filter along with your house, you filthy bitch. Or how about the fact that, how about open up some windows, give some fresh air? Or maybe, I mean, this idea that, like, she's constant. How are you pre-ordering a Switch? How are you even affording that? When you sit there, I can't.
She ought to train them rats to fan her.
Yeah. Right. She grifted all that money
to work.
She grifted all that money for her son's birthday the other day, and that's the only reason why she were able to take him out on a shopping spree.
Oh, so she took him on a shopping spree instead of buying him an air conditioner he's going to need for the summer?
Or taking him to the movie that she said she was going to do for 2 weeks.
Oh yeah, wasn't that Minecraft?
Never takes them anywhere. Come on. We went and saw Minecraft opening weekend. So fucking tired of that bitch sitting over there acting like, you know.
I don't know how she's not ashamed to keep asking for money. I really
don't. She doesn't have
don't.
self-awareness, Petty. She doesn't. She doesn't. How about the fact that Brittany lied and said that after Craig was drunk one night and said, "Oh, when we get this $120,000 inheritance, we're not going to ask you people for shit." How about Brittany the other day admitting that if she was rich, she wouldn't even be on YouTube?
But
okay, so she's not here because she cares. She's here because she wants the money. But
girl,
then
she's grifted for a damn what did I say last night? Sublimation printer now.
Yeah.
First she said like she's gonna sell her own merch. It comes with a customized fucking cockroach on inside. I mean, who the fuck wants it?
Not me. She said the other day she was gonna ask for one for Christmas, and then last night she said she's gonna try to get one. Bitch, I almost bought one yesterday just to piss her the fuck off.
She's a whole ass adult. She's gonna ask who you asking for Christmas?
Your
dad. Subs?
She said her daddy. Her dad.
Her daddy.
Oh, why doesn't your daddy get your kids an air conditioner then?
Strange,
what priorities? Am I right? Anybody priorities?
Yeah.
I mean, fuck.
I don't understand it myself. I could never do something like that.
anyway, when Craig Slifton mentioned the inheritance, she then came back and said that it fell through, that they didn't get it. Well, with a little search into you, that's a fucking lie, Brittany. That is a whole fucking lie. Okay?
It ain't
Because not
gone
only
yet.
are... Well, I'm sorry, what?
It hadn't gone yet, has it? And it still...
It's pending?
Right.
But somehow they have both properties already, so is it really pending?
Yeah. I don't know. She thinks that you're not going to get anything, that punitive damages aren't going to be awarded, and
she can go ahead
this
and
is
think
it.
that.
The thing is I can't imagine having to sit there and tell my children that some woman on the internet who got feelings over something joined some great big RICO charge to try and get back at a creator who, with all due respect, was trying to back away from Britney.
Oh my God.
And he couldn't stop speaking about you, but
right.
The shit that she's put you through and the stuff that she said about you. I know a couple of months ago I was like, I can't do this. I can't be a part of this. I'm backing away because I didn't think it was fair that you were going to go after her money to get her back. But the more that I've watched it and the more I've seen, the more damage that I've seen that it's done to you and your mental health situation and what it must have done to your children, hell yeah, get everything from her. I think she deserves to lose everything. Sorry, Brittany, I'm not going to apologise. You've done this yourself. You deserve it.
Well, for me, it's the fact I don't even want to take everything from her. I really don't. What I do want is I want her to be held accountable. And the fact that she's still over there making excuses for herself, making excuses for what has happened and why she's in the position she's in, is why I think she deserves punitive damages. Because that's the whole point of them. The point is to teach you a lesson. The point is to tell you that the courts aren't going to accept this type of behavior. And instead of accepting that she lost, she's over there insulting my attorney. She's insulting the fucking judge.
Yeah,
and
I
she's
heard that.
lying to her audience still. There's no accountability there. And that's the point of punitive damages.
And I heard her say something about your lawyer bumping up the charges.
Yeah, fuck you.
Or something wasn't right, or something. She said something like that. I just thought, you're just making more trouble for yourself.
The woman who had a free attorney, right? She's worried about my attorney. First off, my attorney follows the fucking law. He's a great attorney. He goes by the book that your attorney likely never even picked up. To say that my attorney would fabricate the cost of fighting this frivolous litigation, clearly Brittany doesn't have any idea what the cost would be. Do you know how much it would take for an attorney to read through 350 paragraphs of drivel?
Yeah. She seems to think that it's just this whole litigation is about you and her. Yeah.
Oh my God, I can't stand her.
She's got no sense of reality. And the fact that panel guests can't even look her in the face and tell her the truth that, Brittany, I'm sorry, but you're fucked.
No,
you
they
need to
get
get an
talked about.
attorney.
The ones that tell her the truth, they get talked about, berated, and kicked out. I mean, look, misinformation Erica left her. Mascara left her. The woman Brooke, who was the only one to tell her what you're doing stupid, don't do it. They berated her and made her out like she was the bad guy.
Yeah.
And then Brittany has probable cause to go to a judge for this to stop. Then go to your local courthouse, file for a protective order against me. I'll show up for the court hearing, and I guarantee I walk out with one against you. Do it.
Yeah.
Do it. I will actually agree. I will agree on a mutual restraining order. I will agree to that. Just shut the fuck up about me, you fucking heifer bitch. Shut the fuck up.
It's not only that, Granny, but I've heard her say more stuff about you than you've said about her.
Oh, yeah. The like all the rumors about my fucking my I don't even want to get into them all, but hell yeah, she did.
Yeah. And the more that she brings out pure shit about you, you've moved on to a different case, or you've moved on to a different segment in your show, and you've not even mentioned her name, and then she's coming online and saying, "Oh, this is all aimed towards me." It's the same as she does with Clue when Clue puts the thumbnails up. Oh, look what she's doing. That's a dig at me. That is.
It wasn't even about her.
Right. That's what she does. The one time she was showing her audience, and she's like, "Look, this is about me. And they weren't even about her. The truth was she couldn't find streams that were about her because I didn't speak about her as much as she spoke about me. But here, this is my biggest thing. One, all BJ has to do is just shut up about me. And even after filing litigation, she wouldn't shut up. There, right there, tells you who's obsessed on who.
Yeah.
Two, I can't. Like, she claims she's true crime, right? Last night was this big segment on Sebastian. Instead of speaking on that, she's speaking on me. Do people not see it yet? Then you got her friend Loon, who was hate bonding with her for fucking views and subs, coming out and admitting that not only did Brittany pay for her to go at me, but was encouraging it. You bought her a phone and then you advertised that she was going at me. It's always been Brittany. It will always be Brittany. And I would love nothing more than to go before a judge and have her shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Even if that means I have to shut up too, I would take it.
But I agree with that. I really do.
Because she wouldn't be able to do it, Petty. She wouldn't. Me and Rowena both offered her $100. Rowena said, I'll match it. If Brittany could go a week without speaking on me, she didn't make it an hour.
No. And she is obsessed. That's the thing. I don't know how she can. I really don't know how she can look herself in the mirror and not realize that she has done this. She and the other plaintiffs put a vulnerable father of a missing child in a massive litigation. And I know he's part of it as well, but she doesn't seem to understand the impact this is going to have on not just her life, but everybody's life. Your children have had to suffer through this. You know, it's...
Brittany admits that they follow me around different sectors, right? Anybody else hear Brittany say that? Put a 1 in the chat. If you heard Brittany saying that they follow me around in different sectors of YouTube. And then Brittany crying about me putting up a photo of Lasniak. First off, that was on members only.
Yeah.
I didn't put that, but why are you watching my members only? But I stalk you, I follow you, I'm obsessed with you. I'm not watching your shit. Secondly, I'm out in public. I'll take a picture of whoever the fuck I want. But you all tell me if these creepy, if any of us lived in the same state, let alone the same fucking neighborhood as Brittany, she wouldn't be shitting her pants. The bitch cries about us when we're across state lines. Now imagine if they were in her backyard. You don't think that bitch would be taking pictures and being afraid?
Oh, God, yeah. And she'd use it as a
would be
grip.
there all the time.
Yeah. Absolutely. Hi, Seth.
Hey, Sai.
What up, y'all?
How are you?
I'm good.
She
How you
does lie
doing?
easily. So gross.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm going to have to hop down anyway. I'm going to have to go and pick my kids up from school.
I was
Thank
just
you,
about
Petty.
to say, Petty, like you picking them up and you were saying how, BJ wasn't thinking about the effect and impact it's going to have on kids, on her kids. That's because she don't think about that to start with. I mean,
No.
I don't even like talking on this period, but whenever I seen that earache thing, that really got to me because I've shared, I have a personal story about my kids and earache and how it affected me as a parent. And that just really, that's some shit you should shut a whole motherfucking stream down for and go get into bed with your kid. I mean, geez.
I wouldn't have even started the stream up. You're not telling me that the earache came on suddenly as she's struck her live up. I'm sorry.
How many times have we heard that, right? Like, oh, the coughing in the background is her child. He's so sick and, she has to go pick up medication. Or before, when you would really hear her kids at night, she tried claiming that one of them got nightmares. So they slept in her office. Okay, well, I'm sorry, but as a mother, as a parent, if my child was having nightmares, I would go lay in their bed with them until they got over the nightmare phase. And I certainly wouldn't have them behind me as I speak about 4 college students being fucking murdered.
That's what I said.
Exactly.
Same thing.
And then she changed it from the nightmares to suddenly, oh, well, no, he has insomniac. Okay, well, no doctor's allowing a child to go over a year now with insomniac. And up till 5, 6 a.m. And then we're supposed to believe they go to school and have a productive day. I'm sorry. I know people don't like talking about it. I'm not talking about the kid. I'm talking about her parenting. And I think her parenting is horrible. I think she's a lazy, wasteful parent. Sorry.
It is. I mean, there's no way a child can learn without proper sleep. I mean, I've taught elementary school before, K through 5, and I can tell you it's not only is it totally crucial, but you can easily tell which kids are not getting the basic nutrition and the care and the sleep that they need. It affects them in all ways. And it's one of the quickest ways to ensure that they're not able to do what they would do naturally.
Yeah. And the fact that she can't even admit that it's her that's put her children in this position, it's her that's put the future finances of their family at risk because she wanted to get one up on Granny. The mind boggles how dense she really is. It
No,
really.
that is everybody else doing it to her, right? Like, look what they're doing to my children. Look what, they're celebrating the idea of my kids losing their home. You
Yeah.
celebrated the idea of my kids losing their mother to being in jail for 20 years. Like, you
Exactly.
chose to do this. That's what baffles me, is that she decided to do this.
And
I
will never forget that stream that she did with Justin when they was both bragging about Bruce Castor.
Right.
Yeah.
I know.
Granny's
I didn't
gonna
realize
pay.
this was as big as it was meant to be. And, this
Granny's
is
gonna pay. Granny's gonna finally stop talking about me. She's gonna have to shut up. Now, your lawyer did some shady shit to put another lawyer's name on some paperwork that you then took to a court because you can't stand a few insults.
Right.
I'm sorry, but grow up, Brittany.
And then still won't acknowledge that that's not defamation. Even the judge quoted what Brittany quoted and said that's not defamatory. It's just not.
It's not.
Well,
Right, I'm gonna have to go. I need to go and get them at 3, so I'm gonna have to
all
hop.
right.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks for having me up, Granny. Bye, Clue. Bye.
Bye.
Whoever this Jen is in the chat, just get rid of them. I don't see them. I don't care who they are. Just get rid of them. I'm honestly very worried about her health, her breathing. She was having to suck in air so hard last night just to speak normally. She needs an oxygen mask or something. It's scary. Yeah.
Well,
I agree.
Pet dander, rats, cat excrement, these things will all contribute to breathing issues. And you mix in the South and pollen on top of that, and being in a basement. I mean, it's just a lot of factors that will exacerbate.
Well, the house is always sick, and not having proper nutrition and not having proper exercise, not getting a good dose of fresh air every day. There's a lot of reasons.
Someone in the chat just said, I didn't know this, but that she had got approached about him falling asleep at school. God, that's just, I mean, I hate even.
How do we even know that?
Yeah, like I don't even like knowing that, and I know that, but it's hard to not. I don't know.
No, I'm generally asking. How do we know that? Did she say that publicly?
She said it. She said.
So she said publicly she got approached about her kids falling asleep at school.
That's what somebody in chat said, and now Clue's verifying. So yeah,
and we're supposed to ignore that.
Yeah.
Because if we speak on that, she says we're speaking on her kids. But why would you ever tell I mean, is anybody shocked? No. When I know if my child goes to bed past 10:30, 11, they're hard to get up in the morning for school.
Exactly. They're awful. And when your kid's on a trampoline at 2 a.m., that's what's going to happen.
Wow. I can't believe she says this shit out publicly. And
I can't either. I can't believe
she said something. The way it was explained was she had said something about one of the teachers approaching her when she was in the pickup line at school or something.
Wow. How embarrassing.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty shocking to me. And also I've heard this thing about because I think they were talking about this too, correct me if I'm wrong, but the kids can't sleep without her, and so that's why they're in there and can't go up here or whatever. But I mean, all little kids are like that. The way that parents normally handle it is at a normal bedtime, you go to their room and read them a story, sing them some lullabies, and lay there with them until they go to sleep. Then you get up and go back out. Like that's how that's normally done. You don't just let them lay behind you, all night while you're doing other shit.
I have to be honest, at that age, it is not normal that children can't fall asleep without their parent.
I don't know how old they are. I don't know that much about them. So
they're old enough that they ought to be able to go to sleep without their parent.
Fair enough.
Right.
I just know I've heard that she has like a whole grip of them. So, I assumed we're probably talking about the younger ones, but y'all know more than me. I've never watched more than maybe 3 minutes of one of her streams. I just can't tolerate it. It's not something I would ever watch. If y'all didn't speak on it, I would never know a thing about it.
If she didn't speak on it, we wouldn't know a thing about it.
Well, yeah. I mean, her as a human, period. I wouldn't even know she existed because that's just not something I can sit through.
And to change, to kind of take the conversation another direction. This is why she shouldn't sit there and judge the fuck out of Katie's parenting and what Katie did or didn't do on the night that her son happened to disappear. Rather, you believe he vanished on his own or something happened. The fact that she, out of all people, sits there with a panel full of busybodies judging the fuck out of Katie Proudfoot.
So agree.
And that's just based off what she's able to see. It's not even like what we hear from Brittany on a daily is way worse than what we've ever seen of Katie Proudfoot.
Oh, for sure. And you got to think, if that shit she's willing to say publicly and doesn't bat an eye at, God only knows what's really going on. And, you know, and then to have the audacity to speak the way that she has on Katie for not getting up because she heard a bump. Are you fucking kidding me?
Right. Your kid's crying with an earache pain and you're going live. You can barely speak and you're going live. I mean, you know, the argument there is, I can't believe she has the nerve to even talk about people like that.
I can't either. People just have no self-awareness or shame.
And I'm sorry, but, you know, this idea when she tried dog whistling, like you all should be worried that you don't hear Granny's kids. My kids go to school. First off, my daughter's an adult now, just turned an adult. My child goes to school every goddamn day, and I go live while he's there. So no, you're not going to hear my kids. And even if I went live at night, my kids they get enough of my attention that when I do go live, they don't need me.
Exactly.
My kids are set and settled before I hop on a stream. Don't you worry.
Bingo. What you just said. My kids get enough of my attention that you won't be hearing them in the background constantly fiddling with me if I do choose to do this, because I spend so much time with them.
Right.
Always have.
Which brings me to how I was even able to see Joseph Lasniak, because I'm at an event with my family. And again, you don't get to sit there and spy at my members only and then take issue with it. I have a right to take a photo out in public the same way if she saw Clue out in public, if she saw my attorney out in public, if she saw me out in public. If anybody was out on a family event with your kids and you saw a creepy motherfucker who literally tried to destroy your life standing there that you could feel standing there, oh, I damn right did I take a photo, and I would take another, and I took a video too, bitch.
Hell,
what you gonna do about it? Call the cops.
I'd take a video. I mean, hell, who's to say what the fuck they're doing there?
And the only reason I didn't upload the video is because this kid's in it. But I sure as hell took a video. Sure did. Because that's where my punitive damages come in, right? Like, I can't even go to these events and Clue, you said it before. When this all first happened, I said, there's this event I take my kids to all the time. I can't even go because this creep is sponsoring it.
Yeah.
They're in my neighborhood.
Damn. So fucked up.
It is. And then they go on, Seth goes on these platforms like America's Most, Wanted, and he acts like he's this innocent father just searching for his kid. Why don't you tell them of your proud cease and desist or your litigation or all the people that you fired that were actually searching, so that you can surround yourself by these slime balls that have zero credentials and zero good intent? Why don't you tell everybody how you single-handedly stop people from even wanting to speak on your missing child out of fear that they'd be thrown in it next?
Yep. Instead, you sit in front of a mirror and practice your bullshit.
Right.
And to think, this is what I've said a few times, the best clip that they had of him for a lead-in, the best thing they had was him saying that Sebastian pranced like a deer in the woods. Like, it's incredible to me that you could film somebody for that long, and that's the best lead-in that you could come up with that they said. I mean, what the fuck? I don't know. Maybe that's not weird to anybody else, but that's
no, it's just weird as hell. That's weird as hell.
Deers don't prance in the fucking forest. If you're not a hunter and ain't never been around them, deers creep and stalk and are nervous as shit. They're looking both ways, head on a swivel, fucking shaking. The slightest little twitch break, they gone. I mean, they're not. I don't even know what the hell he's talking about. It's not fucking Bambi. Bambi's a cartoon.
Because he sits there and he tries to do these hallmarky things and act like he was, some loving father that saw. I honestly, I ask any of you, if you were asked to describe your child, how many of you would come up with they're like a deer wandering the woods and experiencing it? It's just bizarre. It's a bizarre fucking statement.
It's a completely bizarre statement.
Right. He's performative is what it is. Even when he said, like, my son's not here. and then looks at the camera, but he's out there somewhere.
That's
like,
what
it's
I'm saying about the
performative.
mirror. You can tell it's performative. Like I mean, knowing where the camera is, looking straight into him. I mean, the whole thing is so fake. I don't know. I don't understand how people watch that and go, "Oh my God!" Like, between knowing who he is based on his own words and actions, he has told us he's done, how he's acted during this, his actions, not his words in that case. And then the rehearsement aspect of it, how people can watch that and go, "Oh my God," it's crazy to me. It's like, do you not know how to read people, or
Well,
like,
look at
have
the
you not?
people that are doing it. Look at the people that are backing them up, and then look at their parenting history. Again, birds of a feather flock together. I'll be damned. You'll never catch me driving with my kids standing up unbuckled, okay? Which Brittany said was defamatory, but admitted it happened. You'll also never catch me calling my kids to curse, let's say, did I ever lose custody of you? Don't fucking lie. You'll never catch me having to do that.
Never.
And the way Seth always says, like, just drop him off at a gas station, as he does some of his interviews from a gas station. I don't know. Maybe he got into some shiesty shit via work, right? He said he tried to make the jail people his friends, the prisoners, because they're just people and blah, blah, blah. Maybe he spoke too much to them. Maybe he complained too much about Katie and what was going on with Sebastian. And maybe one of them took it in his own hands. And he thought at first they were doing it to help him out. And now they're like, well, I want X amount of money. So the guy's out here grifting his soul for a dime to get his son back. Who the fuck knows?
Who knows? When you take a criminal period in jail and then let them get out and get on some meth or something, and who's to say what they would cook up in their mind?
Right.
The gas station thing, in my opinion, is just him being a massive dickhead.
You think so?
Yeah, there's a reason behind it, but...
Oh, is there? Okay. It don't go back to that bullshit they say about Bauer. I've heard him say before, Bauer socks at the gas station or whatever in the morning and all that bullshit. Okay.
That's what I'm saying, misinformation. She claims that she wants to get back to true crime. She tells her audience all the time she's getting back to true crime. There was a major event that took place in Sebastian's case, and instead of speaking on that, she went live to obsess over me.
She didn't even watch it.
What?
That's wild.
She didn't watch it?
No.
So
that's what she said. She said she was going to
called
review it tomorrow because she hasn't gotten to see it yet. You know her cheap ass ain't paying to watch that.
Yeah.
Be for real.
She's waiting to see who's going to upload it on their channels.
Dude, I literally had to buy a damn subscription last night. The first one I bought, I didn't get that channel. So I was like, fuck. So I had to turn around and buy another subscription just to see it.
Right. She's not going to go through all those steps. She should have just tuned into her. You mean to tell me she didn't tune into her buddy Justin's stream and listen in?
Apparently not.
That's what I was going to say. They all get called in for the little Tony thing. Hell, pulled off lives and shit when they're in the middle of a stream. How the hell ain't they get called in for this?
Right.
I don't have local Fox, so it wasn't free for me.
Yeah, well, we appreciate you hooking that up.
I mean, it was, something I wanted to see, right? It was worth it to do it. But, I mean, she ain't going to do that type of shit. That requires, like, effort and energy. You know what I mean? Like,
she doesn't really care. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, she just doesn't really care about Sebastian's case. She cares more about the drama. And if you go back in time, Brittany was speaking poorly about Tony and Seth.
Yep.
But because I was also going at them, she decided to join with them. That's what it came down to. Same thing with Betty. Betty was over in JLR's group getting the top commenter badge. And until she got kicked out of it or lost the top commenter badge, then all of a sudden she's Team Seth.
Yeah.
Yeah, she got real mad.
I remember that shit. Why did I lose that badge? And honestly, the only reason that Seth ended up with Betty is because nobody else wanted him. I mean, if you remember, he had kind of burned a bunch of bridges at that point, and he was looking for somebody after Pasquale or whatever, however you say his damn name, Pascal, whatever. Pascal gave him the boot. And I mean, the only place that really at the time wanted him was Betty. I mean, Betty ain't on that level at all. I mean, that was a major downgrade for him.
Yeah, I agree.
I think people kind of forget that part of it. Is it wasn't like, he rode into Betty at the height of his popularity, choosing to be there. It was like a last house on the left situation.
Right. It was when everybody else decided they didn't want to mess with him anymore because they
Yep.
started to see who he really was.
Yep.
And I would argue it's more like a wrong turn situation than
Well,
on the left. So,
okay. Yeah. Hills have eyes, shit.
absolutely.
No, Seth he's different. I mean, I will say that he's very different.
Well, again, he's performative, right? Like, why doesn't he, like, for example, when he wanted to go live to respond to Chris, who didn't even say anything bad about him, well, one little thing, he runs over to Josh's channel. Why don't you go to your own channel? Or when they wanted to go defend Tony, they woke Brittany up at 3 p.m. Why didn't they just go on Seth's channel? Because Seth wants to keep
Justin.
Right, or Justin. Because they want to keep a clean image for the majority.
Yep.
That's what it is. Yep.
That's why I feel like people need to be aware of it. People need to hear what they're actually doing.
I agree. He would never do that shit on his channel, because that is the public face, and like if they can ever get the little foundation or nonprofit or whatever they want rolling, that's the clean tied into that. And this other shit, that's the attack dog and the scumbag shit.
Right. And why he was asking to be paid, but he wasn't directly coming out and saying you have to pay me. What he was saying is, in order for me to come on your channel, can you push my GoFundMe and my Cash App? That's how he did it.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Like the guy has seen this as, I'll never forget when he was on which one was it, where it's supposed to be Vinnie Politan, but he had a fill in that night, and he was asking them to help clear him, and he made the statement of, what do I have to gain with my son being gone? Do you want to check my banker records? He said, banker records.
Yeah,
I remember that.
Well, for most of us, we do know that all the monies were going into his sister's name and Sebastian's godmother. So if anybody even, it's real, it's real telling that he said, do you want to check my bank records?
Yeah.
Because they're not going to see what they're looking for, because he's hiding it from disability to begin with. That's why he stopped searching for his son. But secondly, who even says that? When we know that if any family has made money, it's him. That's
my point. Why would your mind even go? Like, why would your proof of what that statement be to look at my bank? I don't know. Those things just don't. It wouldn't even connect in my mind to use that as like a defense or something in that situation.
Right. Well, and then it came up as a defense in his, because again, he knows even if they do, they're not going to see anything.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
It's almost like he's you know what I mean? It's like
front.
that shady look over here, not there type of thing.
Yeah, for sure. I get it. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
Right, exactly. If we all see something off with Seth, what the police think? Well, they played the 20 questions game with him, right?
Well, my thing about the police and Seth is that, correct me if I'm wrong, but they ain't talked to him for the majority of the investigation.
Right. And then they wanted a trail of conversations because they didn't trust him.
That's what I was in now. It's from what I understand. It's like in writing and stuff where they communicate. Yep. So, take that for what you will, but.
And to Aphrodite's comment, these quote unquote sides are going to continue talking about Chris and Katie, and the other side about Seth. It was Seth that created sides. When he decided to get Betty out of her protective orders, he was going to file frivolous litigation that they were planning and plotting on doing behind the scenes, instead of planning on and plotting on how to find Sebastian. Secondly, it's never going to stop on either side. It's likely not to. You're right there. Chris has asked for it to stop. Truly sad. While I respect Chris, I will speak of what I want to speak about, because my experience with Seth Rogers is he's the biggest piece of shit I've ever met. Bingo. Not just because of how I feel about him as a father to Sebastian, but because of what he did to me personally, to my life.
Yep.
So I can respect Chris asking people to stop, but I can also tell Chris to mind his damn business when it comes to it, because I feel like Seth interfered in my life.
I feel like Chris is a little naive when it comes to Seth and in the YouTube portion of it and all that, because we can all want that future, but Well,
can I be honest? I feel like, again, it's a hallmarky statement. Right?
Yeah. Oh,
Like, let
well,
me look
that's
like the
true
good
too.
guy and come out and
Yeah.
say, oh, everybody, please stop talking about Seth too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And when in all actuality, Seth made himself the center of this. This is his
Yep.
show, his son.
Yes.
He runs,
Yes, it is.
you know.
Yes, it is.
So
Agreed.
I get what Aphrodite, and it is sad. It is truly sad. Ask his father why he did it.
Girl,
Hmm.
you know that's Aphrodite.
What did I say? Aphrodite?
Yeah,
I don't care. Aphrodite.
I know, but I wouldn't feel right if I wasn't up here to correct the way you're talking. It just wouldn't feel normal.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And you do know who that is, right?
Aphrodite? Like the actual Greek goddess? Yeah. It's in the Greek goddess is in my chat. Like, do you want me to respond like that?
I do.
Oh, okay. Holy shit, Aphrodite. Wow, I'm so glad that you were here thousands of years later. Thank you. We are celebrities.
I mean, she might be in here sprinkling like good juju. It's the Greek goddess of love. Hello.
It's better than Samuel, right? I'll give you that.
Way better. Way better.
Well, bless your heart, Aphrodite, and bless mine too. Nobody's gonna stop talking though, because you have to remember these people are doing things on the side that doesn't pertain to Sebastian's case, right?
Yeah.
He has now made it that there's Sebastian's case, and then there's this frivolous, dumb litigation he's involved in.
That's the point is that it's not Sebastian's case, of course, is what started it, but to act like it hasn't grown into other things and taken on different meanings since that is like, it's just not realistic. I mean, there's a lot there's a lot of creator stuff, and that's kind of what I mean. Is like people come in all the time and like, I don't understand why you're making this case about this and da. It's like, this is not his case. This is creator talking about the behavior of another creator. It's not, this is
that part.
We're using this to talk about it, but it's not about Sebastian's case. Like, we can talk about different things, and that's the part sometimes that
people don't realize, right?
Yeah, one of the parts I think people don't realize. Yes.
That's what I keep saying. Colleen C, thank you so much for the PayPal. That's what I keep saying to people. And it is sweet that Aphrodite, the goddess, is spreading love. I respect it. But people, this one lady was like, what are you doing? Get back to talking about missing kids. And I'm like, what are you doing? You go talk about missing kids. This idea that my channel is now dedicated to Sebastian and all those things, and that I can't speak about what's happening to me personally, just isn't realistic. I respect people's thoughts and feelings when it pertains to that. But again, Seth Rogers personally fucked my life, and I'm going to speak about it.
Yep.
Thank you, Aphrodite.
You have the right to.
So what do you, I mean, honestly, did you feel anything was off with Chris and Katie during that interview, or we think it's all just peachy normal?
I'm gonna reserve how I feel because I don't want to give the green team any talking points.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But there was, they're not smart enough to come up with them on their own. Like, let's be for real.
Right. They go for superficial things. Like, oh my God, look at her hair.
We talked about Mexico and the Mormon compounds and stuff throughout from Mexico up to Canada. And then 2 days later, they talking about we going to Mexico. Might even be the next day.
Yep.
It was the next day. That is exactly what they do. They because they don't have any intelligence. They take anything that any of us say and they turn it into like their thought.
Yep.
It is
100%. It's really, there was, I think, one, possibly two moments for me that I'm just like, burr, outside of the prancing deer, right?
Right.
So I will say this.
Prancing fucking deer, dude.
Yeah, that statement to me alone it's weird to me because I don't know any fathers, right, that would ever, I think, describe their sons like that.
No.
Well, not only that, but this is also a misogynistic man who made a statement that if you, as a man, produced a female, is because you weren't masculine enough to produce a male, right?
Right. And
so
it's
the
like,
idea that he's now, comparing his son to a prancing deer.
Right.
Maybe he's just getting in touch with his native roots.
Oh,
Jesus Christ.
No, there's a point to be said there.
No, there is not.
Yes, there is. Everything Cletus says is a point to be said, Clue. Aphrodite's in the chat. Simmer down.
Simmer down now.
The goddess of Rico. I call her.
I will say this. There was only one statement, and one statement that I'm probably looking too much into, because I don't know what the hell it would actually feel like to be sitting there knowing that this is America's Most Wanted, one of the biggest shows in the entire nation, right? And I would be nervous. I would be scared.
Yeah.
Probably, maybe. And I overanalyze everything, right? And I think Katie made the statement that was the last time I spoke to Sebastian. But for me, I'm like, but that's not the last time you saw him.
Now, and what was she saying in regards to that?
About him going to sleep that night and hearing the thud.
Hearing the
and
thud,
then
okay.
he responded back.
But
I can see.
To be fair, she didn't see him, right? So
right.
I might have phrased it that way myself, because I can be overly literal at times.
I would phrase it that way too, to be honest. Like, that's the last time I spoke to her. Like, that's the last time I spoke to him. Yay, Arts Creek, thank you so much. See, because Brittany doxed me, people are sending me goodies, so I appreciate that. I don't need to get a P.O. box because you doxed me. Now you don't either. That's the blessing of being doxed, Brittany. Embrace it. You weren't getting a P.O. box anyway. Sorry.
Oh my God, don't do that. Don't send her shit.
No,
some people have already been in trouble.
No, don't you dare send anything to that woman's house. I was not implying that whatsoever. I was saying send them to my house. Thank you.
She's making a joke. Come on.
Yeah.
Well, see, I'm not the only
you're
person.
Right, Lou. Thank you. You're
I'm
right.
not the only person saying. Well, I only say that because Truth was talking about hissing cockroaches, and if they happen to land in someone's mailbox, and she got all Twitter pated. So,
yeah, but that was wrong. That was wrong of him to say. I didn't like that either. I remember that. But I meant just for myself. If you want to send goodies, and I've been doxxed, we can spare myself an expensive P.O. box monthly, and I accept gifts. Thank you.
They're expensive?
Well, yes. Like for a decent sized one, I was paying what, $60, I think it was.
Oh hell, y'all got to move to the country. Shit, I paid $100 and some for mine for the entire fucking year.
What?
I swear.
Right, misinformation as an insider, as a mod, and misinformation. Every time you comment on my post, I was very nice to you. I want to acknowledge that. I never treated you like shit. I was a little hurt to see your ex, but I'm glad that you deleted it. But her mod's right here telling you. She's been working on new clips for her super chest for months. The P.O. box she's been getting for months. Everything's for months. But moving back off, Brittany. Sorry, hold on. My daughter has to. The whole comment about last time I spoke to him, I actually don't see that as a flag.
Well, I don't want to dismiss what Clue says, like I might normally, just because she has good insight, and I know that the way I see stuff can be wrong a lot of times. So you're saying, I guess, Clue, that just the way that she phrased that makes you wonder if she saw him again after, essentially.
I mean, apparently, I'm just going to say in my defense, I'm not the only one. But
of course. I mean,
it was just a weird thing to me, right? But at the same time, I sit and go, well, you didn't see him, because it has been a point to, like, everybody has analyzed and overanalyzed, and we've definitely deduced that she did not walk in there and check on him. So she didn't see him.
Yeah.
Right.
But that is the last time that she did speak to him, right? And I will say, Katie is very, her personality, she's very, like, I wish that people could see her personality outside of, like, a news interview, right? But she's very literal.
Yeah.
Right? To a point, right? She's very literal. Like, if we're talking about something, like, it's almost like stating the over obvious, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't think I would have said it that way.
Don't get quiet while I'm typing.
Damn it. This piece of junk. I'm sorry. I got booted. Somebody called me.
No, we actually heard you, though. You said you wouldn't have phrased it that way, but Katie, and here's the thing that people underestimate, like that commenter that said, how would you act? What would you do? again, we're talking about a nationwide errand of many of these people won't even use their actual photos on here. They're not turning on their cameras, and they're talking about how they would act on national news. I personally,
Yeah,
I'm not, like even
it's a
people
good
like with
point.
TMZ. I don't want to go on TMZ's camera. I don't want to.
It's a good point.
And I think
Yeah.
casual art is where I am, right? Like it's never been stated that way before, which is
Yeah.
why, and I'm not even saying that it's like, oh my God, what do you mean? It was more like I've never heard that, but then when I sit back and think about it, at first I am like, what? That's a weird way to phrase that. But then when I sit back and think about her, and then I think about how much shit she's gotten for not going and checking on him, right? It absolutely tracks that would be the way she would say that.
Well, and she knows that
Yeah.
everybody's going to overanalyze every statement that is made, right? Like, look what they've done every other time. So she may have been
Hmm.
trying to be really cautious and not say saw him, but heard him. But again, I find it bizarre that he responded back, "Yes, ma'am." I know people say that's common in the state. I don't hear Baby Clue saying yes, ma'am, yes, sir to you two. You know what I mean? I find that I never heard Steven's son say yes, sir, yes, ma'am. I just
My
find it to be
kids do.
bizarre.
Well, yeah, and I was gonna say my nephew, like my God, even to me, right? It's always yes, ma'am, no, ma'am.
Really? See, is
Yeah,
that
my
a
kids both
Southern, a
do.
military thing? Is it a bit mix of both? I
I mean,
just
I
find
think
it,
everybody used to do it. You know, the South just kind of,
yeah,
there's some
people,
ways we are not as modern as other places, and it just hasn't dissipated yet. I mean, I don't necessarily think it's that much of a military thing here. It's just something people consider as like saying please or thank you. It's just a simple little thing you can do to show respect to someone
Yeah.
well, and
else.
listen, I know it's a respect thing, right? Like when I was younger, I called my friends' parents and all, yes, ma'am. You know, like you're ever, well, not ma'am, but you know what I mean? Like I get the respect aspect of it. Where I grew up, it was very common. All of that. Not I but not because it was a Southern thing, but I grew up minority, right? So I was around a lot of black families and stuff, and that's the way they spoke. Yes, man, yes, sir, and all of that. And I spoke that way to their parents. But you would think when it comes to your own children that kind of respect thing they can loosen up on within their own home, right? So that's where I find it a little bizarre.
Well, that's so what you're describing there is my kid, right? Because she doesn't yes,
Yeah.
ma'am, no, ma'am to me, but when she's out of the house, she absolutely
Yes.
does.
Yeah, that's
Right,
exactly.
Mr. and Mrs. Yes, exactly. That's what just inside your home, you would think they would be able to kind of loosen up a little bit, but hey, maybe they needed to be a little bit stricter. Maybe the military plus the South, and maybe they were a little stricter when it came to it.
The
I
only
personally, makes me sad. I
the
don't know
only
why.
time that I've seen that is just when someone maybe was trying to instill a certain thing in somebody that they felt like they didn't have, or
Right,
I
Steven?
don't know. I've known very few people in my life. I'm going back in my mind and trying to think of anybody that I've ever known that like was forceful about saying I don't. And I mean, I'm not even sure my parents ever told me to say that. It's just you pick it up because everybody else does it, and then it's like it's a respect thing. There was never like any kind of force behind it. I mean, I know you hear that people are forceful about it, but
No, and I totally get that as respect to the elders and all of that. I definitely I understand the concept behind it. But to me, it just sounds like it's stern, right? Like, yes, ma'am. Like, I don't care what you're doing in there. Like, my son or my daughter would be like, all right, mom. You know what I mean? And there's I mean, I don't raise my kids the way they raise theirs. I get that. I don't know. I don't know. The idea of like Mr. Chris and yes, ma'am, yes, sir, and I don't know.
Well,
Outside of
that
the home, I get being formal. Inside the home, I like you said, your daughter doesn't do it inside the home.
well,
yeah,
that's I kind of
Yeah, Carrie.
you're probably more like me, right? Where at home you can kind of relax and this is
Right. I
you
always
know
tell my kids, you can act an ass inside my house, but when you walk outside my door, you represent me and you do so with the most utmost respect. You don't
Agreed.
ever open up somebody's refrigerator. You don't ever sit on somebody's couch without being invited. You never go into an adult's room. You don't ever wander somebody's house. You know what I mean? Like those type of things. But inside my house, you know, they don't have to say yes, sir, yes, ma'am, or Mr. And, you know, I don't know.
Yeah.
Janet says she grew up in Chester. Woo, you're alive, Janet. You're alive. Chester is so bad. In Chester, if you go through it at night, you don't even have to stop at stop signs. The cops just want you to get the fuck out the neighborhood. I swear to God. There's a shooting every other day. Every day, actually. But no, I get it. I appreciate you guys in the chat telling me, you know, how it's common for you and you guys agree. And I understand that. I respect it. For me, it just seemed a little off-putting, but I guess it's not as big of a deal because you guys say it's more common.
Yeah, I mean,
I wonder if he calls Seth sir.
I get it for sure. I've got a feeling that, well, honestly, hell, it probably depended on what way the wind blew, what he wanted him to do.
I agree with that.
I can see both ways. I could see randomly being like, you mean yes, sir? And then I can, you know, see the opposite of like, you know, popping him on the shoulder playfully and being like, come on now, why are you being so serious? I mean, I could see, you know, either one.
And that would be confusing for a child, a teenager, especially, you know, one that's already having difficulties.
Well, I feel like, to be fair, I think Sebastian probably did have a rough time because I've heard Seth say himself, right? Like, if he was in trouble there, it didn't mean he was going to be in trouble here. Like,
right, because he wanted to be. Seth is an oppositional piece of shit. Okay, that guy. If you told that guy, you know, anything, he's going to do the opposite. In my opinion, I think he's just a defiant toddler who was envious of Chris and Katie. I think the idea that Sebastian didn't want to live with him hit him in his soul because at that moment he realized he was not the king to the throne that he wanted his son to envision him as. I think the idea that you know, the projection of what Betty says, he was defective, and Seth about the diapers and all that. I think it bothered Seth more than it bothered Chris and Katie. I think Seth wanted his son to be more masculine, more manly man, more boyish boy, more nuclear idea of a boy because he was the hurt, so his fucking name. And when he didn't fit up to that mold.
That doesn't if that's what I'm saying, right? Like, that's what I was just trying to say. Like, that doesn't even track because I would never describe a son of mine who is one day going to be a man as prancing through the fucking forest.
Right, exactly. And then when Seth went off on Chris, what did he go off on majority? Gay jokes. Like a fucking insecure bastard.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point for sure.
Envious of murders, maybe, Annie. I don't know. Maybe he's envious that he murdered himself. I don't know, Annie. I don't know.
Oh God,
Envious of murderers. Maybe he was envious of the happy marriage. Maybe he thought when Chris stole Katie from him that because Chris has so many divorces, he would divorce her too. Maybe he was envious that Chris had to teach his son how to ride a bike. Maybe he was envious of the nice house they lived in. Maybe he was envious of the career that they had to help Seth get a career by faking his fucking credentials. Maybe he was envious of the drive and the initiative they took to better their lives while Seth sat there and said, I can't even watch TV. Can you help me? Maybe he was just jealous of the overall man that Chris was, that Seth wanted to be. So much so that when Chris bought a motorcycle, Seth ran out to buy one too, because he's a man's man.
Yep. Agreed.
Sorry, but I think Seth is a beta.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, which was actually going to be my point before that ridiculous comment that woman made, which was, you know, if you want your kid to grow up to be a man, it's probably best to lead by example and show them what a man does. And I mean, when I look at
sitting
him,
around in a recliner and underwear.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't strike me as you know, any kind of role model in that regard. Which, not to say, I mean, you be any way you want to. If that's
no,
how
fuck
you
that.
act,
he wasn't a role
it,
model.
but...
Let's go back to this statement really quick. Who recalls when Seth Rogers said men wear boxers? Anybody?
Yeah.
So his son had to wear, allegedly had to wear incontinence briefs, right? They're not diapers. He had to wear them because of his disabilities and or because of the rumor that Justin repeated that Seth didn't defend. Who knows which is true. Therefore, they wanted him to wear a belt so the other kids didn't see he was wearing one to spare him from public humiliation amongst his peers, and which Seth finds a problem with that. And here, the humiliation came from his own father, who said real men wear boxers.
Yeah.
Sorry. I mean, I think they project.
I mean, what a weird statement to have
Annie, you sound
metaphorical
stupid.
meanings for
Take a link, Annie.
boxers.
Sorry, I'm so sorry. Psyops, go ahead. I just wanted Annie to take a link because first off, the idea that you think Sebastian's listening to us is asinine within itself. Secondly, if anything is a shame, is the way his father publicly shit on his fucking his dignity.
Yeah.
And snatched it, every ounce of it from him.
Agreed.
But I'd love to hear you come up and speak, Annie. We welcome you politely. I'll keep Clue quiet and muted. Just kidding.
Me? I can behave.
I'm in a fucking mood today. I really am.
I know.
Bitch, I'm tired. I'm tired of these fucking people.
Yeah, I'm pretty tired of it too. I'm tired of the whole charade. I've never looked at underwear before and thought like, okay, underwear have metaphorical meanings, and then we're gonna like gradiate these on a scale to see which one is the most manly, and then we're going to institute a rule and judge people if they don't. I mean, I don't get it. And plus, boxers suck anyways. You got to get them jockeys, those boxer briefs. I mean, once you get past like, middle school, hell, boxers uncomfortable as hell.
But here's the thing. My biggest thing being, if you listen to Seth overall speak, he's a misogynistic bigot, okay? He makes comments about the nuclear family while he himself did not fulfill his role as the nuclear family to request it.
Exactly.
Right? He makes these comments like real men wear boxers, knowing that his son had to wear those. And as a parent, whether you felt that way or not, you don't say it to your child, knowing they don't have a choice. You make them feel cool about it. You make them feel better about it. I think even the comment about, oh, you created a girl because, or you could have created, shut the fuck up. Do you know how many men have daughters? It takes a real man to be a father to a daughter.
Damn right. And I have had mine since she was 16 months solo. So
right.
Girl, I wish I was one of them dirty people that would like, you know what I mean, always be in spy mode. Because I wish on everything that I had it on camera, this motherfucker's trying to teach me what a sheriff was and where they originated. I was like, do I look fucking stupid to you? Or how about this? Do I look like I even fucking care?
Right. Yeah. Steph's trying to tell you what a sheriff is and where they came from?
Yes, girl, because I accidentally called him a cop.
Oh.
I swear to God.
Had to make sure you knew that he was a deputy sheriff.
I called him. I said, because you're a cop, right? He said, actually, I'm a sheriff deputy. Did you know the sheriff deputy started when it was in the trains and blah, blah, blah? And I'm like, motherfucker, do I look like I give a shit about what a fucking sheriff is?
Meanwhile, he's folding laundry. Like, give it a rest, buddy.
Hey, real quick, after I made that statement
about
the boxer briefs, I don't know if y'all have noticed the chat, but there's like, I seen every guy come in agreeing with me. They all know. They all know. It's what's so funny. I mean, if you're going to like ascribe the meanings to them, at least get it fucking right, bro.
Oh, this is the guy who T-Rev took a picture of him wearing tighty whities in his recliner, right? I never sought the photo out, but that's the way I understood it to be.
Yeah,
girl, he wasn't in his underwear. Thank God.
Thank God. Oh, you're right. I thought it'd be weird to sit amongst company in underwear, but Seth has done some really weird shit, so I wasn't sure. Thank you. Yeah. So it was not underwear. Nonetheless, Seth's biggest bragging moment was that he had a matching recliner with his son.
Yep.
Matching recliner.
It's so weird, and in my experience, let's just finish this off. In my experience, the people that are obsessed with these kind of ideas, that think about it, that posit them so much, do so out of their own insecurity that they don't measure up in that way.
That's what I'm saying. They project. Betty projects that Katie saw Sebastian as defective because Betty sees him as defective.
It's a self-LARPing thing.
Yeah? Elaborate. What do you mean by that?
Yeah.
Well, you believe that Seth wants to be a sheriff. He wants to be somebody of importance. What does he do? He
Fold
portrays
laundry.
that, right? And not only does he portray it, like I truly think he believes it, right? He gets some level of merit or achieves some level of merit to where he sort of he's comfortable portraying what he always dreams of being.
Yeah, because how many people said when they met him, he flashed his badge at them.
Well, and I mean, like now he's the general, right?
Right.
And it's another attainment of importance to a group of people.
You're right. And this is his show, and he calls the shots, and it's his son. He wants to be in control, and he was in control of a very young Katie. And then Katie got older, went in and served our country to help her son have better insurance and take care of her family because the nuclear role was not being fulfilled.
Exactly.
And she realized, and she met Chris, who definitely comes off more alpha than Seth. I'm sorry. I mean, I don't care if you like the guy or not.
Easily.
And it broke his insecure little heart. And then Sebastian disappears on the date of the divorce.
Yep.
After saying he doesn't want to go live with Seth.
Yep.
Right now, and how about Steph's comment about what do you miss? And Chris and Kate are like, we miss his this and that. And Steph's like, I miss him taking a shower and steaming up the bathroom.
Yeah,
and going in there and seeing him on the ground. Like,
yes, that's where yes. And why? What was the impetus for him to go in there to start with? That he needed to use the bathroom. I mean, you know, if you ask me about mine, that what do you even say to that? I mean, and how do these people listen to that and not? I mean, they listen to Chris and Katie, and the stuff that they find as red flag is like, you know, I mean, I'm not saying that they're not there, but they'll ignore this elephant in the room and focus on a damn, you know, church mouse.
Right. Yes, that's literally what he said, and it's. Yeah, I think that he's bought Annie. I used to respect his opinions, but when I realized that he refuses to look at the main interviews of Seth and give it a fair shot, I don't really respect much of what he says. Now, listen, Annie.
Who's
just
that?
Because I'm not in here calling Chris and Kate murderers doesn't mean I don't think they have something to do with it. You wouldn't know. But let's take up what Erica just said here. Betty's video about Julie, and it would be a shame if someone said you're a pedo about her stepkids. And yet these people want to sit over there and cry because we acknowledge that somebody's boyfriend said the rats clawed out of a basket.
Yeah.
Like, we can just abuse people because they disagree with our opinion on a case, or they dislike people we dislike. We can just abuse them in this format. And didn't they file in their litigation that, you know, somebody supposedly called Seth the P word? Wasn't me, by the way.
Yeah. It's wild. I mean,
and then telling Sebastian to wash his delicacies. I'm sorry, you had to tell your 15-year-old to wash his Or how about when he says Sebastian's bed was wet and the kid didn't know what it was wet from, and this guy's going in about his son having a fucking wet dream.
Yeah.
What fucking father does that? What man does that in general, psyops, but let alone a father on a public platform?
I don't even know what to say. There's no fucking words for it.
It's despicable.
It's despicable. It's despicable.
No, it is. I know. I remember when Truth and I were talking about that video, and he's like, I can't even. Like,
I can't. I mean, I can't. I don't even know how to respond. I mean, it's so uncomfortable.
Gross.
Yeah, and the thing is it's like, I'm so glad both of y'all have been pushing this more. Nobody here has ever said that it's like impossible that Chris and Katie did something or was involved or know things or whatever. I've never said anything like that. It's just hard for me personally to jump over somebody calling them a prancing deer or talking about delicacies or laying in the bathroom floor with moisture dripping down the walls, and instead say like, oh, she looked to the left before she answered that, or, you know, or, oh, yeah, she changed this one word 3 months apart when asked a similar question. Like, I'm not saying that those things don't make you wonder, but it's just very hard for me, when you're comparing stuff, to think that they're in the same ballpark, because to me they're not. I've never seen behavior like this in a true crime case, except from Michael Long, who was, up until this case, the biggest crook we've ever had as a parent in a kid's case. And I just think, the behavior is the most suspect it could possibly be. I'm not saying that means he did anything.
Yeah.
I've never claimed that he's done anything. I've argued vehemently with people on panel that I don't have any evidence, nor have I ever seen it, that Seth did a single fucking thing to his son. And I don't lackadaisically accuse people of child murder. But the behavior, it's really sus. And I don't know how you draw anything else, except it seems like he's trying to distract. It's completely inappropriate. And he has self-admitted to a long-term continued pattern of abhorrent behavior.
Yeah.
Then Katie joins the military to pay for insurance because a 30-year-old Seth, right at 30, couldn't afford, $100 to $200 a month back in 2008 for a single child's insurance plan, while he is doing all the things that we've heard himself admit to doing. I just don't think that it's comparable, since we have no evidence. If we had more evidence, maybe it's different based on behavior.
About what? I'm sorry. I went into the restroom.
Yeah, and to which she, like SS, and then when you think about this, when Katie was talking, this was just a couple weeks ago, we were talking about the driving force on when she left, Seth, or Sean, is what I'll call him. But so when she said that Sebastian was the strength to leave, because she continued to have to come home and deal with his, she'd have to come home, clean everything, do all this stuff. And the man was not even pick up after himself. And so, and then Granny, you had said something a while ago that cracked me up, because it is 100% true. I seen it with my own eyes at the vigil that was held at Beach. We were sitting up there, and Tony comes up, and of course I'm like trying to dodge them. And there was this, they call him Pappy in the house. He was with me, and Tony's like screaming across the damn parking lot, Steven, Steven. And I'm like ignoring him, beelining it to my truck. And I just got done flying my drone. And then so Pappy turns around and like kind of intercepts him. And then finally he's like, hey. And I turn around and I'm like, wow, shit. So I walk up there to him. He's like, hey, man, you wasn't going to say nothing to me? And I was like, man, I'm just busy. I'm just trying to film this. That's all I'm trying to do. And then he goes, and that was the first time I actually got introduced to Seth face to face. And the very first thing he did, I said, man, I hate what you're going through. I'm sorry, blah, blah, blah. He said, man, it just feels like they let me down. We're brothers. We're supposed to be brothers. Then he puts on I can tell you, this man can put on a show within seconds. He can flip it from happy, smiling, cutting up, saying nasty, provocative things to, oh man, yeah, they failed me, puts the face on and does the whole fucking spiel about how his brothers in arms let them down. And he pulls out his little wallet. It's a little black little wallet, flips it open, and shows you this little star circle, kind of like a fucking Sheriff Woody badge. And
Sheriff Woody.
but and I mean, dude, he does, and it's long enough
and
for
Tony
you.
is Buzz Lightyear with the big old head.
He's got Seth written on the bottom of his boot.
Right.
But that's what he does, though. He flips it out, and he like tells you how just truly upset he is at the brotherhood. They were supposed to have my back. We have each other's back, and we do this, and blah blah blah. I mean, fucking Terry Lynn was there for it too. So was
Didn't he only work in the Brotherhood for like a month total?
Right.
I'm not
right
being
until
smart
Audi.
ass,
He was
but-
out of work more than he was in.
Yeah, but like way more, like 6 months out for 2 weeks in or some shit like that.
Yeah. Well, Cletus nailed it with how he said it. It's factual. He, like, at the end of the day, it seems, and I'm just going to say this, and it's okay to fail. There's nothing wrong with it. You got to get back up and keep going. But it seems to be a running thing with him. Anything that he tries to involve himself with or does, that it continues to fall flat on its face. And whether that be his own actions, usually tends to be what it is, that you're your own worst enemy, and that's why stuff continues to go bad. I just don't understand when is the point where all this is going on, and I'm getting I got kind of aggravated in Granny's comments to certain people coming in and trolling. They're like, what's this got to do with Sebastian? It's the simple fact that you have a fucking father who's allowed creators to run rampant and do the things that they have to a point people have to really say, hey, these people are fucked up. Like, this is not what's going on.
Yeah.
And to I start a few comments for yours, independent thinker. My I wasn't saying there's no comparison between calling a creator's autistic children a P word and starting that rumor to rats in a basket. But for Brittany, people repeating what Craig said was a new low. What did she say? It's a new low and something else. And it's like, no. But Betty saying she's going to accuse a creator's child of being a P word out of revenge because that person doesn't like Tony. That's acceptable. You know what I mean?
I'm sorry,
That's
what?
the comparison.
I'm sorry. She said that us literally repeating not only Craig's words, but what the YouTube transcript picked up is a new low.
This is what she wrote verbatim because I made a post about it, and she thought everything I listed was about her because she's insecure. She said perpetrating perpetrating that lie is sick and low. And that she's taken a note of everybody who perpetrates that lie. So I made a list of all the actual sick and low lies that were perpetrated, like saying the parents killed their child and then fabricating proof, that a mother slept with her son, that a woman has STDs, that a mother supports pedophilia, that creators' partners are pedos, perpetrating lies that a mother allowed SA against their child, perpetrating lies that someone's part of a criminal enterprise that could lead them 20 years in jail. None of those are really sick and low.
Or the abuse. The abuse.
That's what I said. I could make
sorry.
on and on. No, you're right. That's what I mean. But to her, that was a new sick low. Okay.
Oh, but going online or letting people sit in your chat and make a statement like Clue trafficked her kid to her ex, didn't she? That's not a new low.
God,
running down the street pantsless from the cops with ecstasy and coke, I guess in your bra or panties or something, and then once you're caught being called filthy in the report by them, I think that's a new low. Okay, like I mean,
facts.
But that they're all factual, right? But I'm talking perpetrating lies because that's what she said. That people are perpetrating a lie that she has rest, and that's a new sick and low. And I was referring to you, Chloe, in my post when I said perpetrating lies that a woman supports pedophilia. Like, and then perpetrating a lie that not only did they accuse Cletus here, but they also accused Nonsense's husband of being pedos themselves. And it's like, oh, that's not sick and low. But repeating Craig saying that the rats clawed out of the basket. Oh, that's sick and low.
What about when Craig didn't Craig, the same guy, get caught on her live saying thanks for the alcohol and shit too?
Yeah.
I mean,
got all that money for her son's birthday. Yeah.
I mean, it's just despicable.
She's a piece of shit, but that's okay. I got my foot on that neck. And I heard you say it last night. You heard me say I ain't taking it off. I'm saying it again.
when I had that live the other night, as I said, it's like the people I expect to stay on, like, and people, because people talk about I just don't understand why you keep giving BJ attention. And I'm like, and I understand that to an extent, but there's three people that I would say gun hole it, and that's going to be Clue, Granny, and I mean, and honestly, let's say Queen. All and even Jay, because Jay's got it brutal from fucking BJ too, in the same sense. Like, it doesn't, like, I would expect nothing more than y'all to honestly keep at it, because she continues the fucking rhetoric.
Because she loves it, though. That's the problem, right? Like, she fucking loves it. So I'm with the other people, but I also understand where Clue's coming from, where Jay's coming from, where Queen's coming from. You know, she's fucking unbelievable. The rumors that she has allowed. I mean, she just allowed Tony to sit on her panel and fucking blackmail and intimidate Julie because she decides she doesn't support them anymore. And that's worthy of being fucking intimidated and threatened and blackmailed. I mean, she stands. That's what I'm saying. Like, her reality of what is sick and low is unbelievable.
That's what they've been doing this whole time, right? And I'm like, I feel bad for Julie, but it's like, The
She
minute I
should.
came out, I was the first to come out and say, "Hey, look, I don't think Seth is everything that he's throwing at this camera." You know what I mean?
Uh,
And
Right.
what happened immediately? I'm doxxed and they're trying to put out my record, and it's like, what, you want me to feel bad because I fucking threw hands with the cops? I don't give a shit, and I'll do it with you too.
Yo,
Well, right. And that's what they did, right? Like I was covering what Seth said grossly about Sebastian. We were going off about it, and all of a sudden Nick comes in with the skunk and the punching bags, and oh, I found the queen skunk and all of that. And here we find out a few days prior, Brittany reached out to him. That's why I got thrown in
hey,
it. But he immediately goes over to X and doxes me and my family.
here's
Well,
here's
And
no,
what's
Brittany
because
strange.
replays it.
they do some sneaky shit too. They think they do, right?
Right.
So I will say that months into this, right? All of a sudden, Smiley does a show. She don't mention me, but
Right.
all she mentions is finding this news article just happened to be in North Carolina, and it's all about my ex, right?
Right. Right.
And I'm
That's
like,
the
what?
thing that
You're
you're
really
split.
trying to fucking intimidate me with a motherfucker I put in prison? Okay, good
Right.
try.
Right, but don't bring up what she did with her husband when he abused her, right? Because that's crossing the line. That's going real life. That's doxing. But it's okay when they do that shit towards us. That was my
Well,
whole point. Because Brittany replayed. All these creators took what Nick did. They fucking went live with it and spoke on my docs and my family's
mhm,
docs. And then Brittany restreamed them. Brittany doxed me. So then
yep.
I went live about the memorial, never showed the bitches home, blocked out the street names so people wouldn't know, and gave the story of truth about what happened to that memorial site from a bitch that claims she cares about victims. I
Yeah.
never doxed her.
Yeah, I don't see nothing wrong with that one.
Yeah, Aphrodite, I highlighted it. This
Hey,
comment keeps coming
hey,
up, so
go
let's
ahead, Granny. I'm
acknowledge it.
sorry.
Chris said the lights video had nothing to do with Sebastian's disappearance, but yet last night, AMW portrayed it like this is a huge piece of the case. Now, I'll answer really quick, and then you guys give your opinion. Because I know Chloe and you guys and Steven, you guys did something pertaining to it.
Hmm.
My opinion always was and will always be that that flashlight video was not meant to be public. So if the police lied to us and or lied to the parents and they believe it, I would understand. Either which way, I don't think that was ever meant to be public is why they had Nick Barris pull it down. There might be truth to it, but Clue and Steven, you guys actually did something pertaining to it, right?
So yeah, so I'm gonna
Yeah.
let Clue handle this.
Well,
So
it, so I mean, we talked to the guy that had the camera, and he literally verbatim said the same thing that Seth did in the beginning. That camera does not look into that area. You can't see that area on the damn camera.
And I
And
mean,
either he's lying.
well, so I'll put it like this, right? The facts that I can easily show that I think tell me what that camera or what that is, right? Is that number one, we were able to recreate the exact image, which proves to me what it is and that it is completely unrelated. When I combine that with what the homeowner said, that it doesn't point in the area, it doesn't even cover the area of the backyard, that tracks with what we captured, that, I think replicates it 100%. And then you factor in the person that took the trash to the curb confirms that that's what he was doing. It's corroborating, right?
can,
So to me, it is what it is.
can I
Then
say
when I
this?
then when I put my tinfoil hat on and say, okay, conspiracy wise, and I think about exactly that Chris said in the beginning, it has nothing to do with it, and I think about the fact that Chris,
Not just Chris. Seth
well,
said the same thing.
but let's just go with Chris because that's where the whole green team wants to target it, right? So let's just say that Chris, for example, in the beginning he said it has nothing to do with it. Chris took part in our reenactments. He's publicly stated that now, so I'll say it as well. He took part in our recreation of this. And I paid very close attention to him during that. And it wasn't a situation of him trying to guide or point us in a direction. It was just seriously one of interest. And I
Yeah,
think through conversations I've had with him, my assumption is he believes that it was nothing because law enforcement had, in fact, shown them the video and they did know what it was. But he had created some doubt in his own mind because of all the speculation about it. When we recreated it, and we captured the exact same image, the response from Chris was genuine to me of, that's what it is.
Yep.
So
Yeah, and
I don't think it's anything.
and we got to think. I mean, what Clue and Cletus can vouch for this. This wasn't like we went out there for an hour. You're talking about multiple days in a row, 30-degree temperatures for 2 to 3 hours.
When you say
And
recreated the same image, explain to me. Do you mean you drove a vehicle on the other road and
Yep.
recreated the
So
lights?
we did everything possible to not only recreate that image, but recreate every scenario that's been described.
Yeah.
And we were fortunate enough to capture, even to the point of the lights that everybody has tried to fit a car in. We captured an image that shows that is absolutely headlights reflecting on a tree that sits between Stafford and the curve, or I'm sorry, Kellen and the curve on Stafford. We caught the damn thing.
Yeah.
And when you corroborate that with the time that the homeowner that image came from says that image was taken, it absolutely makes sense. It seems like it was at 5 o'clock in the morning, roughly. Somebody cranked their car, their headlights reflected on a tree, and that's what that light is. What everybody has tried to make a brake light and a headlight of a vehicle.
I've always believed that. Hell, I know for me, I go to my back window and crank my vehicle with my little clicker in the morning when it's cold before I even go outside, and it cut the lights on like that.
Yeah.
I mean, you won't see nobody out there. You'll just see a car crank up.
People say that AMW needs to correct that misinformation. I don't necessarily disagree with that, right? It was the first thing that bothered me about it. It was the first thing that bothered me about Derek Levasseur or whatever his name is, even talking about that. However, when I consider what information is out there that can be documented, that is one of the only things other than Sebastian's missing and 3 parents are missing that exist, right? So I don't really have a hard time with considering that misinformation because,
you got to have something.
For me to sit here and say what I'm saying, I could sit here and show what I'm saying, and it's
Yeah.
still up to your determination of, am I being honest? Have I played any games or whatnot, right? So unless law enforcement comes out and says something else, it's a video that exists that they say has no relevance or no evidentiary value at this time.
And people are going to assume what they want no matter what because they've already got their. It's sad that people have their mind made up, and we're in a country where used to you were innocent until proven guilty, and now it's all about no, you're guilty until proven innocent, and to me that's just it's mind boggling because Cletus will tell you in the same line that he spent multiple days. We all like me, him, in the group that was out there. When you talk about talking to all the neighbors when we never had an issue, and Cletus will tell you, we've never been confronted. Matter of fact, we had some really good conversations with neighbors, just getting to talk to them and meet them. Not one time was there any disrespect across the board to anybody. And all those people in that neighborhood wanted the same thing. They wanted it to end. They wanted to bring Sebastian home. And that was it. And when you put an account to what Cletus just said, one of the neighbors had talked about taking the trash out. He said, he verbatim, I normally take it out at nighttime. I forgot. He said, so I was rushing. He's like, dude, I took it down there. He said, but normally it is something I do in the evening. And this time I had forgot.
Right. And for the people that keep saying that it was only Chris that said it, I have this very quick video that people need to see because, again, Seth and his team lie, and they lie a lot.
The video with the 2 flashlights on there, they showed me the whole video. And then they showed me the video in the daylight, too. And it wasn't flashlights. It was literally... The video that was showed to the public was like a small little portion of the screen, not the whole actual screen. And it was a trash truck. It came through. It's why it was slow at the beginning because it was picking up trash. And then after they picked up trash, when it came back, they were dipping out in the neighborhood.
3 a.m. Seth Rogers. There are two people lurking in the back of Sebastian's home. 3 a.m. Then 3 hours later, he's gone.
Law enforcement has not explained that video to me. Lights on there. They showed me the whole video, and then they showed me the video in the daylight too. I've seen some people actually sit there and talk about, well, the trash don't run at 3:15 in the morning. You're right. It runs between 5 and 5:30 in the morning.
Right.
But the whole time that I watched this, the time on the DVR that they had stayed 3:11 for like 15 minutes.
Okay. So
broke equipment.
So it was broken. Okay. So it stayed at 3:11 for the whole time. So 3 o'clock was not the time that these trash guys.
And really quick, he also said on a news segment that I did not get in this video, I don't think, but I could have added and should have.
Guys came in. These garbage men came in and picked up the trash. That was a little bit later on, a little bit earlier in the morning, if that makes any sense. More like 5 or so, right?
Correct.
My thing's blocking it.
This was a cropped video from a very, very big video.
Yes.
Okay.
I honestly think somebody did it for clickbait. I mean,
I see.
Yep. Clickbait.
Was it in the backyard or beside the home, Justin?
Thank you for having me, Nancy. So this was in an area.
They shall never have you again, Justin Jensen.
What they call the common area. Was in an area, what they call the common area.
Back to Seth. Common area, right, Justin?
And they literally showed me where it was. And I've been in that neighborhood. I even knew what house it was. As soon as I saw it, I recognized the house. So I knew the angle. Because the angle's coming from at the end of the street. It's not pointing at like a common section. It's just literally at the end of the street so that the owner can watch all their
You hear that, mob crew?
You hear it, mob crew? Your buddy.
Wow.
That kind of fucks
At 3 a.m. Seth Rogers, there are two people lurking in the back of Sebastian's home. 3 a.m. Then 3 hours later, he's gone.
Law enforcement has not explained that video to me.
But we just listened to him say how much they explained that video to him, right? So
Watch
when
the
people
whole
keep
thing.
saying
So-
Chris said, don't forget your buddy Seth said it too.
I have to make this statement if it's cool, Greeny. I just wish people would think back to something real quick. Tony gets involved when? In May, towards the end or latter part of April, and in May he is officially there. And then all of a sudden, Tony comes out with, Chris and Seth and Katie are all going to try to work together. Then you see the video or the image of where Chris was at Seth's truck. Well, I'm not going to say anything about this, but it's always been a narrative pushed by Seth and Tony, essentially, which Tony's like, whether people think it or not, you notice when Tony comes in fully, that is when Seth has flipped the script on everything that he was saying. And I'll say this till I'm blue in the face. Tony is the primary and sole reason to why Seth is a horrible person, in my opinion. I've heard this man say things, and at this point, like I said the other day, sue me, dude. Get in line. There's a fucking list of people right now, and at the end of the day, I mean, I'm only speaking on my personal interactions with a man whose son is missing, who could turn on a switch off and on, alongside somebody who swears up and down he's never said a bad word about Chris or Katie. When I'm telling you right now, that is the furthest thing from the fucking truth. Because Red Robin, he had no problem talking shit about him.
Plus, he said gloves are off. He said Chris and Katie won't work with him. He said so gloves are off. He basically told the audience to go for them.
Yep, and it's pretty much giving it
liar.
Green light. He green lit everything. Everything was a green light, and it's kind of exactly what you said. The moment the gloves were off, all this stuff started changing. But what people don't realize, shit stays on the internet forever, and That's a good. I don't know if you made that video, Granny. That was a good ass video, though. It was
I
funny.
did. Thank you.
But I just, it's continued. That the thing with the lights is what gets me. It's I've never seen people grift so hard. I call him key fob mafia because fucking. I mean, essentially, it's he's all about these lights and cars, and I mean, that's all I'm going to say about it. But it's funny.
Photo where Seth had every chance to confront the man he claims has been abusing his son for years, and instead
Yeah.
he's leaning against his truck.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and it's funny because everybody was like, "Oh, Chris was screaming." I'm gonna tell you right now. I've been around Chris. Chris wasn't screaming, bud. Chris has a tone. He was upset, but right there, he is talking about the importance of needing to work together and cut out the bullshit. That's all he's saying. He's like, and you notice what does Sean say when he comes back on the media? I like all this other crap needs to stop. We need to, blah blah
He
blah.
said, "Fuck you." He said, "I'm going to work with Chris and Katie. If you don't
Yep.
like it, fuck you." But then bigger channels, JLR, Pascal, and even Dolly went live and said, if he's going to work with them, people are going to want their donations back. I think the public perception was more important.
100%. And I mean, they fed into that, man. When you like when I was first doing all this stuff, so I get people like the part that was referenced. I always asked about searching. Well, I held live after live after live on TikTok, and dude, we had I think it was anywhere between I'll say 30 to 40 people, and I would say realistically probably 20 of them, maybe 15 would have showed up had they gotten we got told go. But we had told them, hey, we can set up a little operation center. We can do all this. And it was always why Nina needed to come up from Texas. Well, no, we just hold off, man. Seth's saying, well, man, what about the threats? It's the threats. Like everybody's getting threatened. We don't need y'all out there searching like that. I don't want y'all to get hurt, blah, blah, blah. But the funny fucking thing is still to this day, the only threats I have ever received are from that team.
Right.
So I've been out there a lot. I mean, Clue and Cletus to tell you this, dude, I've tracked hill after hill after hill with Cletus and on some. And then when they kept going back before that, when they wouldn't build a search team. Never. There was always excuses. So I said, what about the water? Tony did say, you know what? Actually, yeah, search the water. You got a boat, right? Yeah. I was like, all right, cool. I'll do that. So that is when I made the initiative to start searching the water. The moment I start finding stuff like that I was asking, because Tony's like, he didn't even know how to read a sonar. Wrong. I come from a Garmin product, went to Lowrance. Tony is a bass fishing, and I hate to say this right now. God, I hate to say it. Motherfucker can catch a bass. But other than that, that's about all he can catch. I mean, he knows those graphs. So he did help me clear my images up on the Lowrances. And it's like, at the end of the day, I stayed out there for 3 months. And then I I followed my dumbass, went to Percy Priest over we'll just say a person with abilities, quote unquote, and kind of learn my lesson because.
Yeah, what the fuck is up with that?
Dude, I went off the beat. I went off the beat, of course, man. I just had a point. I stopped. That's when I stopped completely messing with Tony and all of them. And I'm like, dude, I'm confused. I don't know. This is the first time I've ever went gun hole searching, trying to have a better understanding of it, and just needed direction more so. And then she was about Old Hickory. I was like, you know what? Fuck it, man. What's it going to hurt? What's it going to hurt now? I've looked everywhere. I don't know what else to do. I'll just follow this. Well, long story short, I would the bottom end of my motor. What the hell do they call that? Somebody knows in the
You
chat.
don't have any long story short, Steven. Nothing about your stories are ever short, my friend.
I know. Trust me, I know. All you gotta do is say, "Shut the fuck up." I promise. Ask Cletus. They know. They've been around me enough. Cletus will be like, "Shut up, Steven."
Shut up, Steven.
Yeah. Try. Let me tell you. Call Cletus while he's working. Bet you won't do that again. But no, at the end, it was just me being dumb and naive, man. And I'm glad that my boat did break because it put me back on land, and I had to, search on land for a while. And it just sucks, man, because I'm telling y'all, nobody. I know it sucks to hear. Cletus knows this. when you search day in, day out, miles upon miles, and I don't see one one single thing of saying he's a hero. That
Right.
one way he's like, it doesn't make sense, and that's the only problem I have with it. But here's the thing: it's not on Chris and Katie. The young man made an ultimate decision to leave, or he was abducted. That's just where I stand with it. And do I think it was planned on his part, or could it be the one the parent? I'm not even going to say this because out of respect for your panel. There's an option in my head that now points to a person more than anything. But
that, I think a lot of us have gotten to that point that they're, it's kind of concluding all the way back to like one person, and maybe even more. I mean, I question if there's a little more involvement than we'll ever realize, and some of the things that have come out lead me to believe that. I think at the end of the day, though, saying weird things like, "Oh, he's like a deer," and then we had his psychic friend saying, "Sebastian's where the deer are," and Terry Lynn's chasing around fucking baseballs at a literal baseball field, saying that's where Sebastian is. Like, I don't know. I don't know. Like, I respect psychics and their abilities, but I don't know.
I think you said it before, and I thought it was a good point, and it's something I learned.
Yeah.
A lot of these psychics and mediums, whether they are good or not, there's the intention of content and just getting the grift. And if you look at every one of them, they've always got raising money, or they're literally, oh my, this person, I need this, or this happened. Now, I've not met a psychic yet that doesn't have a grift while doing some kind of reading.
Right.
So, and I mean, it burnt. I'm going to tell you this. Like, I don't think I'm a skeptic. It's just like people make fun of me with the box. Cletus is sitting here in Clue, and I hope they'll back this up. Every time that I was out, there was an Ovilus that I had with me. It wasn't on. 90% of the time, if I was by myself, I would play it because, honest to God, dude, I don't like quiet. So I'd go out there and I'd listen to it, and sometimes I'd laugh because that thing called me fat ass like more than 3 times. And it wasn't nothing. Never was my intentions to use a device or anything like that while out there. That's never been my go. Cletus was with me, and he will tell you, I literally just wore it and listened to it and laughed. And that's
Hell
more
no. This boy has to have somebody to talk to. He got to have a reason to talk. Like, let's just be real. Like, and even though it's just a box with a computer voice, it's still somebody he could talk to.
That's fucked up, but true. So I don't know. Again, but it wasn't me looking for it, using a device to look for him. And I'll put that on everything I love in this world, man. I would never do that, because the reality is, it's just like when I go on live and I have to simply state, hey man, don't listen to this thing. We don't know what it is. If it's anything, if it is, it could be evil. Most likely, I was always taught that evil things imitate loved ones to get to you more than anything.
And children.
Yeah, and children most of all, actually. So it's one of those things. It's like, I learned a very valuable lesson. Like, there's certain ones I'll ask about now, like Layla. I talk to Jen Santinella all the time about that. And, Layla, like, she's cool with that, but I got to be respectful, right? There's certain questions, don't ask it. And I should, see the same thing with Sebastian. And honestly, I've gotten to a point now, I think one of the biggest things is missing kids and talking about them.
Yeah, because you're assuming they're deceased by speaking via spirit box.
Yeah, correct. And that's honestly it's not a good thing. It's like with Summer, right? Summer, there's a lot of people that ask questions about Summer a lot. And it sucks because I have the same time. It's like, please don't do that. I'll ask very basic questions that don't presume to her being gone, if that makes sense. More like, did somebody pick her up or something like that? But at the end of the day, that's why I've not really even done that much, because it's hard. And people, they don't care about there's people that care about your channel, but then there's the ones that just want to ask the questions anyways. And it's like, yeah, I can't do that. So, but anyways, I'll shut the fuck up.
Thank you. Just kidding.
No, you're fine.
I told you. Dropped.
Sorry.
I don't even know how you got on that whole tangent. We went from the flashlights to that. I don't even know where we went.
Dude, let me tell you, whoever fucking said Adderall works, fucking liars. I eat my house. I eat my houses down. Dude, I do nothing but eat now. I procrastinate like a motherfucker. I don't know. Like, I enjoy it because I can sit down and have dinner with my wife, and I do like
Be able to
actually.
concentrate.
Yeah, it's just there's a lot of effects, man.
Yeah.
And for somebody that don't shut the fuck up, it's the worst one.
Right, you're a talker. I'm a talker too, but you're talking. You don't give short stories. Actually, misbehaving said my husband cannot tell a short story, and I was going to ask, is that your wife?
Shit.
I do think though that the flashlights. I don't know. I know you guys did your. I don't know why the police won't come out and just say that that's what it is, right? Because they said it to the parents, but yet to the public they say it may become relevant. And I'm wondering, is that because they believe maybe there's some relevancy with the trash truck? Not necessarily the idea of it being flashlights, but with the trash truck. Hey, Wah.
Blue, you want to take that one?
What?
About the trash truck?
Like, the police say that video may be of relevancy down the line. Like now, it's not. I'm thinking maybe that's not because they believe it's a trash flashlights, but maybe because of the trash truck. Maybe there's some relevancy when it comes to the trash truck. They did search the landfill. I mean, I don't know.
No,
I agree with that. I won't disagree with that at all.
I've wondered. I mean, that's where I always go back to that, man, for weird, and that's always going to be a thing, I guess. What do you think about it, Grant? Like, is it so?
If there's no footage at all of Sebastian leaving, and the only activity that morning was of the trash trucks, and they did search the landfill, there has to be a reason they felt that way.
True. Yeah, my thing is like, what he get in it on? I don't know. So I go back and forth with that one because, again, I don't know. It makes it hard, like, because I don't know, man. Would you hide? Like, let me say this, and this is just way out of context, right? If you were trying to get out of somewhere, would you think jumping in the back of one, or it would have to be malice, right? It's either malice or, yeah. So that's scary, man.
I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying, if it's not, you know what I mean?
No,
if
I get
it's
it.
not there just has to be something. Psyops. Let's see if we can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you, bud.
Okay, good deal. I'm not sure what happened, but it was like nobody could hear me there for a minute.
I wouldn't shut up.
You are back. Yeah, Chris said not all electronics have been given back, but did he say that again recently, or was that in the earlier days? I don't know.
Y'all want to hear something crazy? So, what about a laptop that was said to be broken, but partially worked, and they never took that from somebody? Just saying.
But
we're talking
the
about
one
a
that
Star
Minecraft
Wars laptop.
Yes, yeah.
But I thought that Minecraft. I'm decorating my son's McDonald's Minecraft toy right now with the little stickers. That's why I said Minecraft. But I thought Microsoft flagged one of the laptops, and also, why isn't anybody talking about the police being at Seth's house?
Yeah,
the weekend before Sebastian disappeared.
Yeah, what's up with those charges, and why can't you FOIA them? Like, what is it? And does it have to deal with the? Does it have to? Cletus, did you mention this other day? Like, he worded it, I think, a better way than probably I could.
Can you say that again, Jess? What
did I say?
You're talking about. See, this is why I'm asking.
About the police being at Seth's house the weekend before Sebastian disappeared. Why is that not spoken of?
I want to know about that too. I would like to know. I have an idea on what it was, but I
think we all have an idea, right? But for some reason, the green team doesn't touch that one.
Yeah.
I know it's a toughy subject, but you can't FOIA that anyway because it has to do with a child.
Yeah.
So you can't FOIA it.
Yeah.
But there's some curiosity why that won't get touched on and talked about.
It was on a Saturday, right?
I believe so. I mean, I don't know. All I know is there's rumors that the police were there. Nobody ever speaks further.
Yeah, I think it. Yeah, I mean, I think I have an idea of what it was. But,
okay, is it like a double-edged sword though? It could be because it's related to a minor, or could it be because it's involved with, or associated with the case?
It could be both. It could be
Both.
because there's a minor attached to it, but it's also an open investigation, right?
Yeah. See, that's me not like I just don't. It's frustrating when especially if you have something like that and then nobody has even mentioned it, and for whatever reason. Go ahead, SS.
Did we lose you again, Psyops?
No, I'm here.
Oh, were you about to say something?
No, I mean, it sounded like he broke up. I couldn't hear what he was saying.
Oh.
It's
No, we were
probably
just
me.
saying, is it because it involves a minor or because it's an open investigation?
Oh.
And it's probably because of both.
Yeah, probably because of both for sure. And also, you know, I mean, the Proudfoots have been willing to take a lot of shit over the last year to protect privacy, and I'm not going to be the one to disrespect or trample over that.
Right.
That's
It's
respect.
one of the things that gives credence to them for me personally, you know, is just what all that they have went through to protect his privacy. It speaks volumes to me about what kind of people they are. And so that's been one of the things also that has led to me having some of the opinions I do, is that they've been willing to, you know, to suffer when, you know, when situations could have been different.
They're not just like that online either, man. Like in person, they won't, like, even when like Sebastian and certain things that we've heard, they won't divulge because it's not something that's necessary. It's and I'm sure y'all can assume what I'm saying, but then even when it comes to like the green team, always feeling like, you know, Chris and them are talking about them, and Clue will tell you this. I've never fucking heard them speak on them, to be honest. And if they did, it was just one comment and it was done. And it was because we asked or I asked. And
Right.
they just have a respect about them, I think. And SS says it better, but it's just a respect there that you could see that they're not willing to cross that line.
No, I mean, and that's my opinion. Again, I'm not as close as y'all are at all. Not even, you know, close to it. So you all have better, more aware perspectives than I do. But from where I see it and a little that I've gleaned, you know.
But still, I mean, they're still parents of a missing child. I mean, do you really think they're going to let you know, like, if they did do something? I mean, you know, you may think they're great people. They may also be putting on an act while you're with them. You can't say for sure because they are suspects. You know, I mean, not names, you know what I mean? But still. Yeah. But what is T-Dub? Used phone for alarm, but was plugged in kitchen. Who said they used the alarm, but was plugged in the kitchen?
Look, I'll say this. People may judge me for it. I don't care. So most of the people know about my son. And before I get too far into it and y'all start yelling at me and be like, hey, keep it off there. I've learned there. But like they've helped a lot because of the things that Sebastian had went through with ODD and stuff like that. I won't lie, man. Like I was upset. My wife was very upset because we couldn't get control of him. And I ain't gonna lie, I picked up the phone. And do you know that Chris stayed on the phone with me? Because I mean he's a talker too, but the whole time on how to help, and then got Katie, and Katie helped. And dude, and we were able to manage the situation with their advice.
Yeah, that's awesome because they've experienced it too and they're giving you guidance, and that's the way it should be. Parents helping parents instead of judging too much, right?
Yeah. I just want people to see that there's a side to them. Like all you get is this evil, like they're bad people, and it's like, oh, but I don't know. I wish, and I say this a lot, and Chris knows because he tells me to shut the fuck up, kind of verbatim, like stop apologizing. It's like, dude, there's things that I wish I could take back the past. If I could not be involved with parents, I would do that, you know. But
yeah, because I think that's part of the issue, right? Like there is this parasocial relationship built, and with that parasocial relationship, it jades your perspective because let's face it, those who are close to Seth will never see Seth the way we do, and those that are close to the Proudfoots will never see the Proudfoots the way others do. I was almost wrapped into that, and then I got myself out of it because at the end of the day, we don't know these people. And I don't want to know them solely because their son's missing and me being indirect mouthpiece based on what I'm being told. I don't know if what I'm being told is the truth to then go to my platform and give it at face value. I think is unfair. And I think in a way the Proudfoots and Seth have both utilized YouTubers or TikTokies to do that for them.
I can agree with that 100%. I can
And it
agree.
may
And
not even be intentionally. It may be intentionally. Who knows? We don't know. I think at the end of the day, though, all three of them, you know, are being.
I feel like you do a good job though at pulling the middle line, man. To be honest, I mean, given the information that's there, I mean, look at Jay. Jay's the same way. You know, she pulls middle. Clue does, and Clue gets a lot of heat. Why? Because I think Clue takes heat because she's here. She's involved. She's actively. She is boots on the ground. You know what I'm
I
saying?
think people view Clue as being like really close to the Proudfoots because of the relationship they have. So they think that anything Clue says is because of that relationship. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
I've seen
Clues. It just shows you how people are, though, to think that if they were really guilty, or if we saw something or heard something over here that was evidence and pointed that way, we wouldn't be screaming it from the rooftops.
Yeah,
I mean, I have no issue whatsoever saying that, you know, I'm wrong and that, you know, this happened this way and it needs to be acted on, you know.
Yeah, but not everybody feels that way. Not everybody would, because this has become such a personal divide that some things won't be stated because it gives the green team ammo. You know what I mean? I know that for a fact.
I feel like there's kind of a fear there too, right? Because there's something like look what Granny just went through. Like, dude, I don't wish this on fucking anybody. And she'll tell you this, man. And Granny, I hope you're okay with me saying this. I truly felt bad. Like, I mean, even dude, Granny's went rounds. I mean, dude, she's went after me on questioning shit. And I said this the other night, even with Jay has said things, but I can't look at you, Granny, or anybody a different way. Or Granny Jay, I can't look at you, Granny, or Jay a different way because of things that my actions have caused questions, right? But so I'm not going to go back and be like, oh, well, I don't like y'all. No, because I think y'all do good. I'm not a true crime person. I'm just a person that wanted to get involved with searching. And I allowed myself to speak on things that I had no business speaking on. And then not to mention, nor have the knowledge of, right? To be able to talk about those things. So I don't know. I think people will have that fear though, because when you take Granny Jay, that Granny primarily, right? Take Granny for instance. She walks the line. She don't fold on both sides. She tells everything what it is, and then boom, she's in a fucking RICO, a falsified big ass RICO, and it takes a hold of her, and then you have these people talking mad shit, and yet she still stood 10 toes down to prove that like this, you know, these people are fucking insane. So there's the fear there too, right? Of people like that. There's some people that may want to speak up that don't.
Yeah, that is true, man. And I've heard it from people, you know, people told me that I was mentioned in that thing. I've never looked at it and read whatever they, you know, however I was included in it. But I get that there are people out there that, you know, feel some kind of way and don't want to share, don't want to speak up. I'm just saying that for those of us, at least on this panel, I don't think any one of y'all, and I know myself, would not hear some shit that was suspect in a serious way and not go to law enforcement about it. It just would not happen, you know, would not ever be a thing. And I think people overblow the team thing. In the end, it's always about Sebastian. It always has been. If you go back and listen to Granny's panels from last summer and before that supposedly caused that RICO, the thing that we talked about every day was, where is Sebastian? That was the point of what we're going at. And, you know, it doesn't matter who did what and how. Only thing that matters is finding him and getting justice, period, point blank.
That's super strange too, that would cause a RICO, huh? Asking about Sebastian. That's just mind-boggling.
Well, then it comes out that they're the actual RICO, that they're in a group chat with 42 of them plotting and planning and trying to fake evidence, trying to trigger people to get a response out of them so they could do their frivolous litigation, so that they can monopolize Sebastian's case, so that they can try to make some type of production out of it.
Dude,
And
I remember.
honestly, if anything, it proves their facade. They don't have the lengths they believe they do. They don't have the attorneys and the power and the intelligence. They don't have what they claim they had.
So check this out. If you and SS remember, Clue can tell you this. So Clue is a very straightforward, like in your face. Like, I'm gonna tell you this: people think a certain way of them, and I'll go to bat for Clue and Cleese any day because I know who they are in person. Is the same of what you get online, and I'm telling you, I have seen questions that are hard to like hard be asked towards individuals that, I mean, it's just who they are. So there's no side there, right? But do you remember when it come out that they were attacking? I think Queen was like one of the major targets of Tony for a long time. And what was crazy is Clue would release the screenshots of the text messages. And this was shit months ago now. I thought, well, I think it was like back in August or some shit like that. I can't remember. But when that happened, look at everything that immediately unfolded. It was, I mean, dude, they were like just pounding it on narratives towards Chris and Katie. Get it away from the fucking screenshots. We don't need. It's what they do, man.
Sorry, my daughter was talking to me. I didn't really hear what you said because she was talking to me, but everybody got quiet.
No, it was just like back when, the screenshots that come out a while back, right before you would get put in that RICO and stuff. And I find it funny that you were just only questioning where Sebastian is. Nothing about anything, just morally about Sebastian. And then when you notice Clue, like I said, Clue's a very upfront person. But if she's going to ask a hard question, she's going to ask you in person too. It doesn't matter the friends or not. And I've seen it. And then Clue, I feel like, was trying to show that, hey man, this ain't what you think it is. We don't know if it's the truth yet. But all the screenshots that would unfold, and then rightfully so, is the same time that you would start getting put. I mean, dude, it was just Queen, dude, they were coming hard. And it was, I remember.
Well, yeah, they did that because they wanted to take over, monopolize Sebastian's case. They wanted to intimidate everybody into silence. They're fucking scumbags.
And also, what you just said, intimidate. The reason they were like that is because their bark is way worse than their bite.
Right.
And that just got showed by them getting pawned in the court system with the anti-slap. Get ready
and
to
they
pay
still
up,
won't acknowledge it
motherfuckers.
either. Right. And they're still sitting over there in this delusional land that they got to play it up their sleeves. They don't. The worst thing they could do would be appeal this. That would be the worst thing they can do.
I gotta ask this though. I didn't think they could appeal without prejudice. I thought they could appeal the judgment, but not the so say if y'all come up with a judgment monetary value, they can appeal that. But I didn't think they could. Okay.
They could appeal the judge's judgment. They could appeal that, but it would be worse for them. The judge isn't going to see it any differently. The filing is as ridiculous as the judge said it was. And Superior Court would laugh that right out.
I was going to say, could you imagine it going to Superior Court?
Right.
I mean, this is a Harvard-educated judge having to waste their damn time on the demented ramblings of a fucking social media obsessive Eileen Warnos-looking loser.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. And the likes of Nick. I mean, the judge even said it reads like a tabloid. So they're not going to get far with it. What's a shame is what they've done to Sebastian's case because of it. Because even like right now, we're discussing Sebastian, but yet that's such a huge part of his case that it keeps coming up. And that's what they've created. They've made the focus no longer be about Sebastian, but about them and their antics and their circus act and all of those things.
Well,
and it's really a shame.
Because somebody somewhere is going to be crazy enough to need it, right? And then we're like, well, look what we did. So they can sell a product now is all it is. Yeah, we can do all this. And don't worry, we can get it to the courts, but nothing happens. But see, what they don't understand is just like, BJ's fucking, what'd she say? A victim impact statement. Does she understand that you're the victim?
Right. Not only that, but it's not a criminal case. So there is no victim.
It's like, what the
No,
fuck?
It's an
she's
impact
that
statement, but it's
she's
not a
that
victim.
delusional.
She
I'm
really is.
almost certain I can hear them talking in that chat. And after this was done, them trying to reassure all the stooges and saying stuff like, all you need to be worried about is writing up your impact statement because this is
Right.
money
We've
in the
got a
bank.
plan. We're going to present this
Yes.
to the judge. And
I can
the fact that they
literally
believe they can just
hear
call
them.
an emailer too, like, oh my gosh, are you kidding?
I know it honestly wouldn't surprise me with how they dig into people if one of them got her fucking information and actually did try to reach out to her. That would not surprise me.
It wouldn't surprise me either. Hey, Sarah Sara, it's been a while. Good to see you. And I also, I mean, just they're not, you can't do that. But the idea that they believe that's the way the courts work is so fucking embarrassing.
Yeah, it is.
Thank you, Choo. It's just so grossly uneducated, especially for like a quote unquote true crime community. It's concerning to say the least.
It is.
Staying their pleadings. That was too. I know. That's what I'm saying. They're trying to say like the judge didn't understand it, so it was too complicated for the judge. The Harvard graduate that went all over the world teach. I mean, fucking research this judge. She's incredibly educated.
I read a study one time about the most complicated task that humanity has thought up takes about a 115 IQ to learn successfully. I can promise you that judge understands your bullshit complaint. It's just that it's fucking non sequiturs and word salad.
Right. That's actually what she said in her opinion. Like, not only did you not plead any of this correctly, but it's so all over the place that it was hard to even follow to see what the complaint was.
Yeah.
And she acknowledged 42 of the complaints, and none of them, had a fucking ounce of evidence.
Was there really like 20,000 pages or whatever they said?
Yeah, there was a lot.
That's fucking nuts, man. Like, you could say what you got to say. It's funny in real judgments and stuff. You usually see it's like 2 pages.
Well, they basically just took screenshots of anything that hurt their fifis and then tagged it into one large document and then just sent that as some kind of fucking evidence, or called that some kind of evidence rather.
So let me ask you something, Granny, and this goes for Granny and Clue. Like, at what point? So, like, what they're doing to y'all, is it not? Because we both know IC3 doesn't exist. Apparently, it doesn't matter what you do; that thing doesn't exist. I don't think they. I think Steve SF even said.
What is IC3?
IC3, SS. You know how to explain this better than me. I suck at it. It's like a online bureau for harassment and
the internet,
internet crimes. There you go. I guess that's what it stands for. But anyways, like, they don't do nothing. So what happens to somebody like you that I mean constantly gets this rhetoric and I'm just being real. You use social media as a tool to be able to provide for your family, right? So what happens if it took you down, or this keeps happening and it's defamatory to an extent that it does cost you money, right? Or for some reason you lose your YouTube, or you get where I'm going. So what happens? Nothing.
Well, towards like all the damage they've caused. That's why they pay punitive, and the judge can determine that they have to remove all of their content. And I can I'll fucking sue them. I'll sue them for defamation. I'll sue them for the harassment. I'll sue them for the, misuse of the courts. And,
hell yeah.
They'll be held accountable for it, including those in the background, the E's, Justins, the ones that were smart enough not to actually get involved in litigation, but be involved behind the scenes. They'll all be held accountable.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
And I mean, I know that a lot of people disagree with me on this, but in all the time they've been out there, I haven't seen at night post a retraction except after that little meeting that Brohammer had early on about the truth serum and all that. And so whenever they come out recently and post, I don't know if y'all seen it, that dense ass correction retraction. I mean, it was like it was like fine print only. When they post the 8th month, correction like that, to me, and now again, I know people disagree, I think that's outside pressure from somewhere. I don't know if a judge recommended that this be looked into more to possibly pursue criminal charges, or if it was just a probation officer speaking. I don't know what went on, but I have a hard time believing it was virtue alone that made them do that. I think that there was outside pressure coming from somewhere.
To who?
to at night. I mean, that's 8 months worth of retraction and corrections. I mean, that was a hell of a
Oh, yeah,
document.
like the police got on them for their little billboard scheme and all. I'm sure of it. Yeah, I'm sure of it. I'm sure the police called them up and said, what the fuck are you doing? Like, enough with your damage. Now you're causing real harm.
Yes, I agree. I mean, that's how it reads to me. I have no proof of that, obviously, but like I said, the only other time that I personally have seen a retraction is after, something else like that. So that's what it seems like. I just wonder, because you're talking about going after the other ones and all that. I'm just wondering, if something like that is going on, and if that has to do with some of the rhetoric and just how they've been lately, if they're not actually being looked into for some kind of possible charges.
They are. They probably are. They deserve to be. What they're doing is fucking despicable. They're the ones interfering in a case.
Yeah.
And Brittany, until you actually speak to Lesniak and he knows who the fuck you are, don't sit there and call him your lawyer, you dumbass. Your lawyer is a dumbass. Okay. Right. They went back and redid the reward. He did.
Looked like a dumbass.
And she was like, oh, how dare you take a picture of him while he's out with his family? Fuck you dumb
those
bitch.
Fucking shoes and those fucking cargo pants and that stupid fucking shirt. He looked like a dweeb. I mean,
you should see the other photo of him. The guy looks like, you should see like the veins popping out of his neck and his head and all, because he's so thin from whatever he's doing. They're fucking weird.
Looking Pee Wee Herman motherfucker.
So stupid. I am Agent 99. I'm taking all of it. All of it needs to go to the DA. And if Sumner County doesn't want to do anything about their interference, then PA needs to step up. I don't know in what state it is legal to pretend that you are a private intelligence group that works for the elite. I don't know. And the fact that these people came in and immediately after getting involved, their grand idea was to throw people into fucking litigation.
Yeah.
What was your idea to find Sebastian?
Yeah.
It's gross.
And what about all them damn searches and shit that was supposed to take place in the fall or the spring or what?
Trump's incoming administration and
Trump. Yeah, where's all that shit at? I mean, you literally trying to act like you're involving the president in this shit. I get that you can puffery is allowed and you have the right to say a lot of shit, but at some point, like with how large all this has gotten with the claims and the shit that's going on, I mean, I just don't see how something can't be actionable.
I think it can be. And like people said, this is from a guy on parole for fraud, right?
Yes.
Like this is.
Yes.
You're tricking people. They're tricking the majority, not the majority, thank God. They would have, but they're tricking a good mass of people that these guys are powerful and that there's something they're not, and they're doing so on the back of a missing child. And I believe they're collecting funds for doing so. I believe they're collecting funds for the billboards and all.
Yes. Not just that. I have wondered, like what are they getting from those channels other than just, saying they'll have the inside scoop or something. I've wondered if there's not some kind of percentage thing for, being one of these select ones. And if
they were told that they would get, they were told they would get breaking news on Sebastian's case.
Yeah.
They thought that it would make them closer to Sebastian's case and they would get more clicks and views by having insider source. That's what I think they thought.
I guess my thing I'm getting at is I'm looking for how money is flowing in, because I think that's maybe where it takes on a little, like what you were saying about collecting for the billboards, just looking for other things like that, because a revenue stream takes the behavior to an entirely different level. I feel like doing this is one thing, but doing this in a calculated way for profit, for a percentage with contracts and stuff, I think it jumps the shark then.
Well, and then we find out like, oh, Tony knows that Justin has CPS reports. Okay. Well, that's, he's not meant to have them. How did he get them? So the idea that Seth was passing around these CPS reports is correct. And Tony said it thanks to Yvette.
Somebody had to pass them around because it seemed like everybody that be talking have seen them or heard about them or know shit about them. So, I mean, they had to get out of Seth's hands some way.
Yep. I think they were promised, production. I think they were promised fame. I think they thought, Dog the Bounty Hunter, TMZ, celebrities. How many times have they eased literally they spoke about celebrities and who dogs connected to.
God. I mean, there's some celebrities that I mean, you don't want whatever kind of fame will come along with them. You know, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to run after aging meth heads and like give them a cigarette and a speech about Jesus. That just really ain't my bag.
Oh, it's fucking weird.
But hey, to each their own, I guess. You know, you'll be out of breath as fuck.
Well, and listen,
in basements.
Butter just had a great point, because that was my thought too. Knowing that Justin supposedly has these reports, I'm like, oh, what, the reports that Seth wrote? Because he slipped up and said the reports that I wrote, and then corrected himself. I do believe that Seth has fabricated reports out there. I believe it.
See, I have also wondered this and talked a little bit about it behind the scenes, and I wonder if there's not some floating around as well.
I agree. Where did Steven go? You guys were too mean to him in the chat. You chased him the fuck away. You guys are mean. I was deleting some comments that came, but gee, respect the guest. He may have been real bad. I don't know, but I do know that Seth is the father who signed with the CPS people that he would not pass them around, that they were not to leave his possession, and he gave them away. So even if SF did pass them around, if SF had them and somehow gave them to somebody else, he wouldn't be held accountable, because he's not the one that signed his signature on the dotted line that they wouldn't get outside of his. They had to come from Seth. So I don't know. How do you know, Pixie? How do you know? Are you him? How do you know he did it? How the fuck did Justin get them? How did anybody get them?
He didn't pass them around. That's a lie. Yeah, how you know that?
I don't know what anybody did.
I mean, how the hell they get out of his possession?
It's always these people that, here, why don't you click a link if you want to talk to Chris and Katie? Come on up.
Yeah.
Use your voice, right? Use your voice for the voiceless.
They never take the link, though. People like that never do.
No.
Nobody's going to be mean, but just come up and we'll talk.
Right. They were saying shit like the CPS reports would make us all have nightmares, how horrific they were. Uh-huh. And yet now they barely mention them.
Yeah.
Now they barely mention them. Wonder why. Is it because now they know other people know, so now they can't run with their lies anymore? Or?
Yeah.
I feel like it was fabricated too. No, yeah, and Michaela and T-Rev came back and said, no, you sent them to us, and we have proof of that. Yeah, he was going to give them out on Pascal's. I don't know, man. I just think the guy's so weird. I can't get past it. I think they're birds of a feather. They've all flocked together. They're all weird.
There was way more power in not showing it and hinting about it than showing it would have ever got them, because you know, you can allow the viewers, especially ones that dislike the Proudfoots already, to paint whatever picture they want. And I can tell you, folks on here got some demented imaginations.
But the question is, what's that power gonna gain you? You know what I mean? What in the words of BJ, what's your end goal?
Yeah, well, it can only. Attention is one thing. Also, just poisoning the well about the Proudfoots, you know.
Right. Takes the attention off of him, puts it onto the Proudfoots. He knows that putting them publicly is illegal, so he's not going to do that. So he can essentially make up whatever he wants to them.
But ultimately, though, that's where I've always gotten stuck. What's the ultimate end goal with all that? Because, okay, you want to destroy them. Okay, great. What's that gain you? You want to create
public perception. If he got arrested today, or let's say a few months back before this stupid lawsuit and everything, a lot more people would have believed him. And if he were arrested, they would protest that he's the innocent father going to jail.
And that's where I've always that's why I've always considered him probably the number one.
Right.
Because you worked entirely too hard to create a perception that gives absolutely no gain to you.
I could not agree more with that.
Yeah, I think that's been his goal this whole time, is to sway over the public and make the public believe like, oh, he's just this doting father who sees his son like a deer prancing through the woods.
Yeah, and if you hear a lot of people from over there, I was in this debate the other night with one of them from over there. We were talking back and forth. They can't conceive of the fact that anything could happen other than a parent harming him. Like, I don't know if they just aren't versed in true crime, if they have never been a teenager themselves somehow and snuck out, if they don't know about grooming, sextortion, if they don't, I mean, I don't know runaway statistics, but they literally can't conceive of anything other than a parent killing them. And I think that side is kind of has a lot of that. And so maybe even in his mind, he thinks it's either got to be me or them. So let me poison the well as much as possible about them. Right. I just wonder if that's not the logic process there, because so many of them have told me point blank that you have to pick a side of which parent did it. It's impossible for one of the parents to not have done it. And I'm like, I just don't agree with that. I do not agree with that.
But that's what that's what Seth has pushed. Yes, Seth has pushed sides. He wants there to be quote unquote sides.
Yeah.
And if you don't go with his side, then you believe the Proudfoots are innocent and you deserve to be tormented for that. He did that.
Yeah. It's why I was so happy that they had Elizabeth Smart on there last night, because what happened to her flies in the face of anything that they could say. You know, wonderful family, great home, nice neighborhood, shit still go down.
Yep. I do wonder though how her being like kidnapped makes her a panel of specialists.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I know that she's focused on advocacy work, but I don't know what that looks like.
Yeah, at least she's doing something good. I mean, what she went through was horrific.
And if anybody needs,
and I think that's what. Sorry.
Just real fast, anybody that needs further proof of what can happen in a house when parents are sleeping, please do yourself a favor and look up the Mr. Cruel case from Australia. You will be amazed at what a predator can do in a house with parents that are asleep.
Now I forget what I was going to say. Something about that. Oh, I think that's what Seth wanted to do. I think Seth wants to be up there with like these families that have experienced tragedy and now they've used it for good and they get recognized as specialists and they get called to give their opinions on cases and they run 50c3s and people donate and support them. I think that's what Seth was aiming to do with his homestead.
Say that one more time. You think he was aiming to set up
to be like the Petitos? Or
yes, you know, for sure.
He wanted that type of fame.
Well, I think that everybody keep talking about the long-term contract and all that. I mean, from where I sit, that means he's deemed the last several months a success. He wants to continue going. If you look at what they've done with, you know, the way that they're talking, trying to set up this 501(c), I definitely think that's the direction they're all trying to move in, which is where they not just want to do this here, but they want to carry this show on the road and try to, you know, work with other families and shit doing the same thing.
Well, why, if you have a missing child, would you sign into a 2-year contract anyhow? You don't have faith that he'll be found within those 2 years?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that.
I mean, he sits there and says, like, he's out there, bring him home, drop him off. But we know what he says over here on YouTube, and that ain't it.
Yeah.
So what is his actual real end goal? That has to be, you know, it has to be fame. And yeah, tomorrow's Chloe, do you have court tomorrow?
Girl, I'm not talking about that.
Can we get a yes or a no?
Don't get me started.
She don't want to go.
I know she don't want to go, but you've been subpoenaed, bitch.
Fuck yes, I gotta go tomorrow.
Yeah. Well,
that made no fucking sense. I'm not no witness. I didn't see shit. I don't know shit.
Well, you can be our newsroom reporter. Come back and tell us what the hell's going on. At least give you a front row seat. Do you have to travel far? Or is it right at your courthouse?
It's a fucking hour away.
Oh my God, text Anna. I'd be telling her to pay for your fucking gas and your time. I'm serious. That is fucked up.
I know. I'm fucking pissed.
You got to get up at the ass crack of dawn, drive an hour away for some shit that you weren't even party to. The fuck?
Yeah. Didn't see a motherfucking thing. Didn't see shit.
God.
You're fine. Quit whining.
I mean, the only good thing is, like I said, you can at least tell us what happens there. But I have a feeling Seth won't even show.
Me too.
So it'll be a waste of whole fucking time, a whole fucking day.
For nothing.
For nothing.
It's funny to me you saying I don't even know nothing. I've definitely seen people get up on the stand and I don't know. And it'd be like, you don't know your own name? No, sir, I do not.
I was going to say pervy too. I was going to say that, and I said party too. But I don't know. Is Chris and them, are they subpoenaed too?
Yep.
Well, there you go. Make it a, I don't know.
You
were parked there when she left. So what is Clue supposed to be like? I was parked there when she left. She still don't know nothing. A hostile witness. They're calling you a hostile witness.
Well, it is what it is.
Oh no, a hostile witness. That's hysterical.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Yeah, what do you think those bags under his eyes were? I don't believe they were, excuse me, from crying. I think that was a setup.
I don't really know what causes all that.
As you can.
Y'all women are skincare people. What causes those?
I don't know, but they weren't normal fucking bags under his eyes. They weren't normal.
I mean, I have the same ones. So.
Do you?
Yeah, I got massive bags under my eyes all the time.
Well, I was going to say all the time, right? His weren't all the time. Because in the one segment, his eyes were normal. In the next segment, his eyes were like that. Maybe crying. I mean, maybe.
Somebody said iron deficiency. I don't know if that's true or not, but.
No, it had to be crying because, like I said, in the one, it's normal. Look, I'll show you. In the one clip, his eyes are very normal. They're not giant baggy.
I'm looking at my picture on the screen, and I've got kind of bags under my eyes.
But look, there he is on the screen. Okay. His eyes are pretty much normal. Little bit of bags, but nothing drastic. And then when you go down to this weird part where he looks at the camera directly.
Someone has him.
Right here.
Maybe it's a lack of makeup. It almost looked like it was
makeup.
Well, whatever they put on them before you do, they put the shit on their face before they put the lights and stuff on them for interviews.
The makeup would make his eyes look that baggy?
No, I'm saying maybe the first one had, just because they played in that order don't necessarily mean they were shot in that order, right?
I mean, yeah, for sure, but I don't think makeup can take away those baggy of bagged eyes.
I don't know. I'm just fucking throwing shit out there. I don't know what caused it.
And if it does, let me know what kind of makeup it is. Hell, help me out.
Go back to the first scene and let's look at the background, see if it's a different background.
It is. It's right here. It's wherever he's at.
Okay, well then, yeah, it's probably just different lights, different little makeup, whatever. I mean, surely.
No. What kind of magical fucking makeup makes those type of bags go away? I
don't know. I don't know nothing about makeup, but I'm telling you, I've seen women before take off makeup, but they don't like the same human being. They do shadows and shit, change how their nose look.
I agree. They can make themselves look like completely different people, but all right, I don't know enough about makeup. Fine, maybe you guys are right, but those are some hefty ass fucking bags.
I'm not saying I don't know shit about it. I'm really kind of just joking a little bit, but you
can't see his fucking neck over all that fat. I don't know if he has a scar in his neck. You can't see it.
Oh my God.
The lighting? You think it's the lighting? Oh, well, hell. Let me check my eyes in the dark and the light. Make sure I don't got no shit appearing like that when the lights come on. That's fucking scary.
Okay, somebody I just saw it scroll past said that they were one of the skin people that do that shit for a living, and that it couldn't do that.
Yeah, I don't think it could.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about the shit. I just know that, like I said, I've seen y'all look like whole different creatures with the shit on.
Not way. I don't wear no damn makeup. Oh, Clue said, wow. That's going to be you tomorrow at court, Clue. I don't know nothing. Bags under your eyes, all having to get up early.
I'm telling you, I'm a little upset about this.
I would be too. I'm being serious. I would be too.
Supposedly it's for the video that I have that I got from the vigil, right? Like the one I bought. And it's like, I don't even see you on the video.
Right.
So
She recorded her own shit. So what does she need you for?
I don't know.
Has she even reached out to you at all? Like, hey, I apologize that I subpoenaed you.
No, she did. I mean, she told me about it, right? But it still don't make up for me having to get the fuck up in the morning.
Right. No, I agree. That is crazy. What's court, like 8, 9 a.m.?
Early. That's what it is.
Too early. She wants your police footage. She didn't want to pay for it herself. You think so?
Well, she may not have been able to get it, but still.
I want a Bowberry biscuit. What's a Bowberry biscuit?
Bojangles. I think it got like blueberries or something in it.
Bojangles?
Yeah, it does.
Is that a place or like a type?
Do you not got Bojangles? Bojangles is like a fried chicken place.
No, we don't got that.
They do it. I mean, if you're talking about fast food, they got a damn good breakfast for a fast food joint.
Well, Tony can serve Texana at court tomorrow. Just like Hongy Hong might be served while he's trying to avoid service, huh, Hong? Oh, she's going to use Clues videos. So was your video subpoenaed too or no? What if you come that day and you don't have the video? Then what?
That's what I'm supposed to bring, is what she said.
Oh, so your video and you were subpoenaed.
Right.
Damn, she could have just asked you for a fucking copy of it.
That's what I said.
I got email. I mean, come on. We get a Dropbox or something.
That is fucked up.
Yeah.
Wow. Preparation H works for bags under your eyes?
I mean, I guess theoretically that would make sense.
Because it shrivels it up or whatever.
Popeyes over Bojangles. Look, I'm a Popeyes fan. You ain't got to try to convince me. Although I don't eat fried food too often, but.
We just had Raising Cane's.
You have what?
Raising Cane's. You ever hear of that?
I've heard of it. Yeah, I haven't ever eaten there though.
Yeah, we have that here.
Yeah, I don't think it was all that. There's a big hype behind it, but their cane sauce is good, but it's not all that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Dude, I would be telling Texana, like, not only, you know what I mean, hook a girl up with some gas, but, you know, you can treat me out to lunch or something. Hell.
If he don't show up, you carrying us out to brunch for damn sure. Get me some fucking sourdough flapjacks out of this shit.
Right. I don't know though. I'll be honest. I know a lot of people cheer Texana on. She knows I didn't. That's why she don't be tagging me in her fucking weird ass subliminal post and shit. But I don't necessarily agree with what she's doing. I know many people do, but I'm one of the few that I don't necessarily agree.
I don't even really understand what she's doing, to be honest. The time she's went up on panel, I couldn't follow it, and I just did other, you know, it wasn't for me.
We're with you.
Yeah, I don't get it, but whatever. I mean, do your thing, I guess.
What is is there a simple way to describe what it's even about, really?
I have yet to see anything that actually shows what exactly is the case. Like I have no idea what the hell she's doing with it.
Do we know what she's even what her claim is?
Not that I can tell.
Okay. No, it's not clear. That's what people are like guessing what it is. Like, oh, it's because of Michaela's Mutts, but it's because of Seth, and it's because of this. Like, it's just people are just guessing.
Okay, so it's not just me then, because every time I've looked at it, that's been then I've just been like, you know what, I don't care enough to sort through all this and to deal with all this shit. Yeah, I don't know what it's about. Well, Carl, you're wrong. Sourdough flapjacks is the best pancakes that there are, period. If you ever have them done right, it's like getting to eat fucking cake for breakfast or some shit. And usually they're healthier than normal buttermilk pancakes. So how often does the best tasting thing, is it actually better than the other thing? It's a rarity. Got to get up on them.
Well, and with Texana too, I feel like she went to that visual to start shit to begin with, right? Like her intentions weren't pure anyway. And if they could sense that, they're not wrong for sensing that. So then turn around and say you were discriminated against when your intentions weren't good anyhow. I don't get it. Like this whole, I'm not down with frivolous litigation. I'm not down with contacting the FBI and going to this police station and opening up litigation in this court. And I'm not down with it. She may have a purpose and feel she's right for it, but I personally don't support it.
Yeah.
And then to go the extra mile to get other people fucked up and caught up in it's not cool either.
Yeah. I'm always hesitant of folks that like go to kind of cause trouble and test rules for the whole point of like recording a spectacle, you know, and making a statement or something. I always feel a little weird about that kind of thing.
Yeah. Let me see if I can even get her to come up because she did make a post. Sometimes she comes up on my shit or whatever. And it was something about, oh, since Sumner County wasn't interested, I took it over to the FBI and the FBI is going to investigate it. And I can't find it now. What was her last name? Texana? Bert?
I think Fernandez or something.
Yeah, Fernandez.
Let's see. Yeah, here it is. This is what she wrote. Law enforcement. I'll share it with y'all. Hold on. Oh, it's on the screen. You guys were seeing it. Okay. Law enforcement, have you ever considered... Oh, no. Where is it? I don't want to show all of her shit. Some of it gets on my nerves. Oh, here. It was right there. Sorry, hold on. This one. This is the concrete evidence that will be included in court soon. So I'm making an opening statement to the Clarksville PD and the DA. The investigation, data, and evidence that your agencies refused to accept concerning Tony Mathis, Seth Rogers, Andrea Griffin, and Michaela's Mutt Motel was accepted by the State Attorneys General of Tennessee office. The threat of arrest, the denial of providing a true investigation into public concerns, and the denial of due process rights to actual victims will be addressed in the near future. State agencies do not answer to local authority, but to federal agencies. So who threatened her with arrest? The police that also denied providing a true investigation to the public's concerns. Who's the public's concerns is your concern. And denial. So she's saying the police threatened her with arrest. Anybody else read it that way?
That would be what is implied, I feel like, yeah.
Yeah. And I don't know why this potato bitch wants to start shit, but bitch, you were out here telling people you were dying from RA. Don't utilize the attention you got being a piece of shit to Brittany the same way you got attention off of me. You're a diabolical fucking bitch that gets off on trying to ruin people's lives. Sit your ass back in the fucking corner sucking Brittany's tits like you were before. You were down with every single thing the bitch was doing, and now you're trying to expose it. You're getting a little bit of attention off of it. Now you think you're going to come back and ride off of me? Bitch, I already sent you and your husband a cease and desist. Fuck with me. Fuck with me. I will not go through your harassment again. I'm telling you right now, you dirty little conniving, sneaky bitch. Fuck that, man. I'm so sick of these bitches trying to get fucking attention off of dumb shit, right? Like, that's what Texana's doing here. You're going to make this big uproar because you weren't, they didn't accept your dog food? Because they realized you weren't there with good intention? And people cheer it on. I don't get it. I don't get it.
So she went there. I'm sorry. I'm still not following. I guess I'm dumb. So she went there with dog food to give it to Michaela's Mutt Motel, and now she's submitting the nonprofit for investigation.
No idea.
Yep.
I
don't understand that.
I just read the statement on the screen, but it didn't really. I mean the paper. I just read the paper on the screen, and it basically just says she submitted a complaint. Thank you. We take nonprofit stuff seriously. I mean, I don't know. I guess we'll find out tomorrow, or we won't.
Right.
I don't really look for us to find out tomorrow either, to be fair. Just my thoughts.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't stand when people fucking manipulate timelines to try to fucking push a narrative. I don't even know why I just looked at this shit, but this bitch has got me fucking hot right now.
Who it is? Well, you don't want to say their name.
No, I'm not fucking advertising them. The only attention they get is they were fucking people over that they latch onto and support to oblivion and then turn on one day and fucking get all the attention off of that.
Yeah, for sure. If you wanted to put it in back chat, I wouldn't complain.
But yeah, so this is pretty much
what did that comment just say? Did you see her on Queens the other day and explained?
Let me see.
Yeah, she came up on Queens the other day.
Queens the other night, she explains why, and it sounds legit. It is up for misuse of funds raised and something about disability. I'd have to check it out. I didn't see it. I wasn't really online over the weekend. So what was the reason?
I didn't. Being honest, I didn't care enough to listen. I really didn't. I mean, it's to me, it's you have filed a civil complaint. Okay, that's your business. I don't really need to know all the ins and outs of it. Just because it pertains to Seth, doesn't make it relevant to me.
Right, and that's what I mean. Like, she's kind of using the attention that Seth had received, and in a way, using that to her. I don't know. A lot of it does seem like rambling to me as well. If she feels like she generally has a point here, and why are you going to like the police and all of them if you already have a lawsuit? So that's no different than people being angry that UA goes undercover as homeless, right? Like, you just go around and monitor ADA accommodations at events. Like, that's just what you do. And when you come across something you dislike, you file litigation. Is that it?
I don't know. I know those people that do that, like some of that First Amendment audit and stuff. That shit can kind of make me cringe sometimes when I see it, where they'll go somewhere and purposely try
poke.
Yeah, and like, after a while they get a response. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think, we got those freedoms and stuff, but like also when you create a stressful situation, that's where mistakes happen, So I don't know. Nobody's perfect. There's always going to be issues. That's why, companies figure on that kind of stuff, shrink, loss. I mean, they factor all that into their models because you're never going to eliminate it.
Absolutely, Jay. Well, and that's like, again, I don't understand. Like, all right, so she feels they're doing something wrong. Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, it just seems like it's frivolous litigation, right? Some people should make a garden. Yes, TJ Talks. I feel like you're yelling at me. But this basically says the Public Interest Division of Tennessee, the Attorney General received your complaint, Michaela's Motel. So where does Seth Rogers come into play? Like, what? I don't get it.
Yeah,
hey, Jay.
Hey.
Can you break this shit down? You get it?
Not really. I was coming up to talk about, well, you already said it, the ADA thing. So that's what I've gotten from her, is that she originally is going after him for violating American disability rights. But my question is, how were her disability rights affected? Does anyone understand that?
Well, and see, I thought that she was trying to do it on behalf of Sebastian.
Oh, really?
I'm probably wrong.
I don't know, because a lot of what she posts is very subliminal. It's almost like the green team with their fucking, playing little games, like little puzzling questions. Like, even, have you considered the few unidentified fingerprints on the gaming console belonging to one of the local children teens? Here's a suggestion.
She's very cryptic.
Right, it's cryptic.
Wait,
and by the way, your local police station should have child safety kits where they will fingerprint your children. You put an updated photo, their information. Everybody should do that. But some of this is just like, even when she put up that, like, the photo of being beat up and attached it to Betty. What the fuck did that mean?
Yeah, yes, agreed.
And how can she go for Sebastian's rights? That then how were his rights violated?
Right, that's what I mean. And who is she to battle for his rights? I respect it, but she's also dragging other people in.
I thought
I
she
said
was
I'm probably
disabled.
wrong. I said I'm probably wrong, and I probably am.
Oh, that was just your guess. I'm sorry. Okay, that makes sense.
Oh, okay. I took it as she's disabled, and she was, kicked out, and she's saying that her rights were violated somehow.
That's how I took it too. That's exactly how I took it.
And then she went on to further report, their Mutt Motel for like the money and all of that you just read about, like the attorney general or whatever she said. Like she wants them to be investigated for that. But it sounds to me that the police didn't want to hear anything she had to say.
That's what I'm saying. It sounded like they threatened her with arrest.
Yeah, it's weird.
Like
I guess.
The way she, right? Did you see that the way I saw it with the DA message? Like, oh, where is it?
Yeah, I thought it was weird. I really didn't understand it.
People are pretty adamantly saying in chat that she is going for Sebastian's rights. She has stated that on Queen's panel outright.
Okay, that's
I thought that's
weird.
what the hell she said the other day on her panel.
Yeah, that's effing weird to me. Like, why do these people step in for a kid they don't even know? Like,
she said like 22 people would be arrested. 22
That's what I was going to say.
Oh my God.
Another poster said that 22 people had exploited, I think I'm quoting this right, exploited Sebastian's image, and that somehow is violation of these rights or whatever. I don't understand this. People in chat are saying it though. They seem to have a good grasp on it.
Well,
did you guys come up?
Did you guys see though where she posted bruises on her face and made it look like she was threatened? And it's weird.
Like, you're bruising. Your hits won't stop me or something. And
well, because then people were saying that like she fell downstairs, but other people were saying no, that's not what it is. And then some people were saying it wasn't her. I mean, I'm like, what the fuck is this about?
Well, that's what it's implying to me. Many people took it like Betty fucking had her beat up.
Yes, that is exactly how it seemed that many people in the chat took it, or that's how
that's how I took it.
And she's not a stupid woman, so she knew it would be taken that way. And it was mysterious. And I was even, did they ask when she was on panel what the fuck that was?
Nope.
I didn't hear her on panel.
Nope.
Hey, Artist Creek. What you got for us?
Hey, okay, that same night, she was on Queen Bee's panel. I think it was that very same night. And she was talking about how she monitors locations for ADA compliance and things like that. And I recall Voices and I wasn't on panel. I was like, oh shit. But Voices was like, yeah, so you just do this? Do you have authority? And she's like, no, I just do it. So, yeah, that's weird. Okay. That's weird.
And here's the thing, right? And let's imagine this way. If Kristen and Katie had a visual, right? And somebody that we know supports the fucking other quote unquote team. They created teams, not us. If one of them showed up with no good intent, all ill intent, questioning shit with cameras on their heads and cameras on their chests, and we're kind of like just being an odd duck out. And if they asked them to leave, we'd say that they should respect that. Am I wrong?
Agree.
Yeah.
So I don't get it. I don't get why she's being cheered on for this, to be honest. I think it's weird.
I don't think the people that are heard it
remember her
before.
story too, though, about offering up to go and buy them supplies for their motel.
Yeah,
and they turned her down. They said they just wanted cash.
Yeah, but why wasn't that on camera?
Right. Well, we don't know if that's true. Yeah, that might not be true. We don't know that.
Right.
Yeah, so Betty ended up calling the police to get her out of there, Texana out of there, and ended up backfiring because they had a warrant for Betty. She got arrested.
Wasn't Texana wearing body-worn camera too?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like on her chest, on her head. So where's the camera? Them saying we don't want.
Maybe she's going to bring it out in court.
Maybe. If she had it, she wouldn't be subpoenaing Clue and Cletus to go there at the ass crack of dawn.
Maybe she's I was thinking about that, about Clue being. Is Cletus summoned as well?
They're hostile witnesses, Shay.
Okay, so okay, don't be hostile. I'll be gentle. No, I was thinking, did they maybe ask Clue to come because she's claiming that people weren't welcomed or something. Is
No,
she?
she wants Clue's footage that Clue paid for from the police responding.
Oh, that's it?
She wanted to save herself $300. What was it? 200, 300?
Yeah, I was like,
she just passing on the cost to Clue if it's an hour away. I mean,
And you have to be there just because you FOIA'd it to prove, like, oh, this is where I got it from.
That's bullshit.
Wow.
Sorry, TJ Talk DA. I don't know what you're typing. I've been typing this as not being seen. I did see you say granny. I did look away from the chat for a minute. I don't know what you're typing. Type it again. Full, complete sentences, please. I did. What do you think? Do you support it, Jay, or do you think it's a little weird?
I think it's weird. I'm kind of curious what she's going to bring out in court.
The thing that strikes me is
I see TJ. Thank you.
As a very odd part, and somebody in chat brought this up. I've heard her say this too. She had to go all the way to some base or something to quote unquote get away from them. I don't know what that part of the claim is about.
But yeah, she said she had to run away across a field or some shit.
Also, real fast, just to be clear, y'all, I was joking about her paying Clue. I was not being serious, so don't take that.
I was
way,
being
please.
serious. She should pay Clue's expenses to travel. Because Clue's going as a witness on behalf of her.
They won't, though. I mean, look how much they pay jurors, next to nothing. And they have to, like, leave their jobs and dedicate, like, weeks.
No. I know, but we sign up with that. That's part of the Constitution, whatever. But I'm saying is, instead of Texana paying $300 to order this police footage, she instead calls Clue to be a witness, although she was not witness to anything that took place. She simply possesses the camera footage. And that's what's really being subpoenaed as Clue's video, which actually belongs to the police. Why didn't she subpoena the police?
She did.
Oh, well, she's funny.
I'm just curious what she's got up her damn sleeve. If she's going to be laughed out of there, is this going to be taken serious? Like, what is she got?
Right. Listen, I'm being a little sarcastic. I know, like, actually paying a witness would be like bribery. I'm not saying in that sense, because obviously Clue's a hostile witness anyhow. So.
Right. I mean,
but here, do you guys want to hear what she had to say? It's a quick little video.
Yes.
Yeah.
We'll speed it up too.
The Green Team has produced an inflectional confrontation by smearing Sebastian's name and emphasizing that he has conducted essay on his sibling and on his mother. Furthermore, by smearing his name from the ADA point, that is a civil rights and reputational violation of the 42nd United States Congress in the 1983 ADA Act.
Right, but you're not his family to fight that.
Right.
Like, I respect the cause, right? But, like, who are you to take that position? That would be up to Katie or Chris. Like, how does she know if they want that happening?
Overstepping.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Ask the family.
All these people overstep, man.
Yes.
Right.
Agreed.
Right, listen.
It's a Tennessee tort of civil rights. Okay? I personally have paid an investigator that is representing 22 individuals that the Green Team has utilized their ADA, civil, and federal rights.
So she has a private investigator researching or watching the Green Team?
No, she's saying there's 22 more people that she's basically representing.
Oh, hold on. Let's hear
it. United States Congress in the 1983 ADA Act. It's a Tennessee tort of civil rights. Okay? I personally have paid an investigator that is representing 22 individuals that the Green Team has utilized their ADA, civil, and federal rights.
So what 22 creators does she have a private investigator representing? What does that even mean? Do these 22 creators know they're being represented? And in what aspects? I don't even think there's 22 creators I can think of. Do any of you?
No, I couldn't name 22.
I mean, that would be 22 disabled people.
Right. They would have to be
disabled.
What
The fuck is she talking about?
Oh, let's see.
The participation was Justin, Brittany, what Tony Mathis has said, and what Seth Rogers has endorsed against these 22 individuals will be addressed. I am looking at the legal brief right now. Since they have targeted these hate crimes against individuals with ADA, Sebastian, even Seth Rogers, his own father, utilized this boy's disability by allowing the Green Team members to smear his name with his disabilities.
The question is, I mean, does she have a case on that? Like, Is there guidelines of who can bring forth these kind of accusations?
I guess this would be why Sumner County said, get the fuck out of our station before you get arrested. I don't know. Do you have a skeleton copy, Clue, of the complaint, of the brief?
No.
Oh.
All you got was a subpoena to go?
Yep.
Jesus.
Wow.
Andrea Griffin, in particular, took this child's disabilities. She called him inferior. Okay? An advocate for ADA individuals and victims do not do this. It is not allowed. You do not promote children in this manner. Julie, from New Jersey, she called Sebastian a demonic demon because he was autistic.
No, she didn't.
What?
Did she? I don't recall that
I don't
ever.
think
What?
so.
She would
Her
never
kids
do that. Her
are
own kids
autistic.
are. Right.
Demon?
What? She would never say that. She's
Dude,
advocates
if she
for
said
autism.
that, we would have all known about that.
We would have known that. She did not say that. I'm sorry. No way.
Who did she say
No way.
said that?
Julie from New
Julie.
Jersey.
Oh,
Julie
I never heard no shit like that.
She advocates majorly for autism. There's no way she said he's demonic because he's autistic.
No, I don't think so.
I don't believe that.
She is an educator. So some of this information will be presented in court Thursday. I'll just come up and tell you.
This sounds no different than what the green team filed, to be honest. This is ramblings.
Bullshit.
Crackpot ramblings.
Bringing all these people into this bullshit.
Right.
I will say this. This is probably one of the reasons I tuned it out is because she
Tread
said
carefully,
court.
Cletus. You'll see her tomorrow.
I don't care. She said court. She said court's Thursday, and I was like, "This is your case. You ought to know it's Wednesday." I mean,
there you go.
I just, it's yeah, I'm nitpicking, but look, it is what it is.
Right, like she got all this down to a pat, but doesn't have the right day. I mean, I'm with you, right?
Well, I mean, the way that it smacks to me between the multiple different claims, it seems like, and people not being able to follow, and all these creators, like you said, with the green team and they're filing, it literally does just kind of look like spaghetti to me. Maybe that's just because I don't get it, but this seems like
crackpot ramblings. It's no different than what the green team did.
She got upset at them for that day, and she's trying to like take it back out.
Right. Sherry, thank you so much. We had a YouTube baby. Right. No, Betty did call him defective, but
Can
Julie
I ask a question though about this filing? Who is it against? Who is she civilly suing Seth and Tony? Is it the business they were at? Is it the Mutt Motel?
I don't know.
Seth and the Rogers Homestead of Family Values.
So where does Michaela's Mutt come in then? I don't know.
No idea.
I think she just reported them, but who actually violated the rights? So they're saying that Seth and Tony and the Rogers Homestead violated Sebastian's rights.
She just named them. She says Seth, Tony, Betty, Brittany, Justin. But I wonder who's there, right? And Julie.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, are they on the actual paperwork?
I just don't get how she can say that. I mean, no matter how you feel about Seth to the father, and especially, with this kind of just gobbledygook way that it seems to be gone about. Like, who is she?
Right.
And because Seth and I are going to meet on Thursday in court, and the brief is already written, the 18 United States Congress, 249 Section A2, it's a federal hate crime to do this against individuals with Americans with disabilities.
Right, but you can't. This is the same thing as the green team. You can't file a civil suit with criminal codes. So again, if she's claiming they broke crimes like the green team accused me of, then you have to go to the police. You don't have the authority to seek after that via civil filings. It won't fly.
Okay, hold on. They're saying that Julie used that in a parody, and if it's labeled as a parody, you can't sue someone for that.
My understanding is Julie was mocking a particular church that made that statement.
She was. A pastor said that.
Right.
And
Julie
she was doing a parody about it.
Right. The opposite of him being a demon. Right.
This chick's just fucking pulling anything.
Let's see what else.
It's straight up.
But there's no tort against you. The tort would be against Sebastian.
There. I do not represent Sebastian as an individual. But
She says that when Chris comes up. Wonder why.
His case has brought everything together for 22 other individuals that have been brought into his case by the acts of family members and individuals. I myself, 30 years, as an educational autistic teacher. That's what I did for 30 years. The other thing that
when she says that too, like, okay, autistic teacher. So are you autistic and a teacher, or did you teach children with autism? The way she phrased it isn't even very correct for what her position claims to be. Sorry.
I mean, anybody can come on here and be anybody, and that's what we have to keep in mind, because you get all these people coming on here saying they have these credentials and shit.
So true, Jay.
Right. I mean, look, we got a private intelligence group, right?
Mm-hmm.
this particular on-site, Andrea, Brittany, Julie, Tony, the lab, they have attacked veterans with disabilities. They attacked the individual who has CP and Adnan Media threatened, well, they put her as a Jane Doe just because she spoke. She is represented as a Jane Doe in my case, this particular case, in another case.
But so now she's saying she's going at the behaviors of what Ad Knight did. It's no different than the suit I'm in. I'm sorry, it's ramblings. It's not. Mm-hmm. It's not gonna. I don't think it'll pay. I don't think it'll make the cut. Sorry, you have to waste your time, Chloe and Cletus.
I feel like it's going to be dismissed.
Absolutely,
I agree. She's acting as she's trying to be a guardian to these people. Right. One of which we know well, and she's on Queen Bee's panel a lot, and that's who she was just talking about. That was one of the does.
Right,
and that's not appropriate.
But not
this
only
bitch
that,
has no business doing that.
These people are not in Tennessee. They're in other states.
And Amy was already upset by being named in that litigation, and her answer is to go name her in other. Like, that's not right to do without her permission.
Yeah, that she has no business talking for her or anybody else. This is no difference than Hong trying to say, that Sebastian was an abused child. He's not, or you know what I mean?
Making Amy.
Yes, she did.
Holy fuck!
That's not cool.
No, that's not fucking cool at all.
You want to have problems, you're going to have the whole fucking internet on your ass about this. We protect Amy. This is not okay.
I agree. Let's see what else she says.
So, ma'am, to answer your question, when you take a minor child, you smear his name. He has not been convicted of sexual rape. He has not been convicted of sexual assault. And a father allows that.
What the fuck was that?
I think they were. I think that was the way to block out the words.
Oh my God! Gave me a fucking heart attack.
Me too.
That was like Jay knocking like the police on the mic that one day. Good golly.
Oh my God.
Oh, all right. Moving on from that. Sorry, chat.
And his public representative allows that to be grinded each day on YouTube. That is wrong. That type of behavior is unacceptable of a father, of a mother. It's unacceptable of anyone to grind an innocent child who is not convicted of anything and smear his name. So if he does come back alive and he comes to YouTube and he's faced with this, we as adults have emotionally hindered this child.
I would have loved to have heard what Chris Proudfoot had to say about this, right? Because he was up there for a moment, he dropped down. She's taken on a position that only his parents, in my opinion, have the right to take on.
Yep, I agree.
Like, it's kind of like, is she even allowing anybody else to speak or respond? It does sound like, wait, so I think she filed this as a revenge lawsuit, just show how crazy Ad Knight's lawsuit was against Grady. So she's going to match the crazy and say, hold on,
I don't think so.
Up you. No, I don't either. I don't think it has anything to do with it. I think she did it for this right here. Attention.
Yeah.
And I'm going to state what I stated on my own X yesterday. Sorry. It is my full intention.
Sorry, did you want to say something? I apologize.
I mean, I was just saying I agree with you that I think she was just frustrated over how she was treated there, and all this is just spill over from that. That's it.
Right. So what did this private investigator, like Up to Good, just said? Did they deep search everybody and see like who was disabled? And she's like, oh yeah, that's a disabled person they went at. Let me add them to my suit.
Exactly. That's exactly it. She went to that vigil not for Sebastian. She went to check out the ADA accommodations.
Okay, but hold on. Look what Robat just said. American Disabilities Act is federal, and someone can file a civil lawsuit directly in federal court without going through an agency first. This isn't even filed in a federal court, and that's a federal statute,
Well, all right, it's federal. Someone can file a civil lawsuit directly in federal court without going through an agency first. There's no doubt they can. My thing is, does she have the right to just go do it on the behalf of anybody? And I would have to say no.
I would have to say no. I think you would have to have consent of the disabled person, right?
Right. If not, she's exploiting the disabled like she's saying they're exploiting them, in my opinion.
Or their guardian, either the disabled person or their guardian.
It's kind of like, to me, it's kind of like how people call out tragedy pimps by playing the same content. To an extent, you get to that blurry line where it's like, well, all right, well, you're kind of doing the same thing at this point, right? So she's basically saying she's going to call out people for taking advantage of those with disabilities while taking advantage of people with disabilities to call out those people for doing it. It's no different.
I agree.
Oh,
what was she doing prior to this, I wonder? Oh, sorry.
No,
Just
you're
wondering,
right.
like, what the hell was Texana doing prior to Sebastian's case? I mean, who the hell is she, you know?
Well, I can tell you this. Well, maybe I shouldn't say that.
Say it.
Say it. Say it.
Peer pressure.
Apparently, I think I'll have to ask him when he comes out of the bathroom, but I think fiance just saw that one of the other people that have been subpoenaed is with the TBI.
Oh my golly. Can you imagine these people that are busy actually doing, real work being subpoenaed to something like this? Honest to God, could you?
But would they even entertain it if she didn't have something? How does that work?
No, if you're subpoenaed, you have to come.
No, I mean, would they even go through subpoenaing all these people if she didn't have a legitimate case? Are they
She's
going to go
subpoenaing
through?
them.
Yeah, I was going to say
I
it
can pay to
depends
subpoena you to my court in Pennsylvania.
on how
Oh,
petty
wow.
she is, you know.
Yeah, it's up to her who she subpoenas, not the court.
She's doing all this without a lawyer, right?
It sounds like it.
I would hope.
Yeah, this is weird.
Because if a lawyer could, oh lordy.
We, as adults, have emotionally hindered this child. And I'm going to state what I stated on my own X yesterday. It is my full intention to go after anyone who has assaulted anyone with a disability on YouTube. It will not be tolerated for the generational wealth, in my opinion, and with my team, for anyone to assault any child who are, generational wealth. There are children. They're supposed to be protected. So if you have the opinion that Seth did not do anything to Sebastian's reputation, ma'am, you're badly mistaken.
What is she talking about? Generational wealth?
It's word salad. Total word salad. She's just putting a bunch of words together, a bunch of things that sound good. It's ridiculous. None of it even goes together.
It really does. And generational wealth.
She just like threw that in the middle of the sentence. That was wild.
No, they already pointed that out. First thing Cletus said, he said, I maybe being a little petty here, but she says, court's Thursday. It's your court. It's Wednesday. She should know.
Yikes. I hope she's there.
Right. All right, let's see. Hold on. Generational wealth. That threw me for a loop. I'm like, where does that come from?
Anyone of this, near his acceptable of anyone to blind an innocent child who is not convicted of anything and smear his name so as he does come back alive and he comes to YouTube and he's faced with this. We, as adults, have emotionally hindered this child. And I'm going to state what I stated on my own X yesterday. It is my full intention to go after anyone who has assaulted anyone with a disability on YouTube. It will not be tolerated for the generational wealth, in my opinion, and with my team, for anyone to assault.
She has a whole ass team.
Who's her team?
I don't know. Who's this PI she's paying to fucking look into us, to defend us? I say us as in obviously people that are on the side of, not the bad side.
The dark
Probably
side.
Texana 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I would have to guess.
Personality 1 through 5.
Are you speaking to us? I'm going off what she's saying, and it sounds as crackpot ramblings and a behemoth of a filing as what that night did. Can't just go throwing in different Does and Janes and Johns and Poes and whatever. Right, talking about this. It seems a little. I thought it was about her.
This seems kind of sloppy.
I thought the same thing as Erica, that originally she was going after them for her being disabled and being kicked out and therefore discriminated against. That was my understanding.
Me too.
That's what she initially said because she's an ADA monitor.
Right. But now it's not what she's doing. She's going after everybody on behalf of Sebastian.
Maybe she doesn't even know what she's doing.
She sounds educated. She just sounds like she went down the same loophole as like Betty and them believe with all their heart that their filing is legit. Despite the fact that we can all see right through it, they full-heartedly believe in it to the point they still believe it has to do with federal, right? They believe themselves. She sounds like she believes herself too. No, it does. Because when she's saying she's defending people over here that they've gone at, it does. It's just an odd statement. Are you her? You're welcome to come up. I can't see anybody else defending this, to be honest.
Any child who are generational wealth, there are children. They're supposed to be protected. So if you have the opinion that Seth did not do anything to Sebastian's reputation, ma'am, you're badly mistaken. You do not assault your own child that way. There is a moral compass when it comes to children. Children are off limits. Now, Queen, that's all I have to say. And that's the end of my discussion. Thank you for sharing your platform with me.
What did she share? It didn't even make sense.
Right. And that whole statement right there about Seth, what Seth did to Sebastian, I don't know why it's her place, right? I guess that's what I'm trying to say. I guess I don't get it.
Well, stuff like this,
Yeah,
what
you must be
happened
her.
with Betty, there's a lot of examples. It's why there's teachers for certain subjects. Not everything out there, philosophy, law, hell, religion, you can't just go through it on your own and read it with no further understanding or background and fully comprehend it. And I think too many people read these laws and interpret them with common sense, how they think that it sounds, but that's not really how it actually is. And
like these people claiming RICO when they don't even know or have a basic understanding of RICO. And Breaking Change just said it here. Just like the RICO plaintiffs can't claim child endangerment on behalf of Sebastian, he can't claim ADA violations on behalf of Sebastian. Right.
That's exactly what I was saying.
You know what this reminds me of? It kind of reminds me of Julie a little bit, where these advocates get a little too excited, and a little too intense, and then they overstep and get involved in things that they shouldn't.
Right.
I feel like their hearts originally start in the right place, but they go way too far.
I told her she's welcome to come up, Agent 99. No, and I agree. I'm not saying that the Green Team hasn't done wrong. They have. I just don't believe, in my opinion, she's the person to pursue that. I don't know. It just seems off to me.
And maybe Seth was dodging her service just because he didn't want to deal with it.
You're not blocked. Why would my mods be able to see if you're blocked? She was ready. Well, even her quoting the, under this law of PA, whatever, Tennessee code, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that's great. But you're also speaking about people that aren't even in Tennessee at this point. Do you have jurisdiction? I don't know. I think you are her. That's what I think. I think you are her.
So Chris is subpoenaed as well.
Right.
Chris wasn't even there.
I would have loved to have known Chris's opinion when he was on that panel for a second.
The fuck?
I would love to know his thoughts on this. What she's doing is a respectable thing, right? But it's not, I don't believe it's her place, and I believe it's a gross misuse of the courts.
I mean,
plus the timing sucks.
In fairness, we don't know what she's doing because none of us have seen what she files.
True. That's true too, right?
I mean, it is what it is, right? I don't know what she's doing. So,
based off what she just said, though, Cletus, it didn't make much sense what she's doing. Again.
Well, I mean, in fairness, what she just said is completely opposite of what I have heard in person. So I don't know, right? I don't know what she's doing exactly.
Right.
What could she possibly ask Chris? I wonder.
And I just think it's unfair. Again, I said this when I heard it was filed. As much as I disagree with Seth being involved in litigation, I disagree with throwing him in litigation. And now you're also involved in the Proudfoots. They have bigger things to deal with than the fact that you believe, again, it would be their position to take. I think it's gross misstep on her part.
Yes, I agree with all that. I agree with all that. If anybody's going to take legal action against somebody like that, it should be the law, or in a case like it seems to be that she's describing, which hell, it could be different because it seems to have changed over time. It's the parents' place. I feel like, I don't get it, but
right.
I'm also happy to come back up here and say I was wrong. She was right. There is validity to it if it comes out in some crazy fucking way that, I'm just grossly misunderstanding it. So, but it just seems.
No, here's the thing. Rocky says, I'm in. At least know you are going to stand with Jane Doe, who's a person with disabilities that is in a few chats. She is a sweet and kind person who doesn't deserve to be part of the lawsuit. She doesn't deserve to be part of Texana's lawsuit either. She doesn't deserve to be anybody's weapon in any type of format. She was highly upset by being named in a RICO. So now Texana takes that and names her in this litigation. Has she spoken with that person's caretaker to make sure they were okay with this? I mean, this is a big deal. This is on the, again, on the back. It's another lawsuit on the back of a missing child that has to do with people that are public figures, such as Seth and Chris Proudfoot. And you know, what if this person doesn't want her name in it?
Well,
I don't
it's
think it's
frustrating
necessarily fair.
to me too, because I have heard her personally on panel tell people, like, I don't need you to defend me. I can take care of myself. And it sounds like I've heard her say personally that she doesn't want other people speaking for her, and also that she was upset about that. So I couldn't agree with you more. Seriously,
Yeah.
I mean,
I respect her heart, her intentions, right? Like I can respect that
for sure.
Do you have people's consent to kind of throw them into this?
Yes.
And what is she going to get out of this? Is there monetary damages she's asking for? I mean, what's the end result?
Good question.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Okay. Like I'm not really sure. Hey everybody. I'm not really sure what advocates do, but could that be what it is? Like she's an advocate maybe of some sort?
Advocates still have a fucking line that they don't cross. You don't advocate for people that aren't asking for your advocate. I don't.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm
Okay.
wrong.
Think about it. No, think about it this way. Let's say Alabama, your kid has some issues, right? She thinks your kid's disability has been exploited. She's gonna file a lawsuit on behalf of your kid. You're gonna be like, I don't think so.
Excuse me, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I agree. I just didn't know if that's like I just don't know if that's how advocacy works. I don't really know anything about it. I did hear her say she was an advocate for the ADA or something like that. So I was just wondering if like I don't even know what the fucking ADA is.
I think maybe you have to want the advocacy in order to. I don't know. I mean, I really don't know, but I can't see her stepping in front of a parents in front of a minor and fighting for their rights. I can't.
The ADA is the American Disability Act, and she may be an advocate for that. That's fine and dandy, and I respect that and appreciate
it's a good
that.
thing, even yes,
right.
Sure.
But
not when you're like if you're using that Disability Act and twisting it and filing lawsuits, right? For personal vendettas, like, oh, I got kicked out of this vigil. I'm mad about it, so I'm gonna do this.
I know. I thought that's what it was all about was the vigil, and that like, I don't know. Every time she gets on panel, I have to go somewhere else.
I just saw this, right? Peekaboo in North Carolina. Listen intently. If you prioritize your children's well-being, consider contacting an independent attorney in your home state immediately to transfer any equity into your minor children's names. Like, fuck you.
Oh yeah, I don't like that
help
shit.
Brittany get away with it. Like, how would you like if I gave Seth fucking advice on how to get away with paying whatever bullshit you're seeking?
Why would she do that? No, I don't
like
trust
you're shady. She's a shady fucking person, man.
She's
talking about the green team, but she's doing that.
Right.
Have a garnishment placed on her earnings. So no matter what they do, if she ever wants to make money again and has this, you can garnish.
Right, but why
wages.
is Texana stepping in and giving Brittany advice? That
was Texana?
Sucks.
Yeah. And then she wrote this.
Fuck.
Then she wrote, congratulations to those involved in RICO case. However, please remember to express gratitude to your supporters. A word of caution, the matter is not yet resolved. Courtesy by the green team.
Yeah, I don't
What the fuck does that even mean?
Right. When have I not expressed the utmost gratitude to all of you? Even the day I won, I constantly said I would have never been able to do it without you. Like, it sounds like she just wants fucking attention. I'm sorry. I see the people she tags. I see what she tags them in.
Sorry for cousin. Like, I mean, I didn't
know.
realize
That was funny. That was her. It's like, what?
Yeah.
And then she got this post. Just one door needs to be open, the right door, for all of you to be exposed. Why do you unduly criticize those PD officers within your department who are making a genuine effort to serve their community? Yet you just made a whole post going at fucking Sumner County because they want to take your ramblings. I mean, I don't know. I
think it's pretty clear what's happening here, right?
Oh, look at this one. Hold on. Artist Creek, one more.
Okay.
Peekaboo, North Carolina. Do you recall the children on YouTube whose rights were allegedly violated on your channel, which is being documented? Now look at this. Thank you, retired FBI, DOJ, lawyers, investigators, and search personnel for reaching out to my team. The truth is that evidence of factual data is of greater importance than financial gain, online engagement, or views. The victims are more important than minor tactical advantages. Please remind everyone to be patient. Like, to me, it sounds like sorry, let somebody else talk, because what I'm going to say is going to hurt some feelings, and I don't want to do that. I might get sued next for going at somebody with disabilities.
I think everybody's afraid to talk because she's very litigious. She has time on her hands and she has money.
I'm not afraid to talk. I think she's weird. I think she's all over the place.
Well, we have to be careful though, because she will, you know what I'm saying?
She'll throw us in some frivolous litigation. I was about to say that. To me, what I'm reading through these posts is that she's salty that she wasn't named in this RICO, and she seems a little fucking, she does.
Attention seeking.
And it seems like she's a little angry at the fact that we were celebrated for winning. That's what I'm sensing in some of these posts. That's all.
Yeah, I don't like it. I don't. Big D says she needs to explain herself out. We'll see what happens tomorrow, right? Like,
well, that's the thing, though. She keep
What is
explaining
that
herself,
foot?
and that's what makes it so confusing. Because I keep hearing like,
why
maybe
does
it's
she have
just me.
baby feet on there?
It says truth on social media platforms. I do not wish to safeguard my generational wealth. My child's story sold by me, the parent, to the highest bidder.
Okay, this is fucked up and weird. I'm sorry.
It is
I think
weird.
she's everywhere. She's everywhere,
all
over the place. I thought it was about how Sean was spending his money or getting it from GoFundMe. Then it turned into ADA, and now it's like there's a whole lot of issues balled into one, and none of them really concern her.
And again, I think it's being supported because she's going at people we dislike. But at the end of the day, this is frivolous litigation, in my opinion.
I'm not supporting this bullshit. I think it's crazy.
And you know what? And thank you so much, Purple Dragon. I apologize. I highlighted. I got all caught up in her offering free legal advice and trying to help somebody avoid paying out what they owe. I think that's so fucked up, especially when
I thought her shit was more direct, like she had a point.
I thought she was fighting for herself. I thought she felt she was being discriminated against because of her
Me too.
disability.
Well, she was, Granny. Someone in chat said that she attempted to sue that brewery and it was thrown out.
And she filed against Clarksville PD, but she goes and
Yeah.
makes a post about people unduly speaking against the police. I don't know.
Wait.
It seems a lot of woohoo going on.
She sued the brewery before this?
She attempted to, and it was dismissed.
What happened to Alabama?
I don't know.
Oh, Artist Creek just said she has to go in the back, but Alabama just fell. I don't know what is going on here, but it seems a little.
So I thought, the initial beef was that she was recording. They
Right.
told her there was no recording allowed. She refused to stop recording. They asked her to leave. She refused to leave, saying it was a public event.
And took an issue on that they didn't have a particular flag hanging. I remember that. I mean,
A flag? I don't remember the flag.
put a 1 in the chat if anybody else remembers she took issue with the way a flag. I don't know if it wasn't a flag hanging or the way it was hung. Something to do with a flag.
Oh, Lord.
This is similar to Tony saying, you can sue somebody for wearing a blue shirt, in my opinion. This is no different. Ones are popping up. Some people remember it. Oh, yeah, prisoner of war flag.
She was upset that it was there or wasn't there.
I forget which. I don't understand the generational wealth point either.
I guess she's talking about. Is it the inheritance that she's talking about? Is that what she's?
Let me try to pull up the docket where she sued the brewery, because people are saying it's on Montgomery County.
Am I
really loud? I feel like I'm really loud.
No, you're not. Do you want me to turn you down?
I don't know.
Your volume's not even all the way up.
I know. I feel like I'm really loud because my bubble was bigger than all of yours, and I don't want to be screaming.
Hey, Toddy, I lowered you a little bit, but I don't think you were. But here's this post, right? Life lesson. Your self-importance is directly correlated to your self-perception. If you choose to relinquish your position on a panel due to someone else's actions, Refrain from adopting a victim mentality. Recognize that the other individual possesses equal rights to participate on the panel as you do. Interestingly, a certain teacher has demonstrated remarkable restraint by not complaining or seeking sympathy despite your attempts to tarnish their character and reputation. Perhaps it would be prudent to introspect and acknowledge your inability to cope with the situation. The panel did not perpetrate any injustices against you. It's essential to descend from your lofty perch and confront your emotions in a more constructive manner. Take a moment to collect yourself. Thank you. Who the fuck are you talking to?
Yeah, I know, right? When was that put out?
2 weeks ago.
Could that have been when, I don't know how long ago Julie was up on panel with
that was recent.
Chris.
Because I was thinking the same thing. That was recent. I don't understand what this is.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's the docket thingy for Seth, and it says, I don't know what this means. Alias process, 1 defendant, other civil, 2, 4, and 3, 6.
Girl, I don't fucking know.
I don't know what that means. And then under documents,
trying to
just
make
shows he was served. Hearings, it says the hearing type is a docket call.
A docket call. So Kluger, you got to drive all that way just for a docket call.
She may not even be called to the stand.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's a docket call. Again, if we got this
you ain't
wrong,
telling me
tell us.
nothing I don't already know.
Okay, so we have we have the different parties, right? We have Texana.
Don't be mad at us. We ain't making you go, you hostile witness.
She has Kimberly Lamberson as a witness. Chris Proudfoot.
Come on up, Steve Billings. You're welcome to come join.
RHFV is a defendant.
Clue
is a witness. Rogers Homestead of Family Values is the defendant.
Oh. Okay.
And then it doesn't even say Seth Rogers, right? It just says Rogers Homestead on here as an additional party. And then an officer, Jay Spain.
Yeah, she's subpoenaed the police.
So let me look her up. What's her last name? Fernandez?
Yeah.
Is it 2 N's?
I'm sorry. It's Fernandez.
Fernandez and Taxanna.
Yes.
Oh, geez.
Oh, geez.
Is this the same lady down here in 07? Did she used to live there?
I don't know. Nothing.
That has a middle name, May. Okay, let's see. 920. Let's see what this one is. Yep, this is her against the Fallen Brewery, LLC. Can you still see it?
Yes, we can see. Or yep, we see it.
She filed that back on September 20th.
They threw that shit out, so then she filed this other shit, I think.
Yeah, so let's see what this says. Civil summons to the Fallen Brewery.
Oh,
yes.
RHFE was the alias summons. I got
Look
it.
at, she had a docket call for this case, and that's where they dismissed it.
Wow.
She's going in front of the same judge tomorrow.
I don't understand you, Texana. Again, I disagree with frivolous litigation. I disagree with throwing a father and missing child in litigation. And a lot of people said to me, but Granny, he decides to join litigation against you. Yeah, but I believe he has vultures that are also, just because I dislike the guy, I don't think we should be taking time out of people's lives. We're taking out of Clue's life, the Proudfoot's life, Cletus's life, you know, the TBI officer, Seth Rogers. It's weird. Hey, Carrie, it's good to see you, sweetheart.
Here's the one against the Clarksville Police Department.
And what is she driving from Texas up here to fight all this?
She filed this one March 19th of this year. She has a hearing on September 17th, 2025.
March, April. So a month ago she filed that. Is that because they want to take her filing?
I don't know. Look at, she subpoenaed Officer Woodward, Robin Davis, Kimberly Lamberson. That must have been the girl with her or something. Officer Spain.
She got Officer Spain in this new one.
Yeah, she's got another docket call in September.
Welcome, Steve. I do know you
Hello.
dub yourself a troll, so we're aware. How are you?
I'm good. I have a troll?
I said you self-dub yourself as an internet troll, right?
Oh, yes. Yes, I am.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you? I'm not here to troll, though. I'm not trolling in any way, shape, or form today.
Okay, good. Yeah. Have you been following much of what's being spoken on?
No. Actually, I was contacted by a very dear friend of mine saying that I should come have a conversation with you, something about you thinking about going on TMZ.
Oh, well, so Dog the Bounty Hunter, along with 9 other plaintiffs, filed a frivolous litigation against myself and another defendant and up to 50 other YouTube creators, accusing us of RICO and interference with a missing child's case. It was found to be the first successful SLAPP suit in Pennsylvania, but they originally claimed that they sold the rights to the filing to TMZ. So TMZ's been coming up a lot in topic.
Okay. Yeah, that could very well be that TMZ basically you'd say bought the story.
But they never reported on it. Is that normal for them to do?
They could be just holding it, waiting for more information to come out. Is it done and over with?
Well, the judge made their opinion, and now we're just going in for damages, but yeah.
Okay, so they might just be waiting for... It's hard for me to word this stuff without being offensive. They may just be waiting for the story to close, be over, to report on the whole story.
Okay.
It may be, and this sounds horrible, but let's be real. It's the way it works with these news outlets and tablet outlets and stuff.
Right.
It could just be they wanted to buy it to bury it.
Really?
Well, yeah, it happens all the time. You'll see it on the news, like you'll see a story on the news and it'll be a great story and it'll be something you're very interested in, and then you'll never hear about it again. Stuff gets buried all the time by news outlets.
I see what you're saying. Okay, because I do know they did try to seek a lot of publicity off of it, but the filing was so ridiculous that anybody with a lick of sense would never report it as credible because it was so incredulous. It was so stupid.
Yeah, and it could be variable, a lot of variable things. It could be that they bought it thinking it was going to be something huge, and when their research department looked into it, said, this is ridiculous, throw it away. That I don't know because I'm not behind the scenes speaking about that with them. But it could be a bunch of other things. But I don't think that TMZ would have bought this story to maliciously do anything to anyone.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm just talking to everybody, not just only specifically you. I like to help people understand how these types of exclusive arrangements work with TMZ and larger, news outlets. The only time a news outlets don't buy stories unless that story has more value to them than what they could already report on their own. Okay.
Yes, absolutely. It's a business.
Right. Are you a journalist, or what is your background? I'm sorry, not trying to doubt you at all. I'm just trying to understand what your experience is and how you would understand how all this works.
Well, I was on TMZ for about a year.
You were on as a contributor, or were you a producer? What was your role?
No, I was just on the show.
On the show as what was your role on the show?
Guest speaker on the show.
Okay. So you were involved. Does that mean that you were involved in understanding how they would decide whether to buy or not buy a particular story, or?
No.
Right. Okay. So The only time TMZ needs to buy a story is when they can't get that story any other way.
Well, they supposedly bought this before it was presented to the public, and we weren't even served. So in that case, they would have had the exclusive. They would have known before anybody else.
Yeah, but it's only exclusive until it hits the court dockets.
Right.
And then when it hits the court dockets, it's done for them. So, right, it's only exclusive until it hits the court dockets. But even if it's a story, they get it before they hit the court dockets, that's not going to be enough for them. Just a story about people suing people. It needs, they need to have some sort of interview that, exclusive interview with either Dog or Seth or both of them. There needs to be some sort of value that they get that no one else could get, and they wouldn't be able to get on their own without paying for it. But let's just put it this way. At Night and Seth and Dog need TMZ far more than TMZ needs them in this situation, right?
For sure.
So leverage, so TMZ has the leverage.
Yeah.
TMZ has the leverage. They don't. So the only leverage that At Night would have had in this situation was the exclusive and giving it to them before it hits the dockets. And that leverage is very slim and very, shaky. I would be extremely surprised if there was some sort of contract, any sort of written contract. That isn't how it works with these outlets. There's no written contracts about these types of stories. There's agreements, and I would also be very surprised if there was an exchange of money related to it.
Their viewership is so much greater than anything At Night could put together on its own. The value in working with them is exposure. I mean, they're not going to pay when they're able to, quintuple or whatever their normal audience would be.
Right. So I'm trying to help people understand that, that now I do think it's very possible that At Night led people to believe that there was a contract and it was being paid for and things like that. I wouldn't put that past At Night at all to lead people to believe that, but I would like them to produce that if that's what they were saying. Does that make sense? Sorry, Mike.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I don't think they wanted people to know that I believe they were lying, but I don't think they wanted people to know that, because that goes back into our punitive, that this was done for publicity.
Absolutely. 1,000%.
That's all it was done for. So that snippet coming out about TMZ holding exclusives goes and proves again that they were seeking publicity off of this, and they did drop it off to news stations before they even served me.
No question. There's no question about their intent behind this. There's no question about that. And what they were and their intent and what they were incentivizing people to do, because what they said they had with TMZ.
Right.
So, so I'm not dismissing what their intent was and what they went around saying to people and that was, in fact, that's also part of the frivolity of it all, is because they were they were misrepresenting, in my opinion, they were misrepresenting the interest level of TMZ in this. And they were doing it on the back of Sebastian's name for a frivolous lawsuit against you guys.
Right.
Yeah.
I could see TMZ being interested if they sold it the way they sold it to their useful idiots that signed on to it.
Maybe, but not to purchase it. Maybe, maybe I would just like to see that. I would like to see the, but not, I don't know. I'm not trying to dismiss that there was some sort of an agreement and that they were going around saying this is this is what we're doing, but I've done these types of, agreements with news outlets dozens and dozens of times. Now, not with TMZ. I will disclose that. I've not personally worked with TMZ. And I know this is Lynn, you guys. This is Lynn with Breaking Chains talking. I've not personally dealt with TMZ, and I do know that TMZ will put out money for certain stories. But again, it needs to be something that they need more than that other party needs them. Does that make sense?
For sure. Absolutely, it does.
What do you think, Steve? Do you think that's something they would normally find interest in?
I think if there were big names involved, and I think if somebody yeah, exactly. So I think if somebody approached them and gave them a pretty little package all wrapped up, and they thought they were getting something they weren't really getting, they may have done it not realizing what it was, and once they found out what it really was, said, this isn't worth our time. There could be a lot of things. The person saying that they're in works with TMZ could be flat out fucking lying, saying, oh, I'll say I'm working with TMZ and it'll make my story seem so much more important than it really is.
Yep. It could be both ways, because it does have Dog the Bounty Hunter in it, and it has Bruce Castor, and it does have some names that are kind of recognizable. Plus it has the pool of the missing father and interference in a missing child. On the surface, it would be sellable until you open it and you realize how ludicrous it all is.
Yes, and that was the next thing. You're exactly right, Granny. That's exactly what I was going to say. So there's a few levels to these negotiations. First, you go to the Harvey Levin or the producer or whatever, and you say, hey, I got this story for you. This is what it looks like. You have a brief conversation or whatever, and they go, okay, go ahead, send it over to me. And then when you send it over, they send it over to you. And then someone like Harvey Levin or someone on their staff who has a bit of knowledge and has seen dozens and dozens of these types of complaints opens it up and sees what it looks like.
Right.
And they're like, I'm going to wait. And I've seen this happen all the time too. I'm going to wait to see what the result is. I don't know about that, Dejun. I don't know about that.
I'm not even sure that these guys would take payment. I don't think they would even care for payment. They would just want the publicity of TMZ.
Yeah, I mean, the publicity is that's what they have.
That's the thing, is that they needed TMZ much more than TMZ needed them. That's
For
like
sure.
1,000%. They didn't need to sell this to them. They needed TMZ to run this for this to even work,
to help get it legitimacy and maybe, extend it like they were talking about into other states and to actually, push it as a real thing.
Right.
So there's a whole other layer to this too. I wonder how many different times Dog has come to TMZ and said, oh, I got this great thing, brother. I got this great thing. And it didn't work out,
Oh,
I love how you threw that Hulk Hogan brother in there.
Right. I'm sure there's like a relationship history there, that is informing their decisions with them. And there's you also have to take into consideration the news environment. They will tell you, oh yeah, it's going to happen today. It's going to happen today. And then you get bumped because of some breaking news that, like Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, that breaks and, you're just off the table. They don't give a crap about you anymore. So
she got it.
Yeah, and that does happen on TMZ quite often. There have been several times that at 8 o'clock in the morning, they contacted me and told me that I was going to be coming on the show to talk about a specific story. And then 2 hours later, an hour before I'm supposed to go on the show, they get a hold of me and say, no, that story's not going to be on the show. This is what we're going to be talking about instead. And then I got to quick in the next hour try to do a bunch of research on this brand new freaking story so I don't sound like an idiot on the show.
That's cool though. That's cool that you were able to get into that gig. I would love to know sometime about how you established that.
They reached out to me. TMZ reached out to me and said, "Would you like to be on our show?"
That's pretty exciting. Did you enjoy it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was pretty interesting.
Yeah, it's just I think these guys claim connections that they don't quite have. Like, I know in the past, the guy Nick has sold a photo during the Brian Laundrie Gabby Petito case of dog to TMZ, and he's the type of person that then takes that and acts like he has this running relationship with them, right?
For
So
sure. For sure.
I don't know if TMZ would be interested on surface level at what took place, and then, be like, oh yeah, this is crazy, never mind. And they may still be interested in the end result. I mean, the more people I
Just
realize,
like
money hunters out here trying to take away people's free speech is, pretty crazy.
just like Tony was running around true crime cases with a drone, trying to use that. And whenever it happened up at Idaho 4, he took those relationships and leveraged them into, I'm a PR guy, with
Right.
these media connections. I mean, it's like the same kind of behavior you're describing with little Nikki there.
Yeah, it's funny because typically it's the other way around, right? You've got like a regular quote unquote civilian trying to sue someone who's famous just to get money, right? But here it's like the other way around.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the other thing about, news outlets. They're looking for something unique, something unexpected. I mean, people sue people every day, but this is something unexpected. It's dogs suing about threats. You know what I mean? So that is kind of unexpected. And so you would think that that'd be interesting, but obviously they didn't run it. So I have been in situations where they've said, you know what, we want to wait for a more of an outcome on this. We want to see what happens. There's, this is obviously just a lawsuit. This could get dismissed next week,
If anything, I think that the bigger story would cut back the other way. The big bad dog afraid of Pennsylvania
right.
moms, can't search 7 states away. I mean,
right.
That's the shocking part about it to me.
Well, what I would think is that, it was pitched to them like, look, dog is suing these people because, he was threatened and he couldn't go searching because of all these threats. And then TMZ opens it and goes, what the fuck? Why is dog suing about being threatened?
Yeah. 2 women in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
I mean, two moms.
And there's literally no proof,
Yeah. That have never been to Tennessee, that have no connections in Tennessee,
Right.
He can go for his son's wedding or whoever his wedding that was, but can't show up to go search. That makes a lot of sense.
Right. They don't want to get their brand behind validating that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, TMZ, supposedly a gentleman from TMZ did want to speak to me, but I didn't go with it, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, and usually when they call, even when they call, it's not a guarantee that they're going to do something,
Right.
They're interested in that moment. They want to talk to you. They want to, but they move on all the time. They're a breaking news agency.
Yeah.
They might get back. They might get interested again when there's a ruling on the damages.
You never know too how they're going to cut something up that you give them. You may make one statement, and then when you go to listen to what's actually put out, it's like, holy shit, I didn't phrase that way.
Right.
So that's
absolutely. We can't lose track of the fact that TMZ is more of a tabloid news outlet than an actual news outlet.
Right. They sell salacious things, and if they tend to like dogs, and who knows what that was my issue. I'm like, I don't know what they'll take and what they'll say. You know what I mean? Like they could, I don't know. I didn't want any part of it, to be honest. Like TMZ is not my end goal.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
I will say it was TMZ that provided a clutch witness in the Amber Heard trial.
Yeah.
But I won't get into that because it's a little bit of a sidebar, but they did, they basically, it was a TMZ witness that came in at the last, kind of at the last minute, kind of a, who was watching the trial, who then came in as a witness and sort of put the nail in the coffin for Amber in that case. So,
I mean, they have their good sides, right? I mean, there's some enjoyable things, but I don't think TMZ is what it was 10 years ago. Like, TMZ is not something people are like, yes. A matter of fact, I see TMZ live and there might be like 3 viewers. They don't hold the power they used to have. They're kind of, like you said, they're tabloid.
It's because of social media. I mean, just writ large, social media has completely pounded on regular news and their views. And so they're trying to, all of the regular news is trying to compete with social media, and they're like getting lost in their own sauce, you know?
How long ago did you report on anything good while you were there? Like, did you enjoy working for them, Steve?
Yeah, it was kind of fun. It was kind of cool to be able to say I'm on TMZ.
Yeah.
But I don't know. To me it was no different than being here on YouTube with you people.
What cases did you discuss on TMZ?
Oh my goodness.
Like, what's the most memorable? That'll narrow it down.
Boy. I don't know that anything that I talked on TMZ about is really memorable. Like I say, it's TMZ, so it was a bunch of basically tabloid stories. There was really nothing groundbreaking or anything that I would say I'm really proud of this that I did on TMZ. It was just pretty much me going up there and giving my point of view on different stories that were going on at the time.
Were you an expert in some field or something, and that's why they wanted you?
No, I'm not an expert on anything. I'm just a guy with a bunch of opinions who isn't afraid to give them. I'm not real sure even how they found me to reach out to me. I don't even know.
They didn't tell you?
No, they just reached out to me and said, "Hey, would you like to appear on the show?" And I said, "Sure." And then after I was on the show, they said, "Hey, would you like to have a recurring role on the show? Would you be available again next Tuesday?" And I said, "Absolutely." And then I went on the show probably like every couple weeks to every month, and I did that for about a year. So I was really only on the show like 12 or 14 times.
And how long ago was this?
Just to clarify, because I know you guys aren't believing him, he actually was on TMZ, and a quick search will show you that.
Oh, I mean, yeah, I believe.
I just asked what his most memorable case was.
No, but I can hear the tone that's being taken, the fact that he couldn't answer directly, and I'm seeing the chat, and I mean he is known. Like, I've heard of his name before, but a quick search will show you he's definitely been on TMZ. I know we do get a lot of people that come around and try to like fuck with us, so I understand the hesitation, but some of you chatters are very brutal, man. It's a quick Google.
Oh, let them be. Let them be. Doesn't matter.
Are your opinions outrageous? Is that why, like, you're kind of like shocked?
He's controversial. He's like a shock jock.
Gotcha.
Yeah. I mean,
So
here's a quick search for you, if you know. There you go.
Oh, there you are.
Proof. He's definitely been on TMZ. Yeah, and I've actually heard your name before. When you came in the chat, I was familiar, with your name at the minimum.
Do you do a podcast or anything now?
Yes, The Asylum.
Yes.
The Asylum
I have a show
podcast?
called The Asylum. Yes.
Well, here's my question. Did you have your podcast before they reached out to you, or did you start that after?
No, I did. I think I had just started the asylum when they reached out to me.
So that could be why, right? Could be somebody there listening to it, and they were like,
That
"Oh, let's
that
get this
could
guy on here."
be somebody else could have contacted them and said, "Reach out to this guy." I really don't know, and I never asked or questioned why they reached out to me in the first place.
Yeah.
Where
Maybe
can
we
we
need to
find your
start.
podcast? Are you on YouTube or on audio, like Spotify and stuff?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Where can we listen to your podcast?
On YouTube.
On YouTube. Okay. I didn't know if you were like audio only, like on iHeartRadio and Spotify and stuff like that.
No. My the asylum channel is a YouTube channel.
Sweet. I'm gonna check it out.
It's crazy. It's a whole bunch of yelling and fussing and fighting and talking about stuff
really?
that's going on
Okay.
YouTube. Yeah. That's why it's called the asylum. It literally gets crazy in there.
It's literally an asylum.
Yes. Yes.
You know, sorry, go ahead, Granny.
Go ahead, Lynn.
I was going to say, I was just thinking about this. If there wasn't a contract or quote unquote, contract with TMZ, I think that even makes your case stronger for how fucked up that was.
That was my point. Whether Nick
Yeah.
was lying or not, these people believed it, which is enough to, again, present to the judge why this was a slap suit and add on to punitive damages.
Yeah,
They definitely went publicity seeking before they ever served me.
Well, and if they were lying about the publicity, lying to people about the publicity they got, that they were able to secure in order to do it. And, they outright completely fabricated that along with everything else. I mean, you guys ask yourselves, how many of their press promises that they made ever came true? Like maybe 2% of the things that they said ever came true. If that. I haven't my dog's barking now, sorry. But I haven't gone through and tabulated it. Now I'm going to mute.
Yeah, and 2% is generous. I mean, honestly.
The only thing I know of that they ever said they were going to do that actually happened was the lawsuit getting filed.
Yeah.
That was about it.
That's literally the only thing I can think of that actually happened.
I just subbed up to the asylum.
Well, thank you.
I think the whole thing has been an absolute insane, gross misuse of the courts and abuse to, Sebastian's name. Like frivolous filing, cease and desist. Meanwhile, there's a child missing, right? Like who the fuck is... What kind of fucking PR team are these people? Like, what are your credentials? Because you've done everything wrong, and nobody should ever hire these people again, including Dog, the publicity chasing piece of shit that he is.
Ain't that right? Granny,
He is.
I appreciate you letting me up. I am like so talked out.
Thank you for coming up, Psyops. I appreciate you.
Yeah, I hope you have a good day. Everyone else too.
Yeah, so you thank you, Clue, for coming as well. You are attached to the Boyd, right? Like you've had run-ins with like Savage, Tina D, Mr.
Yes,
Mark.
Tina D is a very, very close friend of mine. I've been friends with Tina D for about 10 years.
Wow, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I like watching her on her Locale Queen show.
Yeah, she still comes, back to her roots. She was just on the asylum on Sunday.
Oh, was she?
Yeah.
I'll have to check it out. So then you're not a fan of Savage then, or are you? We're not.
It goes up and down. Right now, no, I am not friends with Savage right now. No.
Yeah. I would love to talk to Tina D, but every time I try, they're trying to chase me out of the little chat over there. But yeah, that's crazy.
Well, she's a busy lady with this Locale Queen stuff, but she does, come back to the asylum every now and then. She, like I say, she was just there, so I don't know if she'll be back for for a couple of weeks. But
right.
if you want to talk to her, probably the asylum is the place to do it.
Pop on over when I see her. I certainly will. What else have you like? Do you know anybody else that this sector may be familiar with, or?
Well, I see a couple people in your side chat that I know. Quinny, Sammy is the one who reached out to me and said, "Hey, I have a friend that you might want to talk to. She might have some questions for you. That's why I'm here."
Oh, Sammy, yeah.
Yes, Sammy is an amazing human being. Samantha is a wonderful woman.
Yes,
she may not be one of my closest friends, but she is definitely one of my dearest friends.
She is really great. So, are you familiar with the name Nick the Hat or Hong Z?
No, I'm not.
So I'm curious because they always claim credentials they don't have, right? So they claim, like Hong claimed he worked for TMZ. I personally don't believe it. Like I said, Nick acts like he's like TMZ's buddy, when really he's just, been paid for a photo once, and he didn't even pay the woman he got the photo from, ironically. Yeah, I guess they're kind of the questions we actually like. Here's the name. Maybe I guess you wouldn't be familiar with who TMZ hires to seek out their shows, would you?
No, I wouldn't know anything about that.
Yeah. Hey, Stryker. It's very interesting, this idea that these people and it's funny because the judge, in her opinion, even stated that the filing read, what did she say? Like
tabloid something, yeah.
Like tabloids, peppered in salacious claims.
Yes, peppered salacious tabloid gossip, something like that.
Yeah. It was something like that. And ironically, that is what TMZ is, right? So it's like, I think that's what their goal was. I think if they thought they would get on TMZ, it would make Dog go back into publicity. He could sell his books and do his little weird thing he's doing. And they could also kind of act like to this community that they have the connects they claim to have had.
I think the reason TMZ made its mark, like it became what it is because they were able to get the exclusive stories before everybody else. They were, really seen as the insiders and behind the scenes. Right. And so that's what they're always seeking. They demand to be first in everything.
Well, now with people boots on the ground, they've surpassed them.
Exactly. That's what I mean with the social media and the boots on the ground. They don't have as much access to the behind. So they're like the equity that they have now is their deep connections with celebrities, giving them information that they wouldn't get just by boots on the ground.
Right, which is where people like Nick come in, still thinking that Dog the Bounty Hunter is a celebrity.
Exactly.
And that his name gets them places, right?
Right, exactly.
Had you had any experience with Dog, Steve?
No, I have not.
Oh, he's such a weird shithead. He's so fucking weird.
Yes, he is weird. Absolutely.
He's so weird that when he went to speak on this missing child, he didn't know the father's name or the child's name. Got both of them incorrect. They then came out and said they were going to use truth serum and hypnosis on suspects, which you can't do. He then stated he was going to make a citizen's arrest by kicking down the gentleman's door and that he could cuff him, but he can't transport him to the police station with a lawyer up there. So obviously he was wrong about that, and the lawyer didn't correct him. But then, in a weird intimidation tactic, he actually tweeted out that he was headed to my neighborhood to search for this missing kid. He's so fucking weird.
Yeah, yes, he is.
And then files a RICO suit saying he's intimidated.
Right. Right. Now he's scared of us two women over in PA, and we're stopping him from going to Tennessee. Matter of fact, they claimed they were halfway to Tennessee with their troops to go look for Sebastian, but that because of the threats that I never made, they turned around.
Yeah.
Yeah. Weird shit. I agree. Their connection was to validate them to these useful morons like, hey guys, by the way, don't tell anybody because we sold the exclusives to TMZ. Meanwhile, TMZ's like, fuck out of here.
And that's the other thing I've been mentioning about this quote unquote investment. I have no idea whether this is true or not, but this is a move that people like this make, right? So, when people make these, or attempting to make these big, Netflix or other streaming service documentaries, they need to put a lot of money into making those, to make them high enough quality in order to be sellable to a Netflix or a Paramount or whatever.
Right.
So they go around asking people for investments into it. And then they make them sign NDAs and they make it all secret.
Right.
So that's what I'm saying, is that could have possibly happened, is that these guys say, oh, we're going to build a big production around this, and, you can invest and you'll get this could be worth blah, 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 blah. And you'll get a return on your investment of blah, 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 blah. Or you're helping a cause.
Like presenting that to TMZ?
No, presenting that to, no.
But they're all broke. All the useful idiots they retained are all broke. They're not.
No, what I mean is they go around to other people, other potential people that we don't even know about.
Oh, all right, right.
And get secret investors in not in a TMZ thing, but in a Netflix production. So they go around to their people who have invested in them before, or new people, and say, we're working on this thing. That's, production companies or producers, they get investments from, naive people into their productions. And I think that that's what they could have done. Not with all of the idiots. There could have been idiots in, in true crime
places,
who believed that they, like maybe the E's invested, thinking that, this is just, I don't know. It feels like they did, but I don't know. They seem invested in some way, shape, or form,
Yeah, I think they want their child to be a child actor.
Something. But
one thing I noticed about all these weirdos that signed up with Dog and Nick and fell for the LARP of the parolee out of PA that can't even leave the state but pretends to be an officer. The one thing I did notice is that each of them have tried living out their dreams via their children. Tony, so-and-so, his son in the 3rd grade, could play football. I mean, come on. And then you got the E's trying to live via their children to be like some type of actors. And, they're all just... And then the worst part of it all is the closest they've gotten is a has-been fucking Dog the Bounty Hunter. How'd that work out?
You can see how giddy they acted about, oh my God, our dog's barking was in on the dog group chat. Oh my stars!
No way, really?
Yes, this is true stories. Yes, they did.
Oh my goodness.
Then they're like, oh, we have the dog network on all the time in our house. Our kids watch it all the time. Ma'am, your kids are not watching Dog the fucking Bounty Hunter for 20 years ago. Shut up. You're weird.
So when people think that it's really special to be in the vicinity of celebrity, as if celebrities, yes, groupies, they become groupies, right? And
at least be a groupie to somebody better than a has-been by named Dog. Like Dog started cameos after he jumped on this case.
Yes.
Raised the price. So pathetic.
Oh my God, I just put that in chat as you said it. That was weird.
That is so crazy. It's the truth though. All of a sudden cameos in the books and the meet and greet where he ripped a bunch of people off. TMZ should report on that.
And I keep seeing parallels with this. I'm not going to go into a whole sidetrack about this, but that Lana told her people too that she had a streaming contract and that she got $150,000 and she was going to share it with all of her mods.
Shut up.
No, I swear to God. I got it in writing. I have the proof. So she did this. She pulled similar stuff, but on a much smaller scale.
And she didn't have the history that these guys have too, right? Like I don't know how people even fell for any of this.
Right.
He may not know, but somebody's asking if you know, Steve, when a person sells a photo or a video and no longer cites credit to their name, right? He may not know that.
Yeah, I don't believe so. I believe once it's sold, well,
right, it's no longer there.
In print. If it's a printed, then pretty much always the photographer, the owner of the picture, gets credit for the picture. It's pretty much always credited. But for television, I don't think they ever get credit.
Yeah, because the last time I saw them, I was at the nail salon. They had it on, and they were reporting on was that Kylie Ritchie was going after that woman for the way she was treating the dogs, and they didn't credit the photographer there.
Yeah, I think they only get credit if it's in written print.
Okay, because it's public domain at that point. They don't have to give credit.
Well,
Right.
if they buy the rights, then it's theirs.
Right.
And that's what all of these paparazzi work on, is they're all out there trying to get the photo that gets purchased.
Which is what Slivers on the scenes was. He was a paparazzi.
Oh, really?
Yeah, remember, Jay? Jay's in the chat. She's physically on panel, but she's not here with us. But no, he was the same thing. So a lot of the people that surrounded themselves on this quote unquote green team, which consists of Dog and the Felon.
No, sorry, I'm here. He was a comedian, remember?
Yeah, but he was also the paparazzi. He had that whole paparazzi channel.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, and we played it. He was like chasing down the Kardashians. There was a few videos that he did.
Wow, I didn't see that. I just saw the comedian stuff.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm shocked you didn't see that. Yeah. He did paparazzi for a while. He was a failed actor. He was the comedian. And then now he yells down drain pipes looking for missing kids and pretends they're within.
With shovels, yeah.
With shovels. Yes, Stephanie, you're right. He did want to work with them, all three
Steve's
of them.
like, what the hell is going on with you guys? What are you talking
Listen, Steve dances in the Boyd. Nothing we say is any fucking weirder than the people from the Boyd.
Oh, no.
Absolutely not.
The Boyd is where these people belong.
Steve, do you know anything about this slap suit that Granny went through?
No, I don't.
I wanted to get your opinion on it. I just thought you knew about it.
Yeah,
I don't
it
know
was
if Granny
basically-
wants to get into it, but I'd love his opinion.
The quick rundown is these idiots, these assholes, try claiming that my commentary here on YouTube was preventing their search efforts and that they're a private intelligence group that works for the elite that get hired for $500,000. They're also part of Dog the Bounty Hunter's high task force, whatever bullshit. Turns out they're neither. But they essentially try claiming that myself and the people on panel with me, that because we had similar thoughts when it came to the way this father of the missing child presented himself, that we were there for running a RICO organization. So they tried filing RICO criminal charges in a civil suit against us. And obviously we won. But that's the pretty much the rundown on it.
Okay.
It's fucking crazy. What I think it came down to is they want to monopolize this child's story because they're looking to make a production out of it. I don't know. Well,
Steve's from the Boyd. You know, we're like Disneyland to him.
The Boyd is bottom of YouTube. Yeah. He climbed up the ladder 3 steps. We're not far from the Boyd. We are intermingled. Have you seen Julie's production company? The videos are worse than fucking Lifetime movies from the fucking 90s. Like,
oh, jeez.
That's the equivalent there. So,
well, I was watching part of Jay's stream where she was showing the music video that Tony's son did.
Yeah,
Holy
now he's
shit.
half naked over on X. I don't want to put any allegations out there, but you know what that comes with.
What? I actually didn't hear all of what you said.
I said now he's over on X, and in his photo, he's like half naked, like modeling.
Oh, really? Jesus
so I can
Christ.
imagine his latest production consists of something after dark.
But that video was so fucking corny.
That's what I mean. They're all
Wasn't it?
trying to live through their kids. It's fucking weird.
Mhm. It was
And then
wild.
They even got parent actors to act as
Right.
That was the best part, Lynn, honestly.
It was, and they weren't even good actors. Like the mom came across much more natural, but the man was like, "Okay, son, Be a good boy.
It's probably relatives of them or something.
I was gonna say, why wasn't it Tony himself? He's always seeking the spotlight.
Yeah, right.
Tony was probably, no, son, we want this to be about you, not about us. We don't want to be in the spotlight, son.
We have too many lawsuits against.
Yeah.
We claimed bankruptcy too many times.
We need to get someone to play us.
We can't show the production we got going on here. Now make us money.
Yeah.
Okay, ladies. Well, I got to run, but I absolutely thank you for having me up on your panel.
And we
Nice
chased
meeting
the
ya.
void away. Maybe we are the crazies.
Well, I
Nice
did subscribe, so I will definitely be back. And thank you for having me up.
Of course. Come on
Nice
back over.
meeting you,
and
Steve.
We dropped the
Nice
link
to meet
for
you as well.
So I'm sure you'll see some of
Thank
us
you.
over there.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You all have a wonderful day.
You as
too.
well. Nice meeting you.
Hi, Steve.
Sorry the chat berate and thought you were fake.
Hey,
Jay,
it's
you
a cynic
tinfoil
in us,
wearer.
you know.
I
it's
know.
the cynics.
But I could tell by Jay's demeanor where she was headed. And then Lynn started feeling the same way. And then the chat was like, fraud, fake, red flags. I'm like,
Granny's like, fucking shut it down, bitches.
Yeah, I couldn't understand why he couldn't be more specific. That was all. I was like, what? Like, you can't remember one thing that you talked about?
He was kind of
That was a
cryptic,
little-
yeah.
that was.
I think he just went on there and talked shit. I don't think it was any like directed thing. I think they threw him in there probably for like spice. You know what I mean?
right. And I don't think it was cases. I think he talked shit.
Yeah. See, I misunderstood what he was doing.
Yeah. When you're like, what cases? I'm thinking he didn't do cases. He probably just ran his mouth
That's
a little
probably why
bit.
he got quiet. He was probably like, cases. Like, have I
Right.
ever talked about any cases? Right.
And then you guys are like, he can't remember. He's fake. I'm like, no, he's not. I've heard his name.
Shit, you know me. I'm skeptical of everybody and everything.
I know.
And it's
I
not
know.
personal. It's just my defense mechanism, man.
But the
Well,
thing that
It's
go
really
ahead.
warm for new people to come join, but
I know. I get the warm and
chase them
fuzzy
away.
feeling. But you know what? The ones that stick around are always the good ones.
Yeah, that's true.
You know,
Well,
like
That's true. That's true.
it is very true. And I hear
No,
that so much.
Tony's son's hot right now. Just so if you guys aren't aware, he's fucking good. He's an adult.
Ugh.
He's an adult now, but he is very good looking.
The reason I came up is because
Liz, like, fuck
he
you.
was mischaracterizing how that whole deal works though with so when you're on a show you don't usually know how it works to negotiate a story with that entity, you know what I'm saying? And so he wasn't really characterizing it accurately. That I felt that was why I came up.
Right.
Yeah. So
BJ will cry later that I'm sexually harassing Tony's son.
Oh, God.
Well, Lynn, and I agree with you. I don't think that there's anything TMZ would want from this filing because, as you stated, it's public record. And the moment they made TMZ aware that this filing was even going to be placed in a courthouse, they at that point would have no reason to pay because they don't need to. They can just go get it from public record.
Right. And if they did even look at it, I'm sure
Yeah.
they looked away.
That's what I said. These people that believe TMZ was going to be involved and then didn't report it because Molly Golightly with 400 people in chat
my
read
God.
it first. I mean, come on.
yeah,
That's all Nick's big talking, that this is going to go nationwide and blah, blah, blah. Be
Nationwide is
on
on your side.
Because if you threaten with TMZ, then you've got their socials and they're
Right.
all over every platform. I think it's
I
just his
wouldn't-
big mouth.
I wouldn't even be surprised if they, even if Molly hadn't, if BJ's mod hadn't leaked it, they would have had somebody else leak it to get to
Get
pretend.
the ball rolling.
Yes, to pretend that, it got TMZ off the table because TMZ was already off the table. Let's face it. I mean,
Right.
you know what I mean? So,
Well, and that's what I was thinking too, right? Because I found it quite ironic that Yvette's all worried about this mod named Brooke because she's never modded anywhere before, but because she's the only one with a lick of common sense that wasn't feeding Brittany's victimhood, right? She was
Yep.
saying to her, what you're doing is a bad decision. Don't do it. So they side-eye her. Meanwhile, they validate Kristen because Kristen was a mod for Molly's. Therefore, she must be a real person. And Kristen's the one that fucking leaks it.
yeah.
It's so funny.
They couldn't have been more wrong about everything.
Everything. And they still keep going, Lynn. They keep going. They're going to email the judge. They're going to write victim statements. The judge just wasn't educated enough. The filing was too big for her. She didn't comprehend it.
You know, I love how Brittany sits there and goes, "You won. What do you want? Why are you still on it?" Like, and it's like, girl,
as if they didn't win, she would have been fucking screaming from the rooftops.
But I feel like saying, Brittany, you lost. Right. Part of that, don't you understand?
Fucking understand, right?
God.
And it is head banging worthy. And the sheer stupidity again. I want people to remember that this person presents herself as a true crime channel, and they think that they can just email and call the fucking judge.
Yeah.
I never read y'all do we even want to read it? The letter that my attorney wrote to Lesniak about Brittany?
Yeah.
All right. Let me clear my throat.
Sure has it handy.
Yeah. I had my emails up because people are emailing me throughout. It says, "Dear counsels, you should advise your client that she had her day in court. She thinks she has not yet had her day in court. Keep feeding her nonsense to protect yourself from malpractice. It will not save you from a Dragon Eddy action," which is also malpractice, same thing. Malicious prosecution. "Again, your client stated she went forward with litigation because my client shared her property. Is that defamation? Was that a predicate act for RICO? Your client still thinks she was defamed, obviously, because you still have not informed her of the elements of defamation. Amazingly, your client stated this judge never seen the exhibits, never even saw it. Did she read the opinion of the court on April 17th, 2025? Did you think that emergency petition well positioned your clients? Those pages which you did not draft but sign solidified that punitive damages should be awarded. That said, more alarming was the statement by this succulent Ivy League flight nurse asserting that the attorneys in this case will assert frivolous bills. Then right afterwards, your client uses the shady word. Now, since this was just heard, she deserves the benefit of the doubt about what that comment referenced. It could certainly be directed to one of her chatters. No worries, people will clip that chat and the statements for review. Time to fully investigate the Ivy League flight nurse statement about 6 attorneys. How many people saw this statement? Tread lightly. If you had a modicum of competence in this type of litigation, you would understand a fee petition. Do you comprehend a fee petition as well as you understand RICO? Time will tell. Do inform us of how many hours you spent drafting all of your filings." Her panelist just said the Honorable Kelly D. Eckel is not a good judge if she's not going to look at the evidence. Do you sign on this statement that Her Honor did not review all of your client's claims exhibits? Stick with that postulation. You and Intimidation Counsel filed a frivolous lawsuit, quote unquote anemic, right? Utter gibberish. Was this going in real life? For your client, it was free, and yet she believes she is re-victimized. Another of her recent statements, the judge has no clue. This is the monster. Another nugget. The litigation was to stop in part my client from defaming a missing teenager. Your clients have no standing to make such claims. Do you understand the legal concept of stand-in? What statements and exhaustion I could continue to transcribe near verbatim, but you review her statements for yourself while we get the timestamps. Finally, explain to your client the words re judica and collateral estoppel. Sincerely, my attorney. It's basically saying that by Brittany making these statements, she and herself is defaming me, and Lesniak should probably get on that.
Yes. I can't explain collateral estoppel right now, but that's very important. I won't be able to explain it clearly, but it is very important.
You know what was interesting in BJ's chat the other day? Julia was in there, the dog handler.
The other person that lost litigation.
And she says, Brittany's in there like talking about like, y'all won, like da-da-da. And someone had hosed her and said something about like, you thought you were going to get an injunction against Granny or something. Well, Julia pipes off and she says, we all had our separate declarations.
It doesn't matter.
We filed together. Like
they still don't get it?
No, they don't get it.
Oh my fucking God. Fucking idiots.
Yep.
Wow. What a fucking
I love your lawyer, by the way. That's amazing.
Exactly. Tell your lawyer I'm sitting here giving him a sitting solo extended ovation Betty style.
Basically, what that means is he's saying collateral estoppel is also known as issue preclusion, is a legal doctrine that prevents a party from relitigating an issue that has already been decided in a previous lawsuit. So it's basically with prejudice. Brittany making these claims that she's going to pursue me in this way or that way. You can't. You tried in 42 different ways and you failed in all of them. You can't.
Right. And she keeps claiming the same things over and over and over again, even though it's been litigated. She keeps relitigating something that's already been fucking litigated.
Right. Because she's a fucking idiot. And then read whatever this is, meaning a thing decided in Latin is a legal doctrine that prevents parties from relitigating a claim or issue that has already been decided in a prior lawsuit. Right. Essentially saying you can't pursue me any further, Brittany. You failed. You lost. You're done. Did you change your photo, Robot? I like it.
She did.
Yeah.
I'm convinced that Brittany does not listen to anything outside of her little bubble that is not just a thing for her to respond to as a victim.
Right.
Right.
Right. If she acknowledges, she listens to everything that I say, everything we say. If she acknowledges what I just said there, she just would have to accept the fact that my attorney's more educated than her and her ridiculous panel guest or chatters, and that he's right and she's wrong, and she won't accept that.
Yeah.
She can come to PA and have your day in court, you fucking bitch. Come have it. You had it. You missed it. February 18th, dumbass. Make sure you're there for the next one.
Kathy, bubble, toil and trouble.
When will they request or when will your lawyer, I guess, request their don't they have to turn over their assets and everything, all that stuff?
Yeah, so he wrote about that in his last one. Hold on. He wrote, in that regard, did you advise Ms. Jackson she was part of the complete lawsuit? Of course you did not, because you never reviewed the claims you brought. Hold on. Right here. For the YouTube legal eagles that advise Ms. Jackson, this will act as a lien on her property. Next, she will be served with discovery and aid of execution, which is already completed, consisting of 55 pages. When her YouTube baristas give her advice to avoid post-judgment discovery, because we know you have no knowledge in this regard, we will seek monetary sanctions to add to the judgment. I'm sure those YouTube legal scholars will inform Ms. Jackson this cannot be done. To the contrary, refresh them on the full faith and credit clause. Yes, we can also take depositions in aid of execution. So right now we file for punitive damages. They have till May 13th to respond. And then the judge.
What if they don't respond?
Well, here, I have it right here. If they don't respond, so it says here, requires all parties to appear at a hearing on this date. Blank was timely answered, thus requiring the schedule of the following hearing. I don't know. I guess basically the judge sets forth a hearing would be the next step. Either way, we have a hearing coming up. My attorney says it'll likely be in the end of May, early June.
Wow.
Yeah. So we got to see if they're going to even respond. They don't seem to respond to anything timely, so we'll find out. We're requesting they appear in person, and you see right there, it says that the judge can click that box, requires all parties to appear at a hearing.
So you're asking the judge to do that?
Yeah, hell yeah, we are.
Nice.
And then Barbecue says that she's going to subpoena everybody, so if she does that, even better. I'm not doing that. It costs too much money. But if she got it, if she's going to do it,
right.
Go ahead, girl. But the judge can demand them be there anyhow. Without a subpoena, the judge can demand it. So, yeah, just watch my live streams, Your Honor. Just watch them. She's so ridiculous. Like, does she really believe that I'm doing something horrific to her that I deserved?
Well, she's got someone in her chat that's saying they're going to help her with a lawyer.
Right. Go ahead.
IV flight nurse or whatever.
Yeah, that's who my attorney referenced in his email. Go ahead and get that person to help you get a lawyer and go file against me. Do it. Please do it.
She's like, I really need to talk to you. Did you email me? Because I really need to get to talk to you.
You know what I would recommend? IV flight nurse. When you get Brittany an attorney, pay the retainer directly to the attorney, because she'll do what she did over a year and a half ago, damn near 2 years ago now, which is collect funds for an attorney, but never seek me out. So go ahead and please make sure that you get her an attorney. I think that's great.
Is that true, Erica?
Yeah, she does.
Yeah,
she really
she
believes
thinks she's going to talk to the judge.
She thinks that she hasn't had her turn yet. That's what my attorney said. Like, it's incredible that she still thinks she hasn't had her turn in court yet. It's done. You did. You missed it.
It looked like Julia kind of felt that way too, to be honest. Like,
fucking
we have separate declarations. Like, what are you talking about?
I almost spit my drink out. Holy shit.
There has to be some sort of criminal element to how this has been handled. And I'm not talking about the plaintiffs.
Or they're criminally insane. I don't know.
On behalf of the lawyers, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, there has to be some criminality in this. That is absolutely insane. That a
you know
plaintiff
what?
is still
Think about it though, Lynn, right? Okay, so Lasniak doesn't call them or whatever. They still signed a dotted line for him to be their free representation.
Well, no,
so
I know.
You know what I mean? So,
no, I
agree. Listen, my attorney said the same thing. I didn't want to give the legal advice, but they could absolutely pursue Joseph Lasniak for malpractice, okay? I didn't want to give it to them. They likely won't do anything with it anyway, so there you go. A real attorney's telling you you could file malpractice against Joseph Lasniak for his gross misrepresentation of what you got yourself into. But at the same time, you have to have some self-accountability. How many times from the moment they filed did we say, get your own fucking attorney? You don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, so the malpractice suit, that would be a civil tort. I'm talking about criminal shit.
Oh, yeah.
I'm talking, and they're accountable. They're accountable for signing on that dotted line and continuing even after the ruling to hammer it home that they were right.
But that would take DAs in how many states looking at this?
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm having my DA look at it, and I hope they do something about it. But as for them, they'd have to come off and recognize the fact that they've been duped. And it seems like they're doubling down on everything. They don't fucking care.
Right.
Oh my God. Once the judge hears and sees her evidence, she will be good. You are fucking delusional. Oh my God.
She's so stupid, man. She got this email that she showed. She got this email that was about her husband or her boyfriend, right? That someone was claiming they were having an affair with him.
Right. Of course she would read that out, right?
Because, well, get this, how stupid she is in her chat. Someone said, if you take that email to LE, they can trace it and tell you who it came from. I'm like,
God.
Holy shit.
And again, this is supposed to be a true crime community.
Then it got better. Then someone else said, you really need to talk to Josh and see if Chris M can help you. She said, I know, I got to do something. I will talk to Josh. I'm like, oh, here we go.
Because your victimhood is so bad. It's just so unbearable. You poor fucking thing. You just, oh my God, please help her, somebody.
Chris M.
Don't take it into your own hands and acknowledge the fact that you give as good as you get out here. But yes, please, you're so sad.
She is just something out. Like, if she hasn't gotten already enough bad advice and been led into like the abyss, she's still taking online advice. Like, fucking A. When do you stop and call a local attorney that you could go in and shake his hand and talk to him?
You can even get a free what you would call it? And if you call enough of them, I'm sorry, what?
Consultation.
Yeah, she can call enough and get enough free ones to come up with the same result, which is going to tell you you're fucked. You're fucked.
Idiot.
Yeah, the FBI and the police are going to trace the email that whoever fucking ridiculous.
Just take it down to your local PD. They'll give you a name in 5 minutes.
Go trace that shit.
And they'll be like, the email came from inside the house.
We traced the call. It's coming from inside the house.
We're coming for you.
Have you checked the children?
She'll be like, she just made a threat to my children. She'll be too busy jumping online and be like, this caller just said to check my children. The chat would be like, are they okay? I don't know. Let me go check.
I'm dead. I'm dead. The call came from the rat basket.
Yeah. Those rats, they're calling. Those rats are sending emails and calling.
It wasn't rats. It was cats. You guys are so stupid.
The rats have their own tablet. Don't blame me.
What is worse, the idea that you might have rats, given where you live and all, or the idea that you're keeping cats stuck in a basket to the point where they're clawing out for their lives?
So
I mean, which is
sad.
worse?
Oh, it's all bad.
The thing that cracks me up is when she's like, "This is not the Streisand effect." Oh my god! She's just doing it louder and louder. She's like, she goes live every time her house is shown, and she's like, "It's not the Streisand effect."
Right, totally not proven that it is the Streisand effect. But go on, girl.
Oh my god!
Or is she getting louder to drown out the background noise of you know, the inappropriate
of the actual Streisand effect? Yes.
Oh my gosh, I love it for her. I just love this idea that she threw me in this litigation because I showed her property, and then goes live crying that her house was shown. Well, isn't that why you joined litigation? What are you crying for? It's already been shown.
Idiot.
You fucking liar, man.
I mean,
what
when
do you
her
think's wrong that she believes herself? Seriously, is it
I don't
drugs? Is it
know.
fucking sheer stupidity?
Does she play dumb?
Right.
For attention?
Is it gross, like, support of people like Yvette who live in the same delirious fucking world? What is
Oh
it?
my god. When I listened to that call, I was stunned. I was like, what the No wonder that lady was recording and shit, having her kid record. What a whack job.
Right, like, they're overly involved in this
So
YouTube
involved.
drama world that they're so detached from the actual meaning of words such as stalking, defamation, incitement of hate, bullying, even bullying. Like, again, any real court is going to say to her, at what point do you stop engaging then? I'm not, even Betty said it, and I agree with her. I'm not forcing you to watch my channel to say I'm harassing you. I'm not forcing you to be a member to my page to see what I'm posting. If you're seeking it out, then stop, because you're harassing yourself.
Yeah, that's effed up that she was reading your member shit.
I know, but I'm the stalker and I'm the obsessed one. You're fucking weird, Brittany.
That is weird.
I didn't even know she read it. She actually read my shit.
Well, didn't she know what you posted?
Yeah, she knew that I posted that picture of Lasniak.
I would assume she probably has an alt and she's a member. Did you see her leaked camera roll with your pictures in it?
No way.
Oh,
She
fuck.
used to
Hold
be a
on.
member to mine.
Let me get my phone. Hold on.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's weird, dude.
I blocked both of her channels so I wouldn't even see her, and she was a paid member to my channel, and I was begging her just to fucking go away, but I'm her harasser. Yes, okay.
Right.
I agree, Irish Eye. She has nobody. So her camera roll is literally my pictures. It is disturbing, D2S. She's fucking obsessed. I think majority of the people see it now, right? Like, I'm no longer in this, like, insane world where I'm, like, so gaslit that I'm like, is this even real? She's fucking crazy.
Somebody in this chat, I don't know who posted something about the sunk cost fallacy. If you're in the chat, raise your hand, because I think
that was Lip Lock No More wrote that, and I looked it up.
Yes, that's right. It was Lip Locked. Thank you. And I think that was a really good thing to post, because you could even say that maybe with her, it's a sunk cost fallacy. Like, she keeps saying, she's lied so much that she has to just keep lying, no matter how bad it looks.
Right. That's exactly what I think they're doing.
And I learned a long time ago, no. You immediately, like, admit your mistake and dispense with it right away. Dispense with it, and so it goes away. You don't just keep doubling and tripling and quadrupling down on, your mistake or your absolute lie. because you just, no one will ever trust you anymore. And if you value people trusting you, then, and on this platform, trust is a value. It's a high value. People, maybe you'll get like a short burst of new subs and members through a new case, but if you lose their trust, you lose them for the long term.
That's why I was saying to the Eves, like, your lies will follow you on to the next case, but even like this right here, right? When Brittany's snoring, I wasn't sleeping. We heard it. We saw it. Like, what do you mean? Or here, BJ says she did not pay for a membership to your channel. Yet we all heard her say before that she bought a membership because I was supposedly going at her behind a paywall when I hadn't even been live on members only in like 6 months at that point.
Yeah.
Ew, you're creepy, Brittany. You have fucking photos of me saved in your camera roll. Like, yeah, I'm like the top images too that people literally saw it.
Yeah,
like even that I should present to the judge and be like, look, this lady's fucking hopeless.
The other night when she was like full on REM sleep, you guys. I mean, she was like,
yeah,
and then she wakes up. She gets woken up like 2 times. Nana has to be, like, Brittany, honey, and then she wakes up and she's pissed off at everybody. How dare you think I'm asleep? Nobody's sleeping there.
It's my asthma. It's my asthma. She even did one of these, Lynn, like, oh, what, huh? Hold on. Like, you heard her wake up and she still blamed it on fucking asthma.
Yeah.
And if Brittany wants to say other creators told her I'm the common denominator, look at how many creators point out that you're the common denominator.
Yep.
Right. Misinformation. She just rather blame the chat. That's what she gaslights everybody, even herself, to the point that she just expects people to blindly follow it. And if they don't, then they are automatically a granny troll. Now she's trying to gaslight everybody with this whole litigation. Like, she might even gaslight herself into believing what she's saying. What a hard reality. I've been saying this for a while. I'll say it again. What a hard reality to fucking have to wake up to.
Yeah. Well, that's what the, the ease helpful brainstorming thing, says, or not. I keep saying brainstorming. I'm such a marketing person. Brainwashing thing was, they said, one of the ways to deprogram people is for them to have a shock. If this isn't a shock enough, they're pretty far well gone.
Yep. That's what I mean. It's almost like you can't help her. Like, that's what my poll was earlier for hitting the thumbs up. Like, you just cannot help this woman.
Yeah. If they aren't seeing that ruling as a shock to their reality, they aren't in reality.
I said she's been detached from reality for a long time, because anybody who's ever been quote unquote friends with her knows that if she's not online, like on YouTube herself or in a chat or on a panel herself, she's on the phone all day about YouTube. She is so detached from the real world. Like, go pitch a ball, go to the movies, go for a walk, go swimming, go down to a local park. You know what I mean? Like, go do something, but she doesn't. She does none of that. And you can tell she doesn't, because after I say this, she'll try to convince you all that she's going to take her kids somewhere this weekend, or they got some type of plans. She's so obvious at what bothers her. I stated that she never goes outside and her skin's pale white, and it is. So she uploads a photo of herself in a fucking garden or some shit people said. I don't know. Clue said her kids never give her anything, like a drawing or anything. So she comes on and goes, look at this little astronaut he gave me. She's just a fucking liar.
Well, that's how, in my opinion, she became such an easy mark for this litigation, is that she's so reactive to what other people say about her.
Right.
That that
she's a locale.
Yeah. That she'll believe, she's extremely easily swayed by what other people say about her. She's very influenced by it.
And if one person unsubscribes, she loses her shit. She's very number driven too.
Mm-hmm.
And look, right here, you're her stalker trying to make her life hell for the last 3 years, yet BJ can't keep your name out of her mouth. BJ said last night you were the common denominator and everything happening to her.
Wow.
It's fucking insane. Like, I've never experienced anything like this in my life, ever.
Well, that's a window into how she sees things, is that everything revolves around you, and that everything you do revolves around her.
Right.
And
I
took me
noticed
forever
that-
to find. Sorry.
Oh, you got it?
I finally found it. I couldn't remember where it was. But yeah, I got it pulled up. Now, if you look at the top, do you see
Oh my
you?
God, you psycho. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Do you see him? Mm-hmm.
5. She even has the photo of me with the fucking monkey on my shoulder. Are you fucking serious?
Is that you right there too?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, I only noticed these 3.
No, it's those
So-
3. It's those 2 right there. And if you go over 1, 2, 3, that's me as well with the monkey.
Right here?
Yes.
Yeah.
You're trying so hard, Brittany, to see if I'm a catfish because you can't fathom how I'm not as ugly as you, right? Because I can promise you, online and offline, I look the same. I don't use Disney avatars. I don't do any of that shit. Do I use different lighting and shit to make my photos look better? Of course I do. Am I not the one that wasn't afraid to show up in a fucking courtroom against you all? If you think I was that like shameful of myself, would I be out and about where I know Lasniak may be or Nick's in my area? Would I go to court? Why don't you take your fat ass to Pennsylvania and come see me in a courtroom and we'll take a selfie together and see who the fuck the catfish is? It's weird that she's that worried about the way I look. Like,
For
what do you
real.
think? Craig's going to come to my neighborhood? What do you
Well,
why
you know
do
what
care?
else is weird is that on their panel, they were also saying that Crafton, this creeped me the fuck out.
Oh, he
Kim's
is
like,
weird.
oh, yeah. She's like, they were talking about your picture, and he's like, oh, yeah, I put it in this editing program and blew it up and did this. And she's like, oh, yeah, I remember when I came home and you showed me that. And I'm thinking, this creepy motherfucker is home while she's at work and he's analyzing Granny's pictures.
Right. Like, what are you doing with them, you creep?
Dude, right? Poor
Creepy.
Granny. I'm like, how fucking, ugh.
It was so
remember,
unsettling.
this is the couple that literally did a stream where they had Lana's picture up there and they made out in front of it.
Oh, that's fucking gross.
This is also the couple that was against Lana until she got a hold of his laptop via his ex-wife, and she found some fucking weird porn in it that made him turn around, and they befriended Lana and started defending her to stop from whatever was in there.
And
she has my cam slip from years ago. First off, if you don't think everybody looks horrible on a fucking laptop cam slip, like, I can't believe how insecure you are, Brittany. It's actually concerning.
She's obsessed with you, girl.
She's very obsessed with me. Scary. There, look, she even has the photo of me from Punta Cana with the fucking monkey. Oh my God. Get
very
it
weird.
together.
So she's very much of the notion that if anybody has a critical opinion of her, they don't like her for some reason.
Right. And they're automatically you know, a granny troll, or they drank the Kool-Aid. It can never be because she just isn't likable, or they
Well, I mean, this
disagree with
girl is
something.
claiming that you're stalking her.
Right. And then I'm her fucking camera roll. You know what's my camera roll? My fucking kids, my cat, the event we just went to.
Yeah.
I can promise you, Brittany Jackson is not the first few photos in my camera roll.
Right.
It's very
That is
disturbing.
so. And like, where's the photos of your kids? Where, like, here's screenshots of people's chats. You got some guy over here in between my
Who is
photos.
this guy right here?
Right. Like, but where's the photos of your kids? Where's the dinner you cooked? Where's the flowers you're growing?
Wait,
where's the
who is
event you took
this?
them to?
Who are you with right there?
That was the cam slip I had years ago that made me go on camera because it so grossly misrepresented me. Because
Who's
it was
the
a
guy
laptop.
to the right?
I don't know.
Curvy Barbie, of course they did. That's what they do. That's their thing.
Fucking weirdos.
It is weird. It is weird. Yeah, I was wearing my son's headphones. It was like 3 a.m. It was a laptop cam slip. And I went on camera the next day to like take back my power to be like, no, I definitely don't look like that. And I definitely did it. And I've been on camera throughout the years. You can go to many of the streams and see it. To sit here and act like,
That's what
well,
she gets for showing her damn camera roll.
Well, she's like fucking, it's weird that she's that obsessed with me. It's weird.
Mm-hmm.
I think everybody sees that. All her avatars look exactly like her. Fuck off.
Oh, I know, yellow eyes, because everybody has yellow freaking eyes.
Right.
Freaking idiot.
Look, she even took the photo that I shared on my stream the other day. See that? Because you see the guy in it that I originally cut out.
Which one?
The first one of me right there. I showed that the other day to show, wow, your Photoshop skills are great. All I Photoshopped was the man out of my photo. And that she has the photo of him in it right there.
The original right here?
Next one over.
Right here?
Not the first one. Now that next over. Right there. That one. So
why does she have it 3 times?
I just showed it the other day to say, wow, your Photoshop skills are so good. All I did was cut this guy out and placed a different background. But I was actually at the Phillies game and I was actually, on a date, something you don't know about.
Oh,
she saved that day. She saved it.
It's a really cute picture.
It is a cute picture. Thank you.
It is.
So this one, though, looks like a text.
Like
See
somebody sent it to her.
Uh-huh. See the green? Yep.
Wow, that is so pathetic. And I'm the stalker.
Dude.
I should go file
Weird.
a fucking RO against her, honest to God.
You really should.
This has got to be too much. I can prove that she was a member to my channel and I was begging her not to be and just leave me alone. I can prove that I blocked all of her channels, her 2 channels, because I don't even want to see her in chats. Like, there's something seriously wrong with this girl.
And
she
the
really
frivolous
believes
lawsuit.
this. And the frivolous lawsuit, and it's still threatening me with more litigation. This photo over here, I have a monkey on my head. That's from like 2002.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I posted that. And
I wonder
like,
what this one is.
What one?
This
oh,
one
I do too. Probably
looks
one of my
almost like
community posts or something.
Looks like a document of some sort.
God, there's something wrong with this girl. I'm sorry. There's something fucking wrong with her.
Do you recognize any of these other ones? I just scrolled over more. I zoomed in a bit.
That first, that's my community post right there, right?
This one?
Doesn't that look like the thing I posted to show
looks
that
like
I was
your
at the
art.
event? Yeah, the art that I shared.
Yep. Is this one of these Lesniak?
So she's taken screenshots of my community post. But
Your
I'm obsessed with you,
members.
Brittany. My members only, right?
Okay, let's go to the other side.
But I'm obsessed with her. Oh my God. Fucking can't.
What's this blue building?
I don't know. Wow, this is
weirdo.
she's creepy, man.
She's a weirdo.
Put a 1 in the chat if you think she's creepy. I mean, none of these are photos of her kids. I mean, it's really sad. I don't care what anybody says. That's fucking pathetic.
Yeah,
Like,
there's not one.
Right, your first 30, 40 pictures in your camera roll are of YouTube bullshit. Get a fucking life. That's what she should. That my punitive damages from Brittany should be that she has to log off for a month and get her fucking life together.
Is this you in the black and white right here?
Yeah, that was a cam slip from
What's
5
this
years
one?
ago. That's the cam slip next to my profile picture. My old profile picture.
Like a side by side.
Yeah, because she's now over analyzing. Brittany, I can promise you, I don't care how you think I look. I could fuck your man. Cry about it, bitch.
Dude, your cam slip probably looks better than her when she tries. I mean,
This is
if you're
how
being
old
honest.
this is the old photo, Jay, 2 years ago. She scrolled a community post.
Cute.
She scrolled this far in a community post, or she kept a photo of me for 2 years.
That's weird.
It's weird. It is.
Well, you're very pretty.
I'm
whether
not
you have
trying
a
to be
filter
classy
on
in
or
that
not.
moment. Obviously, that's what Brittany's worried about. Why else would a woman who stays away from me be that fucking intimidated, trying to overanalyze the way I look, if not for jealousy? I don't want your fucking man. You can keep him.
Tell me if I'm wrong about this, but legit, I'm pretty sure that every time Kim and Crafton have gotten in a fight that we've known about, it was about Kim thinking that he's drooling over girls like you, right?
Yes, that was the problem with
Lynn,
Mandy,
she
with
just brought
me.
this up. Listen, they were talking the other night when Crafton was saying he was analyzing Granny's picture. She said to Brittany, you know, Crafton and I have been through this too. And I'm thinking, oh my God.
Crafton and I've been through this too.
Crafton, like anybody wants motherfucking Crafton. I was like, oh, it's rich.
Because
Wow.
because they were there was a point in time when they were
Grifting did used to call me hot and used to bother Kim.
Yeah.
What? And
Yep,
now he's
I remember that.
analyzing your photos while
Yep.
she's at work.
Right, blowing it up too. Blowing it up.
Oh,
it happened with Vanessa too.
oh
Wow,
yeah, it
this
did.
is horrible.
Creepy.
Kim
Creepy,
says she can
creepy.
relate to BJ with people trying to steal her man.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
That's what she said. Crafton and
That
I
is
have been
so
through this too, and
delusional.
we came out stronger. That
Fucking
bullshit.
delusional.
We're stronger together.
That is so pathetic. Stronger together, besides when he's in jail.
But
She literally made a
that's got to
post.
sting. That's got to sting. She's at work and he's looking at your photos.
I mean, it's weird. Shelby Lynn, thank you. When Crafton first went back to jail, Kim made this big elaborate post where she blamed social media for being the reason that Crafton can't control his anger, and it puts her autistic child in danger.
Mm-hmm.
And now there she is.
Ooh, that
right
didn't
back
age
with
well.
them, over analyzing photos of another female. How pathetic.
That's got to sting, Kim.
I wonder who that guy is in between my two photos.
Yeah, I don't know. Kind of looks like Richard Allen.
And then really, she took this post too, like a members only post. Here, I challenge you, Brittany. Take your kids out for the day, get some fresh air.
Yeah, look at there's those little guys.
Yeah. She literally
saved your little guys too that you took pictures of.
Right. She took the first one, which is the shore theme.
The art, yep.
The little guys, and then Lesniak. What do you think you're going to do with
this
that?
one right here? Must be Lesniak then.
Yeah. It's fucking pathetic. Get a life.
That's right, Sleuth Mandy too.
Yeah, Mandy.
She just saved it the other day because that shit's a new post.
Right. So in between the new posts, so you got these new posts, then she's analyzing my fucking photos again. Didn't they already do this like a week or two back? Oh my God.
You don't know this guy then?
No. Not
Thank
that I
God.
can think of.
I'm glad it's not one of your family members or something.
I know. I can't tell. I know Brittany's passing around photos of my family in private. I wouldn't be surprised if one of these photos are.
Granny, what was the name of that fisherman guy that started out in Natasha's? And
Doug.
Doug. It kind of looks like him, but
It does a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's just hard to tell without a close-up photo.
Let me try to zoom it a little bit more and see what it does.
I mean, this is creepy, guys. This is really fucking creepy. No, I have no idea who that is.
Sometimes I've wondered if Doug knows.
That's my channel right there.
Tony.
Oh my God! So there's more of yours?
Yeah, is that the bottom of my screen layout between the photos of me right here?
It looks like it.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Right here?
Yeah.
Ugh.
You're really trying hard.
There's you with the monkey.
Yeah, it's me with the monkey.
Well, I wonder what this is in between your post and
that's probably
your
my
monkey.
post where I said perpetrating lies. Like, which lie is worse? How many photos is that, right? And what are you doing with them?
I mean, for all we know, this could be from your chats too.
Right. Honestly, something needs to be done. This is fucking weird. All I want is for Granny to leave me alone, right? How many times have you guys heard me beg Brittany just to
Stop
leave me
saving
the fuck
her
alone?
shit. Yeah.
This is creepy.
Leave
it's not like
me alone.
Right, leave me alone.
Brittany
Stop watching my
alone.
channel. I don't watch her channel. People tell me a few things if they feel like I need to know it. Other than that, I don't fucking watch. What is this? Because that looks like somebody's house or something.
This one here?
No, well, that does too. I'd love to know
This
what that
blue
blue
one.
building is.
Yeah, I was wondering that too.
This is fucking weird.
I wish it was clearer.
I am so uncomfortable with this, honestly.
Yeah, I don't blame you. It's creepy.
BJ,
when I saw
Granny's
your
vacation
face, I
girl.
was
Thank
like,
you.
oh my God, there's Granny. Like immediately saw these three and I was like, what the fuck?
Oh, thank you so much, ML Marty. I really appreciate you commenting and saying that. I've been telling you, Erica, I'm convinced of it too. She's going to say this is creepy. You already know she's going to say this is creepy. Right. She's going to take the one. I wonder if it's your swimming pool. I can't. This makes me so uncomfortable. Like, imagine having somebody literally obsess over you for years and yet still believe that they're a victim of yours, despite you literally pleading just be left alone, just be thrown in frivolous litigation with them, and they still don't shut up about you. I at least thought when she filed that, I would get some peace from her. You know what I mean?
Is that
Like,
a swimming pool?
It looks like it.
It's like what she's trying to do is find proof of you stalking her, but she's stalking you.
She's stalking me to try to get the proof, right?
Yeah. Or of you defaming her, but there's no, but
Brittany, you're a fucking weirdo.
But that doesn't explain all the photos of what you look like, That's just comparing the looks because she's so damn focused on, however.
She's so insecure, man.
The superficialness just drives me crazy.
She wants so badly. Plays of yours, tell the truth for every lie she tells. She wants so badly to prove me to not be what I am. She hates the way I have support. She hates the way that I don't need to make Disney looking avatars of myself. I don't wear giant glasses to hide half my face. She honestly, I do truly believe that Brittany's biggest issue with me is envy, and it's always been. I've met several of my subscribers in person. Okay. I'm not as insecure as you. Just leave me the fuck alone. This is literally fate. This is how this is the ending of a fucking Lifetime movie. This is weird.
It is.
Oh,
What do you want? What what the fuck do you want, girl?
What do you
What's
want?
her end goal?
You want to be her?
I mean, she's stalking my members only. She's taking photos of me from one from 5 years ago, one from 2 years ago. What are you doing? And my old fucking avatar photo. What are you doing? What if it came out that I was 500 pounds? Do you feel better? What do you want? Why would you analyze me in that format? What does it change at the end of the day? I don't see you. Granny. I don't live near you.
This is why. It's pure jealousy.
It is jealousy. Honestly, it is.
I'm not trying to be mean here, but the fact that this woman has your photos and is so obsessed with you, she can't stop talking about you.
Right.
It's jealousy.
It has to be. Kim
Stop,
thank you so much for the gift. And how many times have I said this? If Brittany just left me alone, I wouldn't speak on her. I mean, you went to the courts to try to say you're a victim of mine, yet you still speak on me fucking daily. There were times I wouldn't even go live for a week, and she would still go off about me.
Mm-hmm.
It almost gaslights you into a fucking anger. I'm so fucking tired of her.
Neither one of you could stop the other from speaking on each other, right? Neither one of you could do that. You could stop yourselves from listening to the other person, right?
Right, which is what I've done.
Exactly.
I mean, Granny even says to create me, I'd prefer it if y'all didn't even watch her at all,
Right. And
she's definitely not egging anybody on to get Brittany.
No, I was supposed to go on your panel the other day, and you even told me, because you know how I feel, just to let you know, I'm going to talk about Brittany at first, so just come up a little bit later, because you knew I didn't want to hear it.
Yeah, I was like, I'm going to do that first, so just to forewarn you.
Thank you, Shelby, because that's how much I can't stand to even hear her voice. I'm not in these streams where people are replaying her because I can't stand it.
The only way you can get a person to, stop doing something is if they are committing torts or crimes. And she tried that. It didn't work. They failed. So it's done. It's gone. It's done. Bye-bye. Now you owe money because it was so frivolous, right? It drives me crazy to have people sit here and demand that somebody stop something that they don't have the right to have them stop doing. You can talk about her as much as you want, and she doesn't have to listen, and vice versa. But she's claiming that you're defaming and stalking her. There's no proof of that. That didn't happen. So stop fucking capping.
Right. At this point, there's proof that she's the one stalking and defaming me. I mean, holy shit.
Right.
The fucking obsession is real.
Well, her claims were defamation.
You're right, young Wheezy. And which the judge responded and said they're not defamatory. And she still won't accept that they're not defamatory.
Right.
Time traveler, thank you. I heard you serve good rat salad sandwiches here. No.
Sorry. I'm over here being an asshole, skipping forward.
No, I'm actually enjoying it because it answers a lot. Like, what, nobody else has ever seen chocolate dipped peeps? We have to show that now? You're that excited for them?
I'm wondering what's going on top of her head there.
Right. She's trying to hide underneath her
Talk about
glasses.
my dreads. At least I purposely have dreads. I don't just not wash my hair.
And I'm sorry, but Brittany has really deteriorated. She has gone down massively.
Yeah, she really
I think
has.
so too. So DTOS is right. If we go back in time, Brittany at one point turned on the camera. And that's the first we ever seen her on camera, right? So I took that photo and I showed it. And Brittany then went into this whole big spiel about, oh, it was a cam slip and how dare they use it. But it turned out that it was never a cam slip. She turned on the camera to show the kittens. Because believe it or not, her cats have been having kittens for 5 years now.
Yeah,
and then she obsessed
yesterday.
over me.
Yeah, Angela's Clips and Giggles put out some pictures
Don't
yesterday.
advertise her, Jay.
Oh, sorry. Well, that girl put out some
Potato.
pictures.
Yeah.
Potato put out some pictures, and one of them was the cat like nesting with her kitten in a pizza box that was pulled out of a garbage bag.
Oh, really?
It was
You can't even give
awful.
them fucking beds?
No, and she showed the text, and it said, Brittany's like, I found another kitten.
Oh my God.
Christian found it. And then we just have another 2 found, just miraculously.
Wow.
But now she's trying to play it off like someone just dropped them off.
And instead, and now what will happen is by this time next year, those kittens will also be having kittens because she will never do anything to stop it. And it honestly should be a crime. Look at her right there.
The text that was leaked was from September. So there were kittens had in September. Now here we are in April with more. I don't know how often cats mate, but she's got plenty of them wandering around.
I mean, look at that right there. Oh, I know details. She also lied and lied and lied about what she was saying about you behind the scenes when your channel kicked off. And I wouldn't let it go because I knew she was fucking lying. She said to me at one point, I just don't understand. How are you able to forgive everybody else, but you won't just forgive me? And I said, because I don't fucking like you and I never will. Just go away.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have to like you. Brittany can't handle the idea. That's what you were saying, Lynn. That's what Lynn was saying. Brittany can't handle the idea that people don't like her.
Right.
It automatically equates to hate and being a hater.
No, they can't. She can't handle the idea that people have independently come up with the idea that they don't approve of her or like her or are critical of her without it somehow coming through you. I completely came up with this. My distaste for how she covers this case and the way she presents herself online through my own independent decision. But it shows you the way they think. They get influenced by other people very easily.
I was about to say that. Let's talk what that projection would mean then. That projection would mean that she's not a free thinker.
Right.
And just, she goes off what everybody else says. So she thinks everybody else must go. And also that she sees me as so powerful that I can influence thousands of people to dislike her. It's actually miraculous.
I love this for her right now.
It's just, she's fucking weird. And
she's a total weirdo.
And conversely, let's say you had a miraculous turnaround, right? And you decided you thought Brittany was amazing and that everything she did was great. And you started saying that. She then believes that her fortune on YouTube would change. Right? That's not how it would be. In fact, they would start looking at you side eye for having such a dramatic change. And they would it's just, it just doesn't work that way. People are independent thinkers. If you're not an independent thinker, that's on you.
Right. You don't get to project that onto an entire community of people. That's another reason an entire community of people dislike you.
Right.
And Julie Skolnick said, Texana was on QB and said, I am in her tort that I said autistic kids are demonic. That's ridiculous. Yeah, we know it was. We defended you on that. We knew there was no way. Let me, she's want to take advantage of others not knowing what she does and twist perception. I fell for it. Stepping away gave me clarity. I agree. Look at Misinformation Erica. Look how many ex-mods, 140 plus. Ex-supporters Brittany has lost because they've woken up and realized it. I just get tired of being her, like, her cop out for everything. What was your cop out before me? Who did you blame before me?
Scapegoat is what you're called.
Scapegoat, yeah. And look, Brittany says her photos look just like her. Would anybody like to disagree?
Oh, that's
sorry.
terrible.
Where's the similarity?
Who's on the left?
Brittany. They're
Who
all
is-
Brittany. They're all Brittany. And listen, I'm not here to make fun of your looks, but don't you dare say I'm fucking catfishing.
I thought the one on the left was Justin. I'm kidding.
Her face in that one on the right, though, it's funny.
This is where she looks like Chucky doll.
That one's funny as fuck.
And she's actually gained weight since these photos. She actually looked presentable here. Notice that her glasses got bigger as her weight got bigger. Now cry, Brittany. Now cry. But I'm tired of her.
She is the ultimate catfish.
I mean, my God. You're using a cam slip from 5 years ago and comparing it to a photo?
Mirror, mirror on
the wall. Who's the catfish after all?
Great. You're so funny.
I mean, I was told while she's streaming, all you hear
every time she starts lately, she's eating when she comes on the mic.
Ew.
And then she stops and goes, hold on, y'all, I gotta take my meds.
Wow.
And then you hear this.
Yep.
Yeah. The same
well,
thing
and I've
every
said that
fucking
before.
night.
DCOS is right, because I've said before, I don't think Brittany's necessarily ugly, right? Like, I've seen people that I think are actually just ugly. I don't think she's ugly. I think her personality is absolutely horrendous. Atrocious. And the idea that you want to call anybody else a catfish when your photo was really you as like a Disney avatar, stop that. Stop it. Hey, Liberty Farmer. Right, she is a Mini Coop. How gross that she had my photos like that.
Yeah, sorry to break that to you, but
no, I'm glad you did. I'm sending that to my attorney. It's fucking weird.
I'll send it to you in text.
Something's got to give. Like,
yeah, it's fucking ridiculous.
And then this idea that I'm stalking Lasniak as he's out with his family.
Sit there and cry every night while she's got your shit saved on her camera roll. Like, that's just plain weird.
Right, a cam slip from 5 fucking years ago. Trying to compare it to what? I looked horrible. I looked like an alien in that cam slip. It looked nothing like me. Anybody who fucking has ever saw me, whether you saw me 4 years ago or you saw me 2 weeks ago, knows I look nothing like that. But who cares? Like, why do you care what I look like? That's my thing. Like, dude, did my little comment about Craig being good looking really get under her skin that deep?
Brittany might get her wish. She might get to meet you in the flesh.
Yeah, come to PA.
In the courtroom.
Take all the photos you want of me there. Right, DTOS. Meanwhile, she probably hasn't even taken her own to a doctor in 5 fucking years, but she's held on to mine. Thank you, Alpine. I appreciate the comments. I'm not comment fishing at all. I'm actually very confident in myself. That's why I take care of my body. I go to the gym. I try to eat healthy. I try to get a good night's rest. You know, the worst thing I do is smoke cigarettes, but I am not uncomfortable in my own skin by any means. And I think that's another reason she's intimidated, to be honest.
Mm-hmm. Well, people that are insecure are really intimidated by security, right?
Right. And she wants to try to make me as ugly as she wishes I was. Well, go ahead, Brittany. Do your best. I really don't know what to tell you.
That's like Hong took my, when I went live in my car when I was going through the hurricane.
Oh, yeah.
He posted that the other day and someone shared it with me in my Discord. I'm like, I don't give a fuck what Hong thinks, but it's like, fuck off. I don't even care. Like,
I responded to that, Jay. Did you see my response?
No, did you?
Yeah, I said, hold on a moment. I said,
yeah, I'm curious.
I said, it's 2025. So his post kept talking about Jay as a man.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He said I was a man turning into
that
a
all the
woman.
time. He did that to me too.
I think he's really insecure in his manhood, if you will.
Right.
Because that's really not a normal thought.
Well, you know who else does that, right? Brittany. Brittany always says every woman looks like a man.
There you go.
Trans, the
transphobic. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
That's like they're in competition with other men.
So you're going exactly where I went in my response. I said, it's 2025 and you think it gets under people's skin to misgender them? Thanks for leaking your own insecurity. You display not one characteristic that you would put in the manly box in your head. When I see you, I don't see gender. I see just a straight up piece of shit troll.
You certainly don't see a man.
No, hell no.
Wow.
Good job, Lynn.
I mean,
That
it's
is
for
great.
real. I mean, you live at home, Hong. What kind of a man are you? I mean,
Well, we should take these type of like bigoted fucking tweets and spread them to the masses. Let the the communities, see the way these people think.
right.
Like it's an insult now to say, "Oh, Jay looks like a man," or
What did
"Nonsense
it
looks
say?
like a man."
Read it. Do you still have it up, Lynn?
Yeah.
What did he originally say?
He originally said, "This man have the nerve to talk about how ugly people are when he either impersonate woman or is a woman transitioning to man."
God,
So
his writing is so
I know.
horrible.
It's like
It's like the
broken
way
English.
he speaks. Like,
Does he talk like that? Like broken English?
Kinda, yeah.
I Jay, if you go back and watch a couple of my videos that I just did on the E's, you see where I have a bunch of videos of him talking smack, and yeah, he talks like that.
He actually talks like this. And you're gonna be put on a basketball court.
Yeah, you're gonna have so many court dates. You're gonna think you're in a basketball court.
Nuh-uh.
Yes, he
Swear to
does.
God.
And
Oh
he
my
has the
God.
squeaky voice of 11-year-old going through puberty.
Stop it.
Swear to
Swear to
God.
God.
Yeah, he's very insecure.
It's not his house, it's his uncle's house. Ask me how I know. Because they're seeking for my monies.
Julia has a very, very nice house from what I hear.
Oh, it's gorgeous. All
Yeah.
of their attempts at talking smack are so juvenile. You ever notice that? Like, oh, you look like a man. Yeah, 'cause
Yeah, I
you're a
just don't
bigot.
even understand why he even bothered posting that. Like, it's a horrible angle. Like, my phone is basically on my lap.
Don't we all get horrible angles? Like that's like they found a photo after my grandmother died. It was me playing bingo with my grandmother, and it's like they zoomed in like 10 times because I was at the end of the table, and they're like over analyzing the way I look, and it's like, do we all look perfect in every photo? I didn't even know I was
Yeah,
in a
it's not
photo.
like it's posed, right? It's a candid shot where you're
Right.
not even knowing your photo is right.
You
They're just
guys-
so fucking petty.
I'm at such an angle and in such a state of disarray at this moment that if I
I was just thinking that.
if I
I know
accidentally
we should all flick on our cameras.
No,
No,
if you
bitch.
guys would be like, get out of here, get off my panel.
Yeah, no way. I am not. Oh, look, I got blocked last night in our chat because they were saying you doxed Justin. I said, no, you didn't, because he gave the name on Nancy Grace. That calling him by the name he gave is not a dox. Not only that, but that's not even his real last name.
Yeah.
Justin's last name is not Jensen.
So he lied to Nancy Grace about his name?
That's what Molly told us, remember?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
not a
he's a
dox, though.
He's a snake.
When it comes to my real life and the real litigation in a real courthouse that I had to hire a real attorney for, I will refer to anybody I'm speaking about regarding that by their real names. You don't get to hold me to YouTube etiquette when you surpassed that a long time ago. You know what I mean?
No, he's not Justin Jensen Crimes. That's what we just said.
He lied.
He lied. He's married to a Pakistani guy. So pretty sure the last name isn't Jensen either.
Good point.
That was really confusing to me when I first came to YouTube because I came from the world where I worked with the news all the time. And
Oh, Lord.
They print people's first and last names and ages and everything all the time. So I thought, okay, I'm going to be like the news, and no. And I learned pretty quickly that's
Not the way to do it here.
that's
Yeah.
culturally inappropriate online. And I get why. I do get why now because there's such fucking crazies around here,
Yeah. Especially if it's just over an opinion. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Exactly. So that's why I keep saying you have to really learn the difference between, you have to learn how to navigate around here. And it's different than being in real life. And it's different than in the newspapers. And it's different. You just have to learn or you will be criticized. But
I've always said that if I could go back to the beginning, if I knew then what I know now, I would have used a fictitious name for my YouTube.
Right.
And tried to keep some of that anonymity, but It is what it is. I mean, I think
Well,
eventually everyone gets outed for who they are.
Right.
well, not only that, but that's like some of these women that came from TikTok, they were using their full government names and stuff. And I'm like, well, you better be careful doing that over here. And yeah, doxing somebody just because they have a different opinion is one thing. Saying that the name that he himself said on fucking Nancy Grace is not a dox. Again,
Exactly.
there's a
Right.
thin line between like YouTube and the real world. Some of these people are so like enthralled in the real world that they try to use these terms for real world behaviors that
Yeah,
don't
no,
fit.
it's not realistic. Like, for example, when I went on that ID, they put my first and last name. It's
Right.
out there. Like, I
Right.
can't ever say, oh, it's out there. It's done. It's
Me too. Like, I knew that when I came on YouTube and I told people that I was in a Netflix documentary, they would be able to look me up. I knew
Right.
that. Like, I was aware of that, but I wasn't going to go out there and offer it.
right.
But I
Right.
knew it was possible. So I, that you just have to be realistic about these situations.
Well, let me ask you this. Would you ever sign yourself up to litigation that you yourself thought was going to end up on TMZ that had your full fucking government name and address in it and then cry that people doxed you because they read it?
Hell no. Hell no.
And what I find ironic about that is back when this first dropped, people in the labs were saying, Josh, you're doxing these ladies. You're doxing these ladies. And you're doxing these people. And at that point, he was only highlighted on my address and barbecues. And I in the chat myself, because at that point, he didn't hate me. He was a full green team. I said, no, I agree. I don't think it's a dox. It's a legal filing. They're going to do it. People are going to do it. Well, Brittany was in there cheering it on. So she didn't care when it was barbecue's address or my address. She cared when it was her own, but she decided to go into it. Like she had the choice.
Right.
Yeah, she did say she deleted a lot of her tweets, Jay.
No, I know she did. I'm just saying I would have taken my kid off my ex if I was posting the stuff she was,
That's true. Oh, and yeah, BJ crying about her cellulitis. Please. I thought it was, what did she say? It was edema or something.
Oh my God. I can't with her cellulitis.
I can't with any of it. Like, I don't think talking about her cellulitis is funny at all. But I also don't think pulling out my medical papers is funny.
Why does she bring it out? Like, she'll come on it like I said, she'll say, oh, hold on, I gotta take my meds. And then hold on. And then she'll be like, oh, sorry, I had to use my inhaler. It's all on purpose for like sympathy. And it's weird. It's almost like Munchausen syndrome, like that kind of weird, like I'm always ill, feel sorry for me. Dude, you're like in your mid 30s. You are way too young to be that sick.
Can you imagine like what the next 10 years look like if she doesn't like get offline and get her life together? It's really sad, honestly. 4 years ago, she was not like this at all.
I think people on YouTube I think a lot of viewers watch people on YouTube deteriorate in different ways. Yeah. And I think this is an example of one.
I witnessed a few doing. I said, you know what? I'm not going to end up like these busybody bitches that have deteriorated because of YouTube drama. And this past year, what Brittany did to me is probably the worst that anybody on YouTube will get me. I'll never get back down again.
For sure. But it's just like if I was going to use my inhaler, why wouldn't you mute? Like you would just normally mute and go and use it and come back and act like you didn't. Like there's no reason to come and go, oh, sorry, I just used my inhaler. Unless it's
have you ever heard of her use her inhaler before? No. It's because she fell asleep the other day, and instead of admitting she fell asleep, which was clear as day, she decided to say it was an asthma attack. So now she has to upsell it.
Oh my!
Just like she did with the cats when it was pointed out that she kicked the cat. She spent the next week loving on the cat. We never hear the cat anymore.
Dude, that's no too much work. Like it's so much easier to just be honest.
Right, it's a facade, man. It's horrible.
I mean, if it was really an asthma attack, causing her to go. Then she would have been able to, that would have been another grift for her. Oh my God, you guys, I'm having another asthma attack.
Right. Yeah. Or how about at that point, you log the fuck off and take care of your health? Right. What a shocking concept.
It's a good point. Hello, everybody, by the way.
Hey, Wade.
Hello. Another key thing is that if you're having to use your reliever inhaler more than twice a month, it is standard good practice to return to your respiratory physician for more invasive intervention, because clearly you are not on the right medication. So if you're someone, for example, who might have to take their reliever inhaler several times within a couple of hours, someone who claims that their asthma is cured by waking, there's a whole lot of issues there, and none of them are related to asthma. So please, Brittany, if you don't want to believe anybody else, you don't want to believe me because you think I'm the devil. Great, lovely, love that for me. Go and see your doctor, for the love of God, because your children deserve better. And yes, I said that. I said it.
Yeah, that's the thing is, there's always, she prefaces practically everything, like she'll say something and then she'll say, now they're going to say this, now they're going to say that, now they're going to say this. And so we just gave really good advice, right? Really good advice. She doesn't necessarily owe us a, report on what her doctor said. She just needs to take care of herself for herself.
Right.
But
for her own sake and for her family's sake, because it's important. I've said before on here, this place can age you in dog years at times if you're not careful. Just like Granny just said, if you don't take care of your mental health and touch grass and do all those good things that we're all meant to be doing.
She ain't gonna listen.
No, I know.
It'll take a major event for that bitch to wake up.
Do you know how well, like a week, 2 weeks off of here would do her?
Oh my God, I pray for it.
I know.
Because at the moment, at the rate in which she is inhaling peeps, I'm concerned. Peeps are in danger.
The peeps are in danger.
The poor. Save
Protect
the peeps. Save the peeps.
And the gummies.
Yeah. I mean, just being up till those night of the hours and shoving your face. Your body's not in,
I mean, in all due reality, she did say she goes to a doctor once a month. So it's not like she's not being seen.
Those doctors aren't. They're not doing that. Those doctors aren't weighing you and taking your blood pressure and
I'm
shit.
just saying. I'm just saying.
But I will also, it's part of
she
why
gets off her ass for that.
It's part of the whole thing, really, because Brittany has had a whole lot to say amongst some others that she associates with about some of us and our medical credentials.
Yep.
Here's the thing, Brittany. If I wanted to go in on you and drag you for filth, I could do so. It wouldn't be nice. It wouldn't be kind. And I haven't done it. But if any of your supposed loved gummy bears give a flying toot about you and your health, they would tell you the truth. You should question why you have people who claim to be medical professionals in your chat who are not being honest with you.
Right.
That's worrying to me, but that's their choice.
It's the same ones that are giving her this horrible legal advice but claiming that they're lawyers, right? Could you fathom if I had a camera roll slip and it was all those photos of Brittany? Could you fathom what her stream would be like that night?
Oh my God.
Right. She'd be crying the biggest victim. But in her mind, it's totally normal and okay that she has all my photos like that. It's no big deal.
And she certainly can't say, well, someone sent them to me. I can't control what they send because she saved them to her freaking phone.
Like the one that was just sent to my email, the mirror on the wall, that I'm not going to save that. I'm not going to keep that.
And I think Ethan has an extremely good and underestimated and underasked question in the chat. How many of you people in YouTube true crime have an internet addiction?
I would say a lot of them, because I'll tell you what, when I logged off I've been logged off for a week. I logged off for a whole summer, and I had to do that to get my mind right because I was so caught up in YouTube drama. I was sick. I lost myself. And then when I log off every weekend. Now am I not going live, but I'm also not even tuned into streams. And you feel like you miss a week's worth of live streams. So I always say to people, like, you know how good it would do you instead of putting on one of our podcasts? I hate saying it because you guys help me make money, but listen to music instead. Like, do something that feels better than this shit. This is shit. It deteriorates your brain.
Well, and it causes the same behaviors as any other addiction. You know, so to me, it doesn't, it's like, my personal stance is it's none of my business whether anybody on here, including Brittany, is addicted to anything. It's the behavior that's the problem. Right. And when you're sitting there expecting your audience to tune in and you're falling asleep and not there present for the one job you're supposed to have, that's a problem.
That's true.
You know, that's fucking disrespect, but that's a problem. You're not doing your one job for whatever reason it is. That reason needs to be looked into for yourself.
Hell, put drama on and she's wide awake though.
Well, and it's concerning too, right? Because allegedly she's like, you know, keeping everything afloat at home. So you would think you would take that a little more seriously. And the fact that she doesn't is concerning. Right.
Well, here's why, right? And I agree. I have my earbuds in and I'm running, I'm food shopping, I'm doing all the things. So I get that. But Susie's right. It is Brittany's selling point. If she falls asleep, she's no longer, most of us, right? We look at it like Lynn just said. But for her audience, it's poor Brittany. I can't believe they're doing that to you. Oh my God, Brittany was not sleeping, you guys. It was an asthma attack. Oh my God, Brittany was not sleeping. The tree fell down for the 5th time. Like, there's always an excuse given, and it becomes a talking point that brings her victimhood.
And that is enabling behavior. So are you the same people that go around making excuses for somebody drinking and driving and killing somebody?
But they do, Lynn.
Well, we saw her. Point. Then we see her swerving all over the road.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
We saw that. She could have easily killed herself or somebody else, especially when you have Kisnot Buckle standing up in the back seat.
And one of her other key supporters and mods is also struggling with their own addiction. And that is a sad state of affairs. Very sad. So certainly if I was Brittany, not something I would have brought up in chat. But okay, Brittany, go on with your big bad self, because that disgusted me and I don't even like that person. It was disgraceful. And since then, the spiral has
somebody else's hardship.
Well, no, they said a little about it, and she talked about it while she was on panel. Like, are you all right? No, they're not all right. If you're a person in recovery yourself, you would know they're not okay. But sure, fantastic. And since then, because they are both building each other up and supporting each other. No, this wasn't last night. This was several weeks ago, and it has spiraled since then. The person that I'm speaking about, who's deliberately going unnamed, is in some degree of distress, shall we say, and they're just letting it happen. It's disgusting. That's not the way I conduct myself, so people can think that I'm judgmental or hateful all that they like. I'll be honest with somebody, because if it comes between me lying to somebody who's in danger or telling them the truth and them getting help, I'll take the truth every day. I don't care if they never speak to me again.
Right.
Be healthy, be safe, do that thing.
I just, these people are more wrapped up in this non-existent world than they care about their real world. Like, they don't care. I mean, these people are witnessing what we're witnessing. They see what we see. They're choosing to pretend they're being gaslit. I mean, you see one of them leave every day, the latest being Erica here. And they admit when they leave, like, no, we saw it, we see it, we know it. But while you're in her little gummy bear cult, you just go along with the majority in the chat. So they remain silent. Those that did try to speak out, they get called haters. They get told they're traitors. They're, and Brittany usually tries to publicly berate them before they can come clean with their story, because she knows. So
it's a cycle.
Right. If anybody's running a cult, I would say it's them.
It's another thing that I find interesting with the people that are supporting. We see it happen often in these communities. You know, we've all unfortunately been part of it at one time or another. That's how we learn to be so mighty. Well, it is for me anyway. But whenever people are just so willing to only believe one narrative, and usually I hate that word, but that's what it is in this case, where they're not taking in the information from other places, or they're listening to it second and third hand, so they're not getting the true words that were stated. No doubt even my words will be misrepresented, twisted up. Even if you hear them come out of my mouth, it will be turned into a whole different story. But it's fine.
That's what they do.
But one of the interesting things is that just last night she wanted to keep bringing up that you were a 2-time felon, Granny.
So what?
Well,
for retail theft, so what?
It's almost like she hasn't any awareness of the legal situations of her co-plaintiffs,
Right.
Which is very interesting to me.
Not only that, but yeah, I'm a 2-time felon, and for retail theft during my addiction. I've been clean for 6 years now. I've never lost any custody of any children. I've maintained custody. I've maintained my sobriety, and I maintained doing the right thing. I fucked up in the past. It wasn't
That's
a
right.
harmful crime. I didn't hurt anybody. But somebody who claims to be in recovery themselves, I mean, you know, for Brittany to, I don't know, Brittany. But like, that's what I mean. She can't stand that people like me. So she wants everybody to see me the way she sees me. And it kills her that they won't. It kills her that I just support.
And that argument would have merit if she applied the same rules elsewhere. But she clearly doesn't. Because that's why she's associated with somebody who has been who has served time for assisting in unaliving. Somebody else who has been convicted of fraud with multiple charges. Somebody else who has a litany of litigations.
Right.
It tells you a whole lot about all of them, but it's just big bad Granny.
That's what I mean. She's just an envious hypocrite. It's fucking unbelievable to me. Like,
they deserve awards for false equivalence. I mean, how she is always like, you know, there are 9 channels going after me right now. And, you know, how many fucking channels are like putting up disgusting, nasty thumbnails of Katie every day?
Right.
I know. Woe is me, Brittany.
And meanwhile, not only are they doing that to Katie, but her child's missing. She hasn't been guilty of a crime. She hasn't been found guilty.
Yeah, she compares her, like, she puts herself on the same victim plane as Katie, and her child isn't missing, and she chose to be on the internet every day, and Katie did not.
Right.
There's just a huge difference. That when you choose to be a public figure, you choose to be criticized. That's just it. That's the unfortunate part of it. You do choose to get, you know, surface for criticism. That's how it is.
Listen, you're on a public stage. If you don't like the tomatoes being thrown, then get off it. It's that simple.
And that's put in a filing as if that's defamation.
I know. And that's what blows my mind. Like, I'm with Kelly Mack. I'm telling you, that girl ain't right in her head. I'm with you. I'm sorry. I know people don't like to say it, but everything that radiates out of her is typical addict behavior. Everybody else to blame. She's the victim for everything. She did nothing wrong. Been there, done that. I know exactly what it is. She will never. She needs real therapy. I'm serious.
You know,
her behaviors are not normal.
The thinking level was displayed the other day on Queens by that woman. What was her name?
Maxana?
No. The woman
Carla.
She lost me pretty much in the beginning, but she kept saying over and over, the whole world wants to know where Chris Proudfoot was. And I'm like, fucking stop speaking for me. Stop speaking for the entire world. No, we do not. And
that's how they act.
Exactly. That's their thinking, is that they can speak. They are able to get into the minds of the whole world and now speak for us. And then the other was where she was completely unwilling to admit that she basically stated that she did not sleep for 18 years of her life.
Oh God. Okay, lady.
Right. That she never ever went to sleep while her child was asleep, or I'm sorry,
That's right.
was growing up. That's literally impossible. So that's the kind of thing, that's the way they think, that a lot of those people think.
Right. They're insane.
Yeah.
Oh, BJ now actually mentioned a third channel. I guess she thinks members will sign up to 3 a month now. That's one reason I don't utilize my second channel, because I don't feel right being like, oh, here's my second monetized channel, become members, because I
Really?
see people feel obligated. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Honest to God's truth.
But I have people that follow me on my second channel that maybe aren't a member on the main channel.
That's true. Well, you have you distinguish between the two, right? Like you keep
hers are like the fucking same. Like,
right. Both
that's
channels
weird.
are the same, where you have a distinguish between the two.
True.
Yeah, Brittany does it completely differently.
Ass backwards.
She goes on her big channel when she wants people to really, really know what's going on. Like if she's feeling particularly victimized, she'll go on her bigger channel to make a bigger deal out of it. And then when people are like, wait, you're talking about drama, this isn't true crime, she'll be like, this is my real life.
Yeah. But none of this was real life. Like my attorney wrote in the letter, was this litigation not real life? Like, are you okay? Oh man, I
think you're all being very judgmental. Brittany's
Yeah, I
third
am.
channel is going to be how to find baby animals in discarded trash.
It's a great idea.
Possibly in your home. They just move into your home and you don't know about it. It's a whole thing. So yeah, that'll be fantastic.
Her original concept for her channel was supposed to be to spread awareness on autism. Then she was going to be a conspiracy channel, not pertaining to, true crime and missing kids and all. And then here she is. Maybe her third channel would be how she escapes the depths of YouTube drama world, and she can actually log off, get herself some help. I have a second channel, Shelby Lynn, but I appreciate that. Thank you. And that would be the best thing Brittany could do is really, I mean, honest to God, as much as I hate her, you are whittling away. I'd give anything to rewind time to when my kids were, a little bit younger, and you don't get these days back. And the fact that you rather involve yourself so deeply in this fantasy victim world, at the expense of the years that are going by, and the deterioration to your health, and I mean, just even the fact of having to go live every night till 3-4 a.m. Like, you're not healthy, you're not sleeping, you're not taking care of yourself. And I don't care if you're making 1,000, 5,000, or 10,000 a month. No money will ever replace what you are losing right now. And it's so sad that she rather demonize me and see me as the world's worst person than better herself and be more present in the real world. It's fucking horrible.
It's true. Can't argue with that.
No, and honestly, it makes me, it's
sickening.
It is sickening. Like, what is your legacy? What are you teaching? How to,
well, it was really sad.
And
the other night was supposedly like her son's birthday or whatever. And she came on, and you know how her kid's always right there. And she's like, today was nothing but just shit.
Wow.
It was just shit. I was out, on a shopping spree with my son, and I get this horrible email.
Oh, my God.
Why are you even checking your email while you're out with your son?
And let me tell you, I've been in that place, right? And this is before I logged off for the summer, because I was in that place. I was in that place where it didn't matter where I was or what I was doing. If I got something that, a message or a screenshot or something, it would ruin my day. And it wasn't fair to my kids. It wasn't fair to myself. It got to the point where I was so wrapped up in, I can tell you this, where she's at, that she's not sleeping at night. She's likely not cleaning. She's definitely not cooking, because her whole world's revolved around this. She made the conscious choice to open up that email. Log off your phone while you're with your kids. I told people, stop sending me shit. They don't send me shit now. They know. mean, she has to take accountability for some of this. And that poor kid hears that his birthday was shit.
Yeah, that was my point. Like, oh yeah, today was nothing but just shit. And I'm thinking, wow, it's the day you gave birth. You know, how many ever years ago? Like, why don't you treasure that for one day?
Right. And like, she couldn't even like stay offline for that day and finish out the day. You went shopping. Now sit down and open up the new gifts with them and interact with them and, you know, just make the day about him.
Not just that, but she was in someone else's chat for a few hours, as someone else has said. I wasn't even going to bring it up.
Yeah, she tried to say I was busy all day, but she was online. Sad, because she made it sound like, you know, they went to lunch. They probably got like drive-through, whatever, you know. I'm sure it wasn't a big to-do. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but when my kids were younger like that, like I would take them to like the mall and go to like the Rainforest Cafe for their
like a big
birthday.
dinner, and then they bring out the cake.
Somewhere special that you don't go all the time.
Not only that, but I'll answer you in a minute, Jersey. Just you stay right there, bitch. Not only that, but the fact that like they're saying, she was in another chat, right? And then the kids has to hear. That's not what I was going to say. That commenter threw me off, but that's sad, man. That's sad.
Mm-hmm.
One day off. Oh, I was going to say the way they analyzed Katie and said she was on her phone the whole time she was out to dinner with Sebastian, right?
Yep. Her mannerisms, her everything. How she handed him the menu.
You're all hypocritical. WTF. Why? Oh, that's not what the fuck. That's why the fuck do you care? Drop the shit. You're ruining YouTube for everyone. Sick of this shit. Well, here, take some self-accountability. If you feel like we are ruining YouTube for you, then unsubscribe, tuts. There's over 1 million YouTube channels. That is the most unaware comment I've read in a very long time. Because it is up to you what you have come on your algorithm and what you're subscribed to and what you listen to. So how about you drop the shit? If you're sick of it, don't watch. Is that a better idea? Because that's the only control you have, because our asses ain't going to stop.
Granny, the last time I looked, it's actually 50 million YouTube channels.
Oh my gosh, 50 million. 50 million, but we're ruining it for everybody. Okay. 1.4 still agree here, so.
You know, that's the thing that really bugs me about the algorithm is the algorithm makes people believe that the only channels that are being served to them are the only channels that exist. Please, people, go outside and look for other channels on your own. Search for your own channels. Don't just click on the thing that the algorithm serves you, okay? There's a reason there's
you'll never get anything else if you don't ever type anything in that search bar.
Exactly.
Well, it's also it's never mind. You're so right. You're so right. Blessed be these people.
You're so powerful.
I think you were boyfriend in chat.
Oh, I saw them. Thank you. Thank you, Prime.
People are also slightly blindsided in this little sector because of that. They become entrenched in this very tunnel vision situation, and they're like, oh, I can't believe these things happen on YouTube. I can't believe this happens on the internet. Arrest everybody. Please, just as Breaking Chain said, take yourself, go and explore YouTube yourself, not under anybody else's guidance. Just do it yourself. You will see a whole lot of things. If you truly believe that this is the worst that YouTube has to offer, there's a whole big world out there that you're about to learn a whole lot, because this is nothing.
Well, it's just like Americans think America's the only place in the world too. It's very like, right? You know.
Yep.
Sorry, I didn't get to pre-order a Switch. One, I couldn't afford even if I wanted to. Two, no, that wasn't me.
I'm sorry to say this, but America is behind in many, many regards. I'm sorry to say this. I'm not being political. I promise you. I'm just saying.
I'm going to be political for a minute. I found it hysterical that China shipped over all those empty containers. That was such a fucking brilliant troll. I loved it.
It's the trade equivalent of here, have an empty grocery bag. Good luck with that. Good luck.
I mean, that was funny. That was that was a big fuck you. Like, oh, you want to fuck us? All right. I mean,
I
that
didn't hear
was,
about that.
yeah. There was like, what was it, like 200,000 or something empty containers?
Oh my God.
It was just such a troll that it was like, oh my God, I can't believe China did that.
But that reminds me that's another thing. Carla like was on panel and somebody brought up some major like thing that happened in the world and she had no idea about it. I forget what it was though. She had no clue that this major thing happened in the world.
Right.
And I was like, whoa, dude, that shows you how locked in. You guys, there is much, much more out here than what the algorithm is giving you to click. Okay.
Well, and Brittany and her crew should know that since they're stalking me around the internet. Come see some of the places I'm at. Come follow some of the garden tips and then get your fucking asses outside and plant a fucking flower. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if you're going to follow me, at least, start liking the content and realize there's more to it.
Oh, that brings up another handy little point.
Hey, before you say that, I'm going to hop down. Granny, thanks for having me up. I just wanted, I didn't want to interrupt. Okay, bye, guys.
Sorry, Jay.
Bye.
The other handy little point was that it was stated that you had somehow followed Mr. Lesniak to his location the other day.
That's so stupid. I go to those events
really
all the
is
fucking
stupid.
time.
Whenever we know the situation, but the unfortunate squinty parallel that Brittany tried to draw was, imagine if that was your lawyer and me. Well, Granny, does your lawyer live in the same town as Brittany?
No, and if he did,
is that a thing?
Brittany claimed that my attorney was harassing her by seeking answers to questions for litigation. She called that harassing. Now imagine if my attorney was wrapped up with me and all types of different things, not just this litigation, but like an actual part of my quote unquote team and other, adventures, and then filed this huge frivolous litigation against her, but also lived in her neighborhood and was at a local event that she was at with her kids. You mean to tell me she wouldn't be crying and be uncomfortable by it?
Right.
Of course she would.
Exactly.
Because let's not forget, Lesniak's not just their attorney. They were retained for this. This guy's in on all their fuck shit.
Yep, and has been for years. There's a whole, again, it makes me sad that the little team that Brittany has over there weren't able to even do the most basic research on these people before they signed up to the dotted line. But it tells you a lot.
Not only that way, but how many of these events have I shown you all that I go to all the time? I'm always, if there's like a food truck event, if there's an art show, if there's anything that I can get myself and my kids outside to go be part of, we go to all of them. Matter of fact, I'll never forget when they first filed this against me, we were going to go to one in an area called Swarthmore, and I saw at the bottom that Joseph Lesniak was actually fucking sponsoring it. So I broke the plans. The rest of my family went, but I didn't. I'm no longer going to stop plans of going around my neighborhood to these events I've always supported, because this creepy bastard's there. But I will document he's there in case anything happens to me or happens to my vehicle or happens to anybody that I'm with. Yeah. If you call that stalking, it should be it.
It's exactly the kind of behavior a lawyer would suggest you would do.
Right. You don't think I sent that to my lawyer immediately and said, Lesniak's at the same place I'm at? Of course I did. He does need to be disbarred. He needs to be investigated. And all of his adventures and higher positions need to be investigated. I'll never forget when Nick said, power recognizes power. Yeah. And I recognized you had none. And I'm going to continue until I see that none of them have any power. What Joseph Lesniak did is aided and abided. He aided and abided in malicious prosecution against people. Because without them having access to that man's fucking license, without them having access to his signature, they wouldn't be able to abuse our court systems the way he does. If you don't think we're going to see through it, that Joseph Lesniak and Bruce Castor are held accountable for their gross malpractice, we are.
It's, by the way, it's aided and abetted. And you made it sound like.
What did I say?
You made it sound like Biden was involved.
Biden. Well, you know what? Maybe Biden's on my team. They got Trump. No, I'm just kidding.
Or like Abide with me. Like she's about to break into some sort of gospel rendition, which would be beautiful. I would be so down for that.
You know, they said they had Trump. Maybe we got Biden. Who fucking knows? I'm just kidding. I don't want Biden either. But no, I mean, he is. He's
Start a whole
aiding.
lefty.
It's like when I said, what the fuck did I say the other day? He was in a Ponzi scheme.
Oh,
Poncho scheme. Oh my God. Listen, in my defense, I was on YouTube a long time that day, and I've been on a long time this day. But my main message stands. That's exactly what he's doing. He's aiding and abetting, in my opinion, criminal activity.
But here's the thing, Granny, when you do those things, people know what you mean. I mean,
I know.
It's not, and it's not like you get super bent out of shape when people point it out to you. You know you're doing that. So it's like, that's why it's endearing and almost, you know what I mean? So,
listen, we can laugh at ourselves over here. We're not that insecure and uptight.
And I'm a strong believer in moments like that, you should lean into it, you know, because it is that moment of, well, it's a thing. I'll just embrace it for what it is. It's all a teachable, experiential moment.
Yeah. I now know it's not a Biden.
If you don't make poncho scheme merch, Granny, you're missing out on an opportunity. And I think that should be a thing. Please, I beg you. I will even draw up designs.
That would be
for
hysterical. Yeah, of course I remember.
Demon Chihuahua. No, I am a Cali girl, born and raised.
Oh, really?
Yep.
I would have never guessed.
Do I sound like I'm from New England or?
I don't know. I'm not good with accents, obviously.
That's what Demon Chihuahua thought, that I sound like a New England person.
Wow, that's funny.
Yeah.
No, Castor was involved because at the court hearing, he was directly approached by Attorney King, who asked what Castor's role was. And Lasniak admitted that Castor gave permission for his name to be used and that he was helping a little bit in the background, but that he didn't want to be recognized as a representing attorney. So that he admitted to in the courtroom that they were, again, misusing the courts. Hey, Trips. Kelly represent. Yeah.
Yeah, let's not forget Justin's beautiful explanation of who Castor was. None of us can really forget that. That was a fantastic thing.
And then we actually play Castor, and it shows that, like, he was literally kissing the boots of his competition that day and made Trump so angry. He was screaming at his TV, and well, I don't know.
Day of the United States, say.
From Philadelphia. Oh, gosh, these people.
Man.
He's in court with dog in Texas. Wait, what? So are you telling me first she said Amazon, found out they weren't taking orders. Then same thing, she got called out on with Walmart. So now it's GameStop. So she wants everybody to believe that she pre-ordered through Amazon, realized they weren't taking pre-orders. Then she said it was Walmart, got caught again. So now she's saying it's GameStop that she pre-ordered from.
That's
Hell,
right.
I'd be nice if somebody bought my kids a Switch. I mean, holy shit, what a fucking liar. Drama Llama, you must not have seen the where they were in the kitchen, sweetheart. Don't know what to tell you then. Why don't you see what's obvious?
It was actually Seth that didn't let them in his place.
Right. It's Seth that was outside during all the interviews. It's Chris and Katie that were indoors.
It was the other way around.
Oh, I'm glad we could help you, though. You know, paying attention and seeing the obvious and all.
Yeah.
How these people make it through? I mean, no disrespect to you, but you wrote your comment in such a disrespectful way as if we're oblivious. But it was actually you that had it so wrong. Maybe don't be so arrogant next time you enter a chat.
Well, the last line there was very interesting. The whole stop going after creators, as Brittany so beautifully explained last night. These two things are, you know, separate situations. Not everything is about Sebastian Rogers. This is a totally separate situation.
Didn't I get shamed for saying that same thing?
Well, that's because
I
your
did.
granny.
Right.
It's different when she says it. So because of that, she believes in this weird version of the injunction that she was part of and how that works. I beg of those who do have an education within her chat, and I use that very deliberately because I beg them to go through the filing, draw up a little cheat sheet, explain to Brittany what is in that filing, because she is now on the hook for a bunch of money that she is going to have to pay.
And we have not got a decision on punitive damages yet. The judge did not say she's not going to award them at all.
Right.
She simply said at that time.
Right.
No drama llama demon, because not about what's on his walls. My guess is Sebastian's room doesn't even exist there anymore. Oh, you think Seth let Sebastian's room go away? Do you think it's because he moved in with Tony, or because he lied and told everybody he had to get a new apartment, or why do you think Sebastian's room's gone? Oh, because he said he allowed them. That meant he really, did you see it on camera? Where did you see Sebastian's room?
Yeah. Were you watching a different show? Because it wasn't on the piece on TV.
Oh, bless it. Everything should be about
Seth
Sebastian.
also said in the beginning that that Sebastian didn't have access to the internet.
Right.
Seth also said that he was not an abusive person, and then we saw differently. So are we going to believe everything Seth says at face
That's
value?
a good question. That's a good question.
It's
what are you talking about 9 p.m. ICU? I don't know what you're talking about. I agree that this entire situation surrounding Sebastian, the focus should have always been Sebastian. But again, respectfully, it's his father that made it otherwise, nobody else. Yep. If you have an issue with the current conversations, or you have an issue with the lack of conversations towards Sebastian, then please respectfully go ask his father why he allowed this to happen.
Yeah, you need to learn to understand where accountability rests in these situations.
I mean, they don't hold themselves accountable, so the least we can do is hold them accountable, right? I'm with you, Aries. I mean, in a way, I have. In a way, I speak more about what they've done to me than I do Sebastian, sadly, and I think many people feel that way. I don't know. I certainly didn't see Sebastian's room.
A lot of people were very shocked at the fact that the piece on America's Most Wanted was so short, when really we should be embracing the fact that it was there at all.
I think it's all we could have expected. I'm going to be honest.
Exactly.
That's their program format. That's exactly what they do. They do a very superficial, very bare bones overview of the case with a little bit of analysis, and then they have so many missing cases to deal with. Like people get unrealistic expectations when it comes to media, and a lot of times the media feeds into that unrealistic expectation.
Right.
So
I think it was nice that he was on the first episode coming back, and I think that was really nice.
It'll probably get the most views out of out of the show episodes for a while, because it was the first, and that is such a high profile case, and they were acknowledging was his case the first mentioned on the first show, right? I mean, if I'm understanding that correctly. So so that's a pretty big deal. He got he got incredible placement there.
It was fantastic. I don't know why we're arguing where Brittany got a switch from or not. I don't know the conversation behind it. What I do know is I'm hearing that she asked for money for her child's birthday, took the child out shopping, but also was able to pre-order a Switch while needing air conditioning and while seeking cat food for all the cats that she allows to keep being, rebirthed on her property. I don't know. I don't give a shit if Brittany ordered it through Amazon, Walmart, GameStop. I don't care. it's nice to know she can afford a $500-600 gaming device. Remember that next time she's seeking for money. What? Of course he knows we're going to get damages. The punitive damages were made for litigation like this. Oh, she never asked for birthday money, period. I watched. You watched what? One episode? What did you watch? You mean to tell me everybody else here is wrong that she never sought out money for her son's birthday?
Well, I mean, that's up to interpretation, really, because I would term that as a dry bag. Whenever you keep repeating the fact that you're going on a shopping spree with your child, even though the Christmas prior to that, you also hadn't purchased Christmas presents, and then were demonetized and then had a whole meltdown. There's a significant amount of her chat that will remember that situation and how she needed financial assistance then. So, PK, I suppose it depends on what you want to see at the time. The money didn't come from nowhere.
Well, here's the way I look at it. It's nobody's business that it's her kid's birthday. In fact, it's rather exploitative for her to tell everybody when her kid's birthday is.
And repeatedly tell everybody to make sure they're aware that it's his birthday and that, they're going shopping.
So that's called dry begging. So regardless of whether she came out and said, "Hey, everybody, can you please send me money because it's my kid's birthday?" That's what was being hinted at. And if in true crime, you need to learn how to read between the lines and read people's motives more clearly.
But are you one of Brittany's subs that are, can I say you're now harassing me on behalf of Brittany because you're in my chat? I think I might have to pull a Brittany out the bag.
They don't go anywhere, Granny. They don't go to any other chats or engage with any other people or do any of the things. It's only us, the evil dark side, that are doing all the things.
Although I ask people all the time to please not even watch. But hey, PK, did you happen to see where Brittany has all my photos on her camera roll for me being such a harasser and stalker? You can disagree. We respectfully agree to disagree with you. We've seen Brittany in action for years. You probably haven't. Good for you. You will one day see it. Like I said to Miss Erica, and here she is today. So I don't know what to tell you. I really don't care. I don't care if you think she's dry begging or not. It is what it is. Send her your hard-earned money. I don't care. Don't give a fuck. I just find it incredible that she repeatedly mentioned how she has to buy all these things that he wants and they're so expensive and his birthday's coming up and I have to take him shopping and, whatever. Said she could have ended the night out with like playing a new game with him or whatever.
PK, maybe while you're watching everyone, maybe listen also.
Yes, listen with your ears, my darling, because I posed a question.
Active listening. It's a whole skill. Look it up.
Well, they're used to this. Like a demon trying to escape from inside. I hear help me sometimes. I'm just kidding. I don't listen enough.
It's being silenced by a 2-gallon tub of peeps.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, PK, touche. Meanwhile, the kids are complaining it's so hot because the AC broke. But hey, let's not put money towards that. Let's pre-order a Switch. Am I right? We need that peace of mind so we can go live and not be bothered over fucking keeping our kids healthy and cooled. Right. Well, that's what it is, right? And I think that's kind of what Lynn was saying. Like, she constantly complains that people are talking about her kids and then proceeds to tell everyone all of her kids' business. Or have them in the background, or it's beyond obvious that she has a few points that are her grift. It's one that people are talking about her kids when they're actually talking about her parenting. I believe she intentionally allows things to be heard or seen. You mean to tell me, and I've said this before and I'll say it again, if I had my kids up till 2, 3, 4, 5 a.m. at times every night, you don't think people would be judging me? I would expect to be judged. I don't know.
I think especially if you're in this and I'll use the trigger word deliberately. If you're in this space, Brittany, and if you're in this arena of social media, you need to be very aware that the information you share is what people are going to go on. It's that simple. It's not people digging into you. It's what you have said yourself. So if you're the one putting it out there, just as you did with the letter from the alleged mistress, or the house picture, if you make it into a big deal, then other people are going to focus on it. It's a whole thing. But you have been here for what, 3 years now? You're not new. You try to pretend like you have no idea what's going on, but we see it, girl. We see it. It's sad.
Do you
Stop it.
know how many times people tried to send me like dirt on Lana and her girlfriend and stuff? They even sent me photos of Lana and her girlfriend in her house having a fight. I swear to God. And and telling me these stories, and I know for a fact, I don't know this for a fact, but you can tell they were trying to frame me. Somebody was trying to frame me to put their shit out so that I could be so that then I'd be the bad guy for releasing their private information.
Right, you do the dirty work.
Yep.
Yeah, you got to do what Brittany does and hire somebody from the drama community to do it for you.
Right.
Right, kind of how the injunction was released. You just go and drop that in somebody else's chat. That whole thing.
Before it's almost a month before the person was even served.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Aries. He likes to come up and say a lot of things. Yeah, PK, I feel I agree with you. I feel all of the creators I watch are just as guilty as the other. I disagree with that. I don't think they're as guilty. I feel like we have all done things that are unsavory, if you will, that we wouldn't be proud of. What none of us other creators have ever done that your girl Brittany has is throw somebody in frivolous litigation and cost them thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of fucking dollars to defend their name in their own fucking backyard. That's the difference, right? So when Brittany's over there crying night after night, every show you watch, as she's stuffing her face and obviously hasn't lost an appetite, maybe you should ask her about that lawsuit she lost and ask her if she really thought it was that great of an idea to use a missing child to seek revenge on somebody who really want to talk about her, or she would just shut the fuck up. See, I've made 3 or 4 deals now with Brittany to just go our separate ways, each time initiated by me, each time broken by her. So sit here and tell me we're all as wrong.
The false equivalents kill me. The false equivalents kill me. I mean, somebody tweeted about me talking about all the shit Hong was doing, and then comparing that to what things things that were tweeted about Brittany. Completely different. Not
even comparable.
Not even comparable. But they make false equivalents.
Right.
They completely ignore nuance, and that's what's accepted on social media, and people just take it and run with it, and it's just absolutely unthinking.
Right. Well, that's like every time you bring up something about Seth, people say, well, what about Chris? Every time you bring up something about Chris, they say, what about Seth? I don't know about you all, but I was taught as a child to not do the whataboutism. If I'm being held there are no comparisons. How do you compare a guy who came in on the back of a missing child, present himself as a private intelligence group, but spends all his time fucking tweeting and making memes?
Yep.
To you responding to? Like, where's the comparison?
Yep.
Oh. Well, I appreciate you ladies, but I think I've had enough internet for today and tomorrow. This is a long-ass stream.
You have done the most. Thank you for having me up, Granny.
Thank you for coming up. Always a pleasure. And you know what? I'm going to reach out to both of you, but I want to do a fun stream where we put up different words on the stream and each person announces it how they would. It's like this cool game thing I saw that I think would be fun that needs different dialects. And I'd
love that.
Yeah, wouldn't that be fun?
That would be fun. I also want to do an Is This Defamation stream with old Chroma clips.
Oh, that's brilliant. That's a lot more fun. Okay.
So I hope you guys would be willing to join. I think that'll be fun. And also, Granny, if you end up getting the transcripts from your the hearing,
The one coming up or the one we've had?
The one coming up. The one
Oh,
coming
yeah.
up. Whenever you get those transcripts, I'd love to be one of the readers.
Yes. I'd love that. Thank you. You can cover one of the attorneys or the judge or whatever. That would be
whatever.
great.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah. I wanted to do that last time, and yeah, that's brilliant. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll keep you in mind.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
Have my people call your people.
I'll have my people call your people.
Okay, thanks very much, Granny.
Thank you, Lee. Thank you.
Bye.
Dialect test the New York Times printed like 10 years ago? No, but that would be fun. I just think something different, right? Like, it is kind of getting repetitive. It seems like I can't escape the graphs of Brittany J. Doesn't matter what I want to go live about. I have to hear what she said the night before in some way or format, and it throws my whole stream off. I quite frankly, I'm sick of it. I think you're all sick of it too. I would love nothing more than to be able to do my stream the way I want to without Brittany becoming a topic, but she's forcing herself to be a topic, and she'll never accept that. I'm glad she could obsess over me and, do all the things and not cover Sebastian, whose father she joined an NDA with, but whatever, priorities, people. Is pretty much can pinpoint on you. Oh, I have seen that. I do remember that. Yes, I remember that. Yeah, I do. That was fun. Maybe we'll do that. Well, no, because we can't dox where we're at. Like serial killer training. Oh, I would love to do that too, Jennifer. I'll have to look into how to do it. All right. I appreciate all of you. If you haven't, please consider hitting a thumbs up. This has been a very long stream, and I went live with the idea that I was going to make it quick. There was nothing quick about this. It was nice to have new names in the chat. You're all welcomed here, so long as you remain respectful. Even you, PK, even you. Just, I don't know. I'm done. I'm over it. I can't even close out because I'm tired. Do I want to become a Met fan? No, I'm leaving on that note. Goodbye.